Welcome all of you. There are close to 5,000 delegates and participants who are going to be joining us in person in these 2 days, and some 1.5 lakhs are going to be connecting with us online virtually. So we are really overwhelmed with this huge response which we have got from all the delegates, more than 70 countries who are participating. And as we commence with the inaugural session, just to mention a little bit about this premises where you are. This is Bharat Mandapam, and it's a state-of-the-art complex premises which during the time when India's G20 presidency, that was last year, we had major events, G20 events which were held here. So there have been leaders of the world who have walked this path, and today it is our distinct honor to be in that same space of the world leaders. This place itself, ladies and gentlemen, has been designed to reflect on and to share more about our Indian culture and tradition. So as you go about, in fact, even at the entry, you have the Nataraj. That's the god of the cosmic dance, and so that's how you get a welcome here as you enter Bharat Mandapam. And then inside also there are various very beautiful artifacts all around, giving you a description also what is being showcased there. Again, talking about our rich history, our culture, traditions, each of these artifacts coming from different parts of the country and holding a lot of significance and relevance, which is described. So as you go about, this is the level 2, which we are even at level 3 as you go, or level 1 as you go in the basement area, the ground floor area. You'll see all the very beautiful wall artifacts also. So wall art, again by very famous designers, and showcasing our Indian history, culture and traditions. So whenever you get time, whenever you're moving from one hall to another, do also admire this craft and art, and I think that's going to be a big tribute and homage to the artisans who have made these. So outside, ladies and gentlemen, we have the arrangement of tea and coffee and water. Inside, the water and tea and coffee is not allowed. So whenever we break for you're requested to kindly be taking it outside, consuming it outside only, and then moving inside. The lunch area is in level 3. So that's one floor up. When we break for lunch, it's going to be in level 3. Herein, as we are going to be starting with the inaugural session, that's going to be close to 1.5 hours. Post that, we'll just take 5 minutes or so setting the stage for our next session. So pre-lunch, we have 2 more sessions apart from the opening session, the inaugural session. We have the session on regulating good safety and security, bringing a global perspective. That's going to be in this very hall. That's going to be followed by another session, the antimicrobial resistance mitigation through inclusive strategies. That's again going to be happening in this hall. Lunch, we break for lunch. That's going to be in level 3. Post that, we begin at 2:30 post lunch, starting with our sessions here again. Again, going back to back with the sessions, regulating health supplements and nutraceuticals and evolving landscape. We have sustainable food packaging policy, innovation and compliance, sports and nutrition, key to health and well-being. So these are 3 more sessions which we are going to be having post-lunch. There's also a parallel session which is a CEO's dialogue. That's by invite. That's in the summit room, level 2. But that stands as by invite. Again, at this very level, in the summit room, we have the CEO's dialogue. At 8 o'clock onwards in this very hall, we showcase again our rich culture, our traditions, our customs through a medium which is one of the highest sources of communication, and that's the medium, I believe, is of dance and music. For even if you don't understand the language, but the facial, the hand movements, the gestures, the mudras, they all communicate. They communicate a message going straight from the heart of the performing artist to the soul of the audience. That is how impactful this medium of music and dance is. So we take you from north, south to east to west. India is a huge country, a melting pot of cultures and traditions. And we bring you all that, the amalgamation, the melange, the confluence of this rich diversity of our country through dances, and very aptly and rightly entitled Sangam. Sangam means the coming together of the diverse dances and traditions and customs of India. In fact, as you move in India, each of the state stands very unique in terms of our dialect, in terms of our topography, in terms of we dress up. Everything changes. Just a few kilometers into another state and you find a different vibrant environment. So that which we try to bring to you in the evening when we have the cultural evening, and that's going to be in the same hall. Further, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be as in the day one. Day two, as we start tomorrow, again we are going to be starting at 9:30. I presume you already have the schedule with you, but in any case, just revisiting for the greater interest of everyone. So the sessions, we are going to be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning with the first session. We are going to be again going back to back with the other sessions, inviting the perspective of the Indian as well as the global experts on residue and contaminant monitoring systems, global practices and challenges. We also have on new age analysis and food testing, addressing the hidden hunger fortification as a strategy, impact of animal feed on food safety and human health. So these are sessions which are for tomorrow. Apart from that, there's also a parallel session, and that's the regional conclave which we have on enhancing regional collaboration and harmonization in standard setting process. Now this is for the first time that this regional conclave and focusing on the food safety standards more in the Asian countries is being organized for the first time outside Rome. And India once again stands as a proud host to be hosting this regional conclave. First time outside Rome, and India gets to host it. So again, it stands as a very proud moment for us. That's the regional conclave, which is going to be starting tomorrow. It runs in parallel to all our sessions here. It's going to be starting at 10:30. In fact, and then we have the valedictory session tomorrow, the closing session, that's going to be from 4:30 to 5:30 tomorrow evening. As you join us, we, in fact, our summit is alongside the World Food India, which was yesterday inaugurated by, once again, our honorable ministers. That's an event which is being organized by the Ministry of Food Processing, Government of India, and the honorable Minister of Food Processing had inaugurated World Food India. Our summit is alongside that, and once again recognizing the very importance of having a robust and responsible, reliable, efficient food processing industry towards ensuring food safety and sustainability. We have this summit showcasing India's prowess, India's potential in food processing and making India the food basket of the world. So that's the World Food India 2024, which started yesterday. And having both these two summits happening simultaneously in this very complex also shows the commitment of India towards this cross-departmental and cross-ministerial collaborations as we work together, not working in silos, but the ministries collaborating with each other towards the larger target, the larger goal, which we are working towards taking our food to the other countries, and at the same time ensuring that it is to the standards, it is safe, it is healthy, it is nutritious. So ensuring all that, we work in this direction. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are being joined by Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. Let's give a resounding welcome to the Honorable Minister, sir, our Honorable Union Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, New and Renewable Energy. In fact, just to let you know, yesterday when we started with the World Food India 2024, the Honorable Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, who's just joined us, he was there in the inaugural session. And as I was mentioning, these both events happening simultaneously in this very complex, once again highlights the strong commitment which comes from India towards collaborations and working together, looking into the challenges, the opportunities together. The two ministries, the Ministry of Food Processing and then the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the other ministries working in coordination, in collaboration. And that is where, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be seeing, apart from the international, if I talk about our national stakeholders who are going to be joining us in these 2 days. We have from, of course, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We have from the Ministry of Ayush, from the Ministry of Food Processing, from the Department of Commerce and Industry, which is under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. We have from the Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, that's APIDA, from Marine Products Export Development Authority, and from the Export Inspection Council and NABCB. They are actively participating in this summit, highlighting India's commitment towards advancing food safety standards. Further, from the international sides, the global speakers attending us in these 2 days from the World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, Food and Agricultural Organization, Codex Alimentarius Commission, the European Food Safety Authority, Joint Institute for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, USA. All of them, we have their eminent speakers, the heads joining us in these 2 days, sharing in their perspective. The Secretariat of the Codex Alimentarius Commission will be represented in the summit by its chairperson, vice chairperson and secretary. And then we'll also, in the inaugural session, have a special address. It's a video message which comes from the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. So that's a video message which we have from the DG WHO, which is going to be played in the inaugural session. Now, the various critical areas which we are going to be focusing in these 2 days stand on the mitigation of AMR, regulation of health supplements, nutraceuticals, sustainable food packaging, ensuring food safety and nutrition for all, residue and contaminant monitoring systems, new age analysis in food testing, impact of the animal feed on food safety, and sports and nutrition. So these are some of the topics which we are going to be discussing in these 2 days, and accordingly the sessions have been planned. Just to take you through the last year's summit which we had, again that was the first summit of the Global Food Regulators Summit, which was organized by, once again, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And that time we had an active participation from almost 37 countries. It was alongside when we were also having our G20 events. More than 20 more and other regulators had participated last year in this very summit. Codex Alimentarius Commission have been working, in fact, India has been very closely working with the Codex Alimentarius Commission. India, as you might be knowing, has been a member of Codex since 1964. Codex was established in 63, and India has been an active member. There are 189 members of Codex, and India is one of the members since 1964. and has been actively contributing to the development of international food safety standards, guidelines, and codes of practices. India's active participation in the Codex was highlighted in the last summit, in 2023, and that led to India being unanimously elected as a regional member on geographic basis in the Executive Committee of Codex Alimentarius Commission. Now, this basically helped India in getting international approvals for the recycling of plastics. As you know, our Honorable Prime Minister, under his leadership, India is working aggressively towards achieving its Sustainable Development Goals targets, towards its net zero targets, and that is where saying no to plastics and further recycling of some of the plastics. Towards that, India got international approvals for the recycling of plastics, setting standards of spices, which included small cardamom, allspice, juniper, berry and star anise, turmeric, vanilla, and then working on our strategic goals. The Global Millets Conference was also organized by India on the 18th of March 2023. Our Honorable Prime Minister Modi, launched the book Shri Ann. In India, we celebrate millets as Shri Ann, and a holistic review on millet standards, marking a new chapter in promoting millet cultivation and consumption, was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister with this book. Now, this was also a key discussion point in our last year's summit, and these standards were then placed before Codex Secretariat, which appreciated India's contribution towards millets and agreed for wider deliberations. So we are going to be also discussing in this year's summit. Following the summit last year and the period which we have between this 1 year, July 2023, we had the last summit, and now we are this year when we have the summit. India has chaired 5 electronic working groups on mycotoxins in selected spices, maximum level for total aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanuts, acrylamide in foods, monitoring the stability and purity of multi-class pesticides, and draft standard for coriander, and co-chairing 6 others. Code of practice for the prevention and reduction of aflatoxin contamination, management of unsupported compounds without public health concern, guidelines for safe use and reuse of water in food production, guidelines for the control of Campylobacter and Salmonella, standard for large cardamom, draft standard for vanilla in CAC. So all these, India has been hosting these workshops and conferences leading us to this summit. And through all these efforts, India not only strengthened the regional cooperation, but also played a pivotal role in shaping global food safety standards. And we take the efforts which we have been undertaking in these days and taking it to the new level as we join in this summit. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the traditional welcome which we have as our chief guest joins us. We have the Panchavadyam. The Panchavadyam, ladies and gentlemen, literally means an orchestra of 5 instruments. And alongside, we also have the folk instrument ensemble of Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, a very vibrant state of our country, and our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, is from the state of Himachal Pradesh. That's a traditional welcome to the Honorable Minister, sir, as he joins us. The folk musical instrument assembly of Himachal Pradesh comprises folk instruments like dhol, hudka, nagara, which are the percussion instruments. We have also the shinai, the kamal and the ransinga, which are all wind instruments of Himachal Pradesh. That's a traditional welcome to the Honorable chief guest, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and also of Chemicals and Fertilizers. Requesting everyone to be kindly taking your seats so that we can begin with the inaugural session. May I just request people who are just entering, kindly be taking your seats at the earliest possible. Please be seated. And please make way for the others as they join us in the hall. So ladies and gentlemen, a very hearty welcome to all our very distinguished dignitaries, the food safety leaders, experts and enthusiasts from across the globe present with us in this August gathering. A very hearty welcome to this pivotal event, the second edition of the Global Food Regulators Summit, which this year is on a very compelling theme, a theme that underscores a very strong message that in a world where our food crosses borders and where our food chains are increasingly becoming globalized, the need to build more safe, resilient, responsible, transparent, accountable, more harmonized food safety standards and regulatory framework, one that serves the needs of all the producers, the consumers, and the nations alike, is the need of the hour. And the key to building such systems lies in collaboration. A collaborative effort and approach is going to be required, bringing the nations, the policy makers, the scientific community, the industry people, the global regulators coming on one platform towards designing and developing these systems, harmonizing standards and building these systems which are not only robust and adhering to the standards and demanding compliance, but then at the same time, they're also flexible, able to adapt themselves to the evolving needs. So as we work in this direction, ladies and gentlemen, we stand extremely excited to be welcoming all of you. We have a huge response. More than 70 countries are participating and 30 international organizations. And must I mention, when we had last year our summit, when we started in Maiden, we had 37 countries participating. And this year it has doubled, almost doubled to 70. So that shows the passion and the commitment of everyone as we work towards ensuring food safety and sustainability, and that goes for a round of applause for all the delegates and participants. And as we take our discussions forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have some of the most influential leaders and iconic leaders of India present with us in this August gathering, leading us. So please join me, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite our Honorable Chief Guest, inviting Shri J.P. Nadda ji, our Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, our Honorable Chief Guest, requesting and inviting Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, the Honorable Union Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, New and Renewable Energy. We have Shri Apurva Chandra ji, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and Chairperson of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Inviting Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, the Officer on Special Duty, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Our international guest speakers, Dr. Samuel Godfroy, the President, International Union of Food Science and Technology and full Professor, Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Policies, Mr. Steve Verne, the Chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission, and Shri G. Kamala Vadna Rao, the Chief Executive Officer, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and Shri U.S. Dhyani, Executive Director, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. And at the very outset, we express our deep regards and gratitude to our leaders present on the dais who are shaping policies and these regulatory frameworks and further leading this summit. And I would like to request Ms. Inushi Sharma, the Executive Director of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, to please extend a hearty welcome and a green welcome to our dignitaries by presenting a medicinal plant. Welcoming once again, and please join us, ladies and gentlemen, once again as we welcome Shri J.P. Nadda ji, our Chief Guest, the Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, welcoming Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, the Honorable Union Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, New and Renewable Energy, Welcoming our Secretary Health, who's also the chairperson of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Shri Apurva Chandraji. The officer on special duty in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastav. Our very vibrant and dynamic international speakers, Dr. Samuel Godfroy, the President of the International Union of Food Science and Technology. And Mr. Steve Wan, the Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission. This green plant also brings in the commitment of India towards sustainable development. And now we mark, ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious inauguration of the second edition of the Global Food Regulators Summit as per our Indian traditions and customs by lighting this ceremonial lamp. I would like to request Honorable Shri J.P. Nadda ji and Shri Prahlad Joshi ji and all the dignitaries on the dais to please join us in lighting this ceremonial lamp as we mark the auspicious inauguration in our Indian traditions and customs, lighting this Mangal Deep.
Shatamanam bhavati satayuh purushah satendriya ayushyevendriye pratitishthati. Shatamanam bhavati shatamanakam shatamanam bhavati satayuh satayurbhavati shatamanakum shatamanam bhavati satayuh. Shatamanamiti shatamanam bhavati satayuh satayurbhavati bhavati satayuh purushah satayurbhavati satayuh purushah satayuh purushah satayuh purushah satendriyah purushah satayuh purushah satendriyah satayuriti satayuh Purushah satendriyah purushah satendriya ayushi satendriyah purushah satendriya ayushi.
So that's the reciting of shlokas, further spreading positive energy, and with the invocation and the blessings of the Lord Almighty, we begin our summit. And ladies and gentlemen, as we open this dialogue, inviting now Shri G. Kamla Vardhana Rao, the CEO of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, who as the CEO has been ensuring the implementation of the work programs and decisions adopted by the Food Safety and Regulatory Authority of India.
Sabhaya Namaha. Very good morning to everybody. Today's chief guest, respected Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, respected Honorable Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Secretary Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Chairperson FSSAI, Shri Apurva Chandraji ji, Officer on Special Duty, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Mrs. Punya Salila Srivastava ji, Mr. Steve Wan, Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission, and Dr. Samuel Godfrey, President, International Union of Food Science and Technology, President, Global Food Regulatory Science Society, and Mr. U.S. Dhyani, Executive Director, FSSAI. Eminent scientists arrived here from various parts of the world, scientific community from India, organizations representing food industry, representatives of the food industry, ambassadors and high commissioners, students, friends from media, officials of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it as my proud privilege and honor to welcome all of you to the second edition of Global Food Regulators Summit in 2024, this year coinciding with the prestigious World Food India event at this majestic venue, Bharat Mandapam. We just heard the resonating Vedic shloka, Shatamanam bhavati satayuh purshatendriye ayushvendriye pratitishthati, meaning every person is blessed with the life of hundreds springs in one lifetime and fully functioning indriyas, that is senses, during this lifetime and pursue the virtuous way of life, be it in the physical, mental, social or spiritual realms. Last year, GFRS 2023 was co-hosted with the India's G20 presidency, marking a significant milestone in our collective efforts to foster global regulatory operations. Today, we carry forward the legacy, reinforcing our commitment in strengthening food safety frameworks through collaboration, dialogue, and innovation. We are honored to have representation from over 70 countries, including food regulators, international research institutes, scientific experts, and multilateral organizations. Key dignitaries from WHO, FAO, and Codex Alimentarius Commission, along with other international dignitaries, would be joining the deliberations. The first edition of GFRS in 2023 laid the groundwork for today's summit last year. We had rich discussions on areas such as antimicrobial resistance, food emergency response, and standards of animal feed. The outcomes of these discussions have guided the ongoing improvements in our regulatory frameworks. On the global stage, regulatory frameworks are also evolving significantly. The US Food and Drug Administration in May 24 has launched a unified human foods program addressing the need of the ever-charging new foods that require agency to quickly adapt and to oversee the human food supply and related products. Similarly, the European Commission has proposed recently in March 24 new rules on plant health to protect crops, fruits, vegetables, etc. from harmful pests and diseases. These amendments aim to protect plant health more effectively. In June 24, Africa has established a Pan-African Parliament Alliance of Food Security and Nutrition to promote parliamentary action against hunger and malnutrition involving technical and legal experts. In line with India's commitment towards enhancing food security and nutrition, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, recently announced the release of 109 high-yielding bio-fortified crop varieties. This move is expected not only to improve agricultural productivity but also nutritional security by adding the contents of protein and vitamins, reinforcing the nation's leadership in ensuring sustainable and nutritious food systems. Our Honorable Union Health Minister, Sri J.P. Nadda ji, has been guiding and leading Health Ministry with his invaluable experience and leadership in this endeavor. As we embark on these 2 days discussions, let us remain committed to our shared goal, that is ensuring food safety becomes the cornerstone of public health and policies worldwide. Let us seize the opportunity to innovate, collaborate, and create solutions that protect and empower consumers everywhere. I once again welcome all of you to this prestigious summit. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone and the context of our discussions. And now inviting the officer on special duty, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, who has been also the Special Secretary in the Prime Minister's office and is going to be shortly taking over as the Health Secretary.
So, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, Honorable Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, dignitaries on the dais, global food regulators, members of global scientific community, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It indeed gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Global Food Regulators Summit 2024. And it is a privilege to be a part of this summit along with all of you, our honorable ministers and dignitaries on this dais. This summit brings together the best minds from around the world to deliberate on one of the most pressing issues of our time, food safety. As we convene here today, we stand at the intersection of public health, innovation, and global cooperation. So it is an opportunity for us to exchange knowledge, but it is also for a call to action for all of us to ensure that safe, nutritious and sustainable food is available to each and every individual. Food safety, we all know, is critical to public health. And in India, our government has taken several initiatives so that people can have access to adequate food, as also safe and nutritious food. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, we have adopted a whole of government approach here in India. In fact, it's a whole of society approach to meet these challenges. Food safety and nutrition are key components of the comprehensive ecosystem-based One Health approach that we have adopted in our government. Several transformative initiatives have been introduced in India. I'm sure many of you are familiar with these. We have the largest public-funded health assurance program, which provides health cover to 550 million most vulnerable citizens in our country for secondary and tertiary care hospitalization. We also have set up Nearly 175,000 primary healthcare centers across the country where we are focusing on health, wellness, including food safety and nutrition. So with these initiatives and many others, we are ensuring that health coverage, the fitness message reaches at grassroots levels. We have tripled our investment in healthcare systems over the last 1 decade. We are presently in the middle of our Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which is the Clean India campaign, the Eat Right India campaign, so that we can bring in the required behavioral changes also in the country. We recognize the fact that food safety is not confined to the national borders, but is an interconnected world. Our food regulators working on building a robust regulatory system. We are focusing not just on compliances, but also on promoting innovation in food safety practices. And I'm very proud to say that we are working on awareness generation as also capacity building of those who are at the cutting edge of the food ecosystem. We are targeting nearly 2.5 million personnel working in the food sector. So we really look forward to the deliberations of this conference. I'm sure that we will share best practices and contribute to improvement in regulatory framework as well as enhancing food safety governance. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and a very, very comfortable stay to all our guests from different parts of the world. A warm welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the various initiatives being taken by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the perspective of our Secretary Health, who's also the chairperson of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and with a very deep commitment to public health and also visionary approach to regulatory framework, he has been taking various initiatives. I request Shri Apurva Chandraji for his address.
Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, Honorable Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Chairman Codex Commissions, Mr. Steve Vern, my colleague Punya, President of International Union of Food Science and Technology, Dr. Samuel Godfroy, all the others on the dais, and delegates, international delegates from 70 countries who have assembled today for this second Global Food Regulators Summit. I welcome you all to this summit. This summit started last year as a part of the co-branded part of the G20 summit. And now this summit serves as an invaluable platform for fostering collaboration between representatives and stakeholders from both the Global South and North. We hope that this being the second summit, this will continue, this legacy will continue in the future, and we'll continue to host an annual summit of food regulators every year in Delhi. This year's summit is planned with the core objective of enabling food value chain stakeholders to understand different regulatory frameworks, create a platform for sharing information on food product regulations and safety requirements, and initiate dialogues on key food safety issues such as harmonization of standards, risk assessment, facilitation of international trade, and capacity building. Over the next 2 days, the summit will feature 9 thematic sessions covering a wide range of crucial topics, such as innovations in the global regulatory framework, best practices for robust standards, food safety and animal feed, nutrition, antimicrobial resistance, nutraceuticals, sports nutrition, new age food testing, and innovations in food analysis. As we can see, all these topics are extremely important and relevant, not only for India, but for the world. Especially antimicrobial resistance, which is being talked about in the entire world, and the UNGA this time also is focused on AMR. Nutraceuticals is also a subject which is in wide debate in India, and we look forward to the deliberations here at this summit. FSSAI is actively working to harmonize food standards with international benchmarks to facilitate trade and enhance quality control, ensuring consumer protection and industry growth. A critical issue which has been addressed is hidden hunger of micronutrient deficiency, which affects 2 billion people annually. The Government of India has made significant strides by fortifying staples like rice, which has been done recently, and through the public distribution system to take care of anemia, which is widely prevalent in our country. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is closely working with FSSAI to ensure food fortification reaches at the ground level. By involving the grassroots healthcare workers to spread awareness about food fortification, as Punya also mentioned, efforts are being made to spread awareness about the benefits to all those who are using these rice at the grassroots level. This approach enhances the acceptability and effectiveness of food fortification programs, contributing significantly to address micronutrient deficiencies. Technology is very important and essential for strengthening food safety systems. FSSAI has been at the forefront, utilizing the technology-based solutions for licensing, import clearances, audits, inspections, and other critical aspects of food ecosystem. Today, FSSAI is planning to introduce advanced versions of its food import rejection alert, that is the FIRA portal, and the upgraded food import clearance system to the second version 2.0, streamlining import management and ensuring faster processing. Moving ahead, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics will play a major role in the food regulation and taking it to the ground level. We hope that the deliberations in this summit will lead to fruitful outcomes, not only for our country, but for the entire world, with the minds from 70 countries assembling here. I hope the best, I wish the best for this summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the initiatives being taken by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and by the Health Ministry towards ensuring food safety and sustainability. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the perspective of a distinguished leader of the Global Food Safety Standard Community. As chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, Mr. Steve Burns' leadership continues to guide the world towards harmonized regulations that not only uphold food safety, but also foster international cooperation. Mr. Steve Burns.
Thank you. Honourable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, it's a great honour for me to be invited to address you as part of the opening session of the second Global Food Regulators Summit, hosted by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Government of India. And I see many faces I recognise from meetings of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which I chair, but this is a different grouping with a different purpose this week. So while at Codex we're used to hearing from agriculture or trade departments of national governments responsible for agri-food and trade policy, this is a platform for food regulators to exchange perspectives on strengthening food safety systems and regulatory frameworks across the whole food value chain and across the world. I've been a food regulator my whole career, and I'm pleased to be amongst friends this week. And so I look forward to hearing your perspectives and your priorities for international standardisation and harmonisation. And I can't let this opportunity pass without saying a few words to recognise the leadership role that our hosts, India, has played in the work of Codex and the Codex Alimentarius Commission since joining, as we heard, in 1964, just 1 year after Codex was established as the international standard-setting body for food safety and quality standards. India has served as regional coordinator for the Asia region, ensuring that the views of member countries from the entire region are represented at the Codex Executive Committee, and is also one of the small group of countries that host subsidiary committees of the Commission, in this case the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. And I'm grateful, extremely grateful, for the continuing investment that India makes into Codex. And our celebrations last year of the 60th anniversary of the very first Codex Alimentarius Commission meeting also reminded us of the contribution that India has made and continues to make. In the first part of that meeting, we had the unique experience of gathering together 6 current and past chairpersons of Codex, and it was a joy to meet there again Sanjay Dave of India, who we'll be hearing from at the regional conclave meeting tomorrow, and he served as chairperson from 2011 to 2014. And later on in that meeting, we elected members on a geographic basis to the Executive Committee, and I was pleased to see India elected in that role for the next 2 sessions of the Commission. And so in closing, I'd just like to say thank you to India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for appreciating India's efforts, working very closely with the Codex towards ensuring these food safety standards and aligning its work along with Codex. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the perspective of another highly accomplished visionary leader whose contributions have greatly shaped the global landscape of food science and technology. Dr. Samuel Godfroy is the president of the International Union of Food Science and Technology. He's also the president of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. We invite his views.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and participants. It is a great privilege and honor for me to represent the food science and technology community as president of IOFAST at this 2024 Global Food Regulators Summit hosted by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and the Ministry of Health and Welfare and all their partners. I would like to start by thanking FSSAI and the Government of India for your generous hospitality and for your leadership in enabling the creation and the sustainability of this forum. A forum that gathers major food regulatory organizations from around the world with such a strong representation from all continents, and that includes also representation from food industry, from academia, and from international organizations, is not only needed, but indispensable to enable the dialogue, the networking, and also to help us shape the strategic directions for the collaboration and for the efforts to address food safety, food security, and sustainability worldwide. Food science is vital for human survival and offers contributions to addressing 13 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. None of these solutions that food science and technology may offer could be developed and could be made available without the enabling power that the food regulatory community offers. As the global voice for food science and technology, IOFAST applauds the leadership of the Government of India and FSSAI for creating and sustaining this Global Food Regulators Forum as a convening mechanism where challenges can be discussed, where experience can be shared, and where collaborative solutions will be developed. The forum addresses one of the key objectives that our food science and technology community identified at the conclusion of the IOFAST UNIDO Future for Food Summit in 2022, and that is to support the development of regulatory solutions, to foster innovation, and to enable the development and propagation of new technologies supporting the availability of new food sources and processes, the reduction of food loss and food waste, amongst other opportunities to respond to food safety and security challenges. That is why when it comes to building capacities, we consider that availability of food regulatory science capacity is of crucial importance to accompany the efforts of investment in addressing the challenges of the food production sector, particularly in low and middle income countries. As a former regulator, I cannot emphasize the importance of these efforts. Now, this key driver has led to the creation of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, or GFORS, a disciplinary group of IOFAST dedicated to food regulatory science. This meeting of the Global Food Regulators Forum will no doubt enable us to discuss avenues of joining forces and of building the networks and the coalitions needed, aiming to further contribute to building competencies and capacities and to support the generation and availability of the scientific information that underpin food regulatory decisions. Through such enhanced capacities, we would not only contribute to strengthening food control systems nationally, but we would also aim to a collective contribution to the strengthening of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, the global food standard setting body, which remains our anchor and our global reference, and which would help us all build a more convergent food regulatory environment, serving the protection of consumers and offering a fair environment for food trade. Once again, thank you for the leadership of the Government of India. Thank you for giving us such a unique opportunity, and we look forward to the discussions and deliberations throughout this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very inspiring views and further appreciating the work of India as we work towards our shared goals and responsibility towards ensuring food safety and sustainability. And ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special video message from one of the most influential global leaders in global public health, who has been a steadfast advocate for improving global health systems, particularly in the critical area of food safety. Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General of World Health Organization. If you can play the message, please.
Honorable Minister Shri J.P. Nadda, dear colleagues and friends, Namaste. I congratulate you, Minister Nadda, on your appointment, and I thank the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India for bringing together food regulators from around the globe for this important meeting. Our food systems face increasing challenges due to climate change, population growth, new technologies, globalization, and industrialization. These challenges underscore the importance of food safety and nutrition around the world. Every year, unsafe food causes 600 million cases of foodborne disease and 420,000 deaths, 30% of which occur among children under the age of 5. At the same time, more than 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. The food regulatory community has a critical role to play in addressing these global challenges. WHO supports countries in their efforts to bolster food control systems and supply chains to improve nutritional quality and ensure safety. But just as food systems operate across borders and continents, so must national food regulators work together to address these truly global challenges. This summit presents an opportunity to work towards harmonizing regulatory policies, knowledge sharing, and the development of strategies to guarantee food safety and quality on a global scale. WHO stands with you as we work together for healthier and safer food for all. I thank you.
We thank Dr. Tedros for his message, inspiring everyone towards the responsible role which the food regulators have towards food safety. Thank you, Dr. Tedros. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting a visionary leader, our dynamic minister, who has the responsibility of vital areas of food and public distribution, consumer affairs, and also new and renewable energy. Honorable Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi ji has been a driving force in shaping policies that ensure fair consumer practices, improve food safety, and promote sustainable energy solutions. And all these, we know, are invaluable for our discussions today.
Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Chemical and Fertilizers, and our national leader, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, good morning to everyone here. Namaskar. I am very happy to be the part of this global food regulators, global scientific community, foreign dignitaries, industry leaders, members of academia, friends from media, and esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I congratulate under the leadership of Shri J.P. Nadda ji. In last summit of this global regulators, 37 countries have participated. This year, more than 70 countries have participated, which shows the leadership given by Shri J.P. Nadda ji. I congratulate all of you, Shri Nadda ji and his team, for organizing this mega event. First and foremost, once again, I congratulate, along with the Health Ministry, FSSAI for organizing this one of its kind global summit for the second time in a row. I am truly honored with all of you today for opening session of the Global Food Regulators Summit. This is a great platform for the food regulators to exchange the perspectives on strengthening the food safety system and regulatory framework. The Eat Right India initiative. The Eat Right India initiative is the prime example of their commitment for the consumer rights. Eat safe, eat healthy, eat sustainable. This is the mantra of the Eat Right India initiatives. This is the भारत के विरासत में भी ये हमको देखने को मिलता है। महाभारत में भी आहार का शुद्धता के बारे में दो तीन बार बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण हमको देखने के लिए मिलता है। महाभारत इट सेज आहार शुद्धो सत्व शुद्धि, जिसका इसका अर्थ है प्योरिटी ऑफ लीड्स टू द प्योरिटी ऑफ द माइंड। तो इसलिए आगे जाकर यही भी कहा जाता है आशितम अन्नम त्रेधा भवति, मीन्स जो हम आहार हम लेते हैं, अन्न हम कंज्यूम करते हैं, वो तीन भाग में बांट के देह में चले जाता है। एक तो रक्त और मांस बन जाता है, दूसरी मल मूत्र में चले जाता है, तीसरी बुद्धि और माइंड को भी विकास करता है। दिस इज व्हाट सेड इन महाभारत। दिस इज वेयर इफ यू कैन सी द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ Shri Krishna when he goes to the Hastinapur. Dhritarashtra tells Duryodhana, आप कृष्ण का भोजन वगैरह का प्रबंध करो। तो तब दुर्योधन दुशासन को कहता है, दुशासन आप श्री कृष्ण का आहार का व्यवस्था करो, प्रबंधन करो। तब कृष्ण वो पैलेस में नहीं जाते ही, राज महाराज युवराज के साथ नहीं जाते, विदुर महात्मा के पास जाते हैं। विदुर महात्मा के एक छोटे घर में वो आहार लेते हैं। जब कृष्ण को पूछा जाता है आप इतने बड़े बड़े महल छोड़ के इधर क्यों गए, तब श्री कृष्ण परमात्मा बोलते हैं जिसका अन्न हम खाते हैं अगर वो पाप का अन्न है तो हमारा भी मन विचलित हो जाता है। ये तो महाभारत में कहा गया है। ऐसे ही एक मैं उदाहरण कोट करना चाहता हूं। जब भीष्म शरशय्या पर रहता है तब 11 दिन के बाद, आफ्टर 11 days आफ्टर ऑन हिज शरशय्या, so when Arjuna and Draupadi goes there, when they reach once again to the Bhishmacharya, भीष्म पितामह बोलते हैं धर्मराज को बुलाओ। जब धर्मराज को क्यों बुलाना, ऐसे द्रौपदी पूछते हैं। एट दैट मोमेंट भीष्मा सेज, मेरे जाने का समय हो रहा है और इस महाभारत के संपन्न से पहले मैं धर्मराज को धर्म बोधन करना चाहता हूं। तो जब धर्म बोधन का बात करते हैं द्रौपदी हंसती है, शी लॉफ्स एट हिम। एट दैट टाइम भीष्मा आस्क्स द्रौपदी, आप क्यों हंस रहे हो? शी सेड, लीव इट। नो नो, यू हैव टू टेल व्हेन you are laughing. When I said I want to dharma bodh karna hai, when you laugh, then there should be something else. She was not ready to reply, but he insists. At that time she replies, आप अब क्या धर्म बोधन करते हो? जब मेरा इतना मान हरण अपमान हो रहा था तब आप कुछ धर्म के बारे में बोधन नहीं किया, अभी क्या करते हो? तब भीष्म बोलते हैं, भीष्माचार्य बोलते हैं, तब मैं दुर्योधन का अन्न खाया था इसलिए मेरा माइंड ब्लर हो गया था, ऐसे बोलते हैं। दिस इज व्हाट द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ द फूड व्हिच इज गिवन। शुद्धता के बारे में, भारत के आहार के शुद्धता के बारे में एक विरासत में हमको बोला गया है। इसीलिए फूड रेगुलेटर का अर्थ यही है कि वी नीड टू रेगुलेट द फूड। हमको शुद्ध अन्न दुनिया के हर व्यक्ति को देने का हमारा दायित्व बनता है। समय चेंज होगा, या महाभारत का समय अभी नहीं है, लेकिन एटलीस्ट द सेफ एंड गुड फूड, गिविंग द फूड, गुड फूड इज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ एक सरकार के भी होता है, एक समाज के भी होता है। तो जब भीष्माचार्य जी अंत में क्या बोलते हैं, उस समय मैं दुर्योधन का अन्न खा रहा था। दुर्योधन का अन्न मैंने कंज्यूम करने के कारण ये सब समस्या मुझे हो गए थे। मैं 11 दिन से मैं पूरा उपवास हूँ, शरशय्या पर हूँ, इसीलिए मैं अभी धर्म बोधन धर्मराज करने के लिए मैं सक्षम बन गया हूँ। दिस इज व्हाट ही सेज एंड दिस शो द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ द आहार। दिस दैट इज फूड इन दी और देश के इतिहास में भी, परंपरा में भी, फ्रॉम द टाइम ऑफ इमरेबल, द्वापर युग से अभी तक देखो यही वही है। इसीलिए आज भी देश में बहुत लोग जो धर्मनिष्ठ लोग हैं वो भगवान को उसका नैवेद्य करके ही खाते हैं। दिस इज व्हाट द सिस्टम व्हिच इंडिया इज फॉलोइंग इवन टुडे। सो इंडिया टुडे इज एक्सपीरियंसिंग ए चेंज ऑफ द फूड हैबिट्स फ्रॉम द ट्रेडिशनल फाइबर रिच and the seasonal diet towards the consumption of more packed and processed foods. जंक फूड होता है, ये होता है, प्लास्टिक में देते हैं। जब प्लास्टिक में कवर होता है, इतना डेंजरस हो रहा है आजकल। जो आजकल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के निर्देश के कारण कम से कम हम फंक्शन में तो प्लास्टिक बोतल, पेट बोतल रखना बंद किया है, लेकिन जो कुछ भी डिस्कवरीज हुआ है, रिसर्चेस हुआ है, इसमें बताया गया है जो वो पेट बॉटल में रखते हैं उसमें थोड़ा से थोड़ा, एकदम माइक्रो लेवल तक थोड़ा तो थोड़ा प्लास्टिक हमारा देह में जाता है। दैट कॉज द ग्रेटेस्ट हार्डशिप टू द बॉडी, बट इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट वी आर यूजिंग दैट, वी हैव शुड कंट्रोल ऑल दोज थिंग्स ऑल्सो। द सेटिंग द स्टैंडर्ड्स एंड द रेगुलेशन द प्रोडक्ट इज द प्राइमरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द एनी गवर्नमेंट और द सोसाइटी। सबको अच्छे आहार देना, तो इसीलिए पहले आहार भारत में व्यापार नहीं होता था, वो अलग बात है, मैं उसमें डिटेल में नहीं जाता हूं, बिकॉज दैट इज नॉट द सब्जेक्ट टुडे। तो इसीलिए कल भी मैंने एक फंक्शन में कहा था, हमको मित में खाना है, हित में खाना है, रुत के अनुसार खाना है. दैट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग्स. तो जब व्यक्ति पैदा होता है उनको दो विषय रहता है, कितना सांस लेना है और कितना खाना है. जो खाना है आप जल्दी खा लेते हैं, तो अगर 60 साल में जो खाना चाहिए वो 50 साल में खाता है तो 50 साल में चले जाता है, बिकॉज गॉड हैज फिक्स्ड कोटा फॉर एवरीवन. दैट इज द सिस्टम. So God has fixed, when we come on this earth, God has fixed something to us. कितना सांस लेना है वो भी निर्णय किया है, कितना हमको खाना है वही निर्णय किया है. तो इसीलिए हमको हित में खाना है, मित में खाना है और ऋतु के अनुसार खाना है. दिस इज ऑल्सो टोल्ड इन दी इंडिया के जो परंपरा है उसमें ये भी कहा गया है. एज ए सिग्निफिकेंट चेंज इन इंडिया फूड कंजम्पशन पैटर्न, द डिक्लाइन इन द शेयर ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ द, हम जो अभी इतने बड़ी मात्रा में व्हेन वी आर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग द फूड, 80 करोड़ प्रधानमंत्री गरीब अन्न कल्याण योजना में 80 करोड़ लोगों को, 80 करोड़ पीपल वी आर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग द फूड, एंड बाय दैट देयर न्यू हाउस होल्ड आर स्पेंडिंग, जो स्पेंडिंग जो था वो बहुत कम हो गया है, सेविंग्स हो गया है. क्योंकि जो धान खरीदते, वो धान खरीदने में उनका जो सेविंग्स हो रहा है, वो सेविंग्स के कारण भी आज भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के दिशा निर्देश में द सेव्ड एक्सपेंडिचर फ्रॉम द सीरियल्स ऑन द डाइवर्स इज स्पेंट ऑन द डाइवर्स फूड आइटम्स लाइक फ्रेश फ्रूट्स, मिल्क and milk products, eggs, fish, meat, etc. There is also a significant increase in the share of the household expenditure on the packaged and the processed food. FSSAI and our department have a crucial role to play to ensure the food which is safe, which is nutritious, and is being provided to our people. We are the world's largest producer of the milk, pulses, jutes, and ranks as the second largest producer of the rice, wheat, sugarcane, groundnut, vegetable, fruit, etc. इसको हम the need of the hour is, इसको अच्छे क्वालिटी और उसके अच्छे पैकिंग ये सब करते हुए हमको ब्रांड इंडिया को भी बनाने का हम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में और माननीय नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में हम ये भी काम कर रहे हैं. तो बाकी देशों को भी स्पेशली ड्यूरिंग द कोविड फूड एड एज द ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंट, बहुत कंट्रीज को भारत सिर्फ दवाई नहीं दिया है, फूड भी दिया है. दैट इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ द भारत इन द इवन द टाइम ऑफ द क्राइसिस ऑल्सो वी हैव प्रोवाइडेड फूड एंड नॉट ओनली फूड, इवन दवाई, दैट इज मेडिसिन टू द मेनी कंट्रीज. As Prime Minister Modi ji has said, the food security का मतलब सिर्फ पेट भरना नहीं है, बल्कि पोषण सुरक्षा भी है. In view of this, to help fighting deficiency of micronutrients like iron, folic acid, vitamin B12, our government is distributing the fortified rice under the various welfare schemes of PDS. FSSAI has played a major role towards the rice fortification by developing the testing protocols and setting the standards for the fortification in collaboration with the Department of Food and Public Distribution. Accredited testing facilities have been set up to ensure the quality and safety of the fortified rice products and the NABL accredited labs. All this has helped in building the robust rice fortification ecosystem and ensuring the nutrition security in the country. This massive effort reflects our commitment to addressing the nutritional deficiencies and improving the public health. Our government idea of ensuring the nutritional security and improving the public health is providing the coarse grains free of cost under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyana Anna Yojana. In fact, there has been record procurement of coarse grain and the millets in this year, that is 23-24. Our government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi, in August 24 launched a pilot program to transform the fair price of FPS into the Jan Poshan Kendras. These kendras, in addition to the distribution of the subsidized food grains, will also offer diverse range of the nutrient-dense commodities such as millets, pulses, edible oils, and soya beans at competitive price compared to the open market, addressing the nutritional gap among the beneficiaries. Department of Consumer Affairs and the food industry are also interconnected through regulatory and facilitative roles. The department is mandated to address the food-related complaints through the robust network of the consumer redressal system. For food products, the department handles issues of such as labeling defects, false advertisement claims, and other food-related grievances. The department works with FSSAI to ensure that the sellers provide standard quality food to consumers. For food industry, adherence to these regulations is crucial for maintaining the consumer trust. The department set the guidelines for the food advertisements and ensure the accurate information to the consumers, and is provided by the food influence to prevent the misleading advertisement and endorsement. Regulation under FSSAI and the legal metrology rules are harmonized. The rules are primarily intended to ensure that consumers are informed of the essential declarations like name and address of the manufacturer, net quantity, month and the year of manufacturing, MRP inclusive of all taxes, expiry date, etc. The quantity assurance is dealt by the Department of Consumer Affairs, and quality issues are handled by FSSAI. As per the Tiruvalluvar, with the famous poet and philosopher in Tamil, he says, if one knows the right measure of food, it becomes the medicine. Without the measure, it becomes harm. Similarly, the text Naladiyar, it says, Unnevu marannuttu unnevu. That means food itself is a medicine. Food itself is a medicine, and medicine is food. That is how we should consume. So purity of food should be the main goal of the society and the governments. Food safety and the food quality both are equally important to enhance the export potential of India, to make Bharat a brand in the global food sector. We all have to work together for not only ensuring the food security, but also ensuring the nutrition security while maintaining the quality of the food. Also, considering the huge young population of India, it is necessary to promote healthy food habits among the people for the healthy and fit workforce to make India Vikasit Bharat by 2047, as envisaged by the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. This is needed because the need of the world, requirement of the world has to be fulfilled, whether it is in the merchandise sector or it is in the service sector. It has to be fulfilled by the India in coming days, and under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi, India is going to become the manufacturing hub of the world, both including the food related items and other items also. At that time, we need a very solid, young, strong force that which should be healthy, to create that healthy force, healthy young force, which will be working for the next decades. We need to give quality food. That is the aim of this conference of the regulators. And I thank once again Shri Nadda ji, who is worked for the party for the last 5 years. Now, along with the party work, he is also looking after these two major departments and taking care of all of our health. And once again, I thank him for inviting me here and allowing to speak few words. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Very much, Honorable Minister, sir, for your very comprehensive and inspiring address as India works towards a healthy world, and also inspiring everyone from the ancient wisdom and knowledge and sanskar and sanskriti of India to eat right, to eat safe, to eat sustainable and eat healthy. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India is today launching 2 digital platforms. One is the Food Imports Rejection Alert Portal. This is a digital system for the exchange of information on food import rejections. The portal is developed for rapid dissemination of information to ensure enhanced traceability and transparency. And not leaving it to here only, further, it is an online interactive interface which enables relevant food authority stakeholders to take immediate action for the prevention and control of risk associated with the rejected food. I would like to request our Honourable Ministers to please launch the Food Imports Rejection Alert Portal with a click of a remote. The remote, sir, is on the table.
In our globalized world, ensuring food safety is more critical than ever. Introducing the Food Import Rejection Alert Portal, FIRA, by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. FIRA is a digital platform that streamlines the rapid exchange of information on food import rejections, for which alert is published on the portal and instantly shared with the Food Safety Authority of the exporting country directly. FIRA enhances transparency, enables swift action to prevent health risks, and keeps consumers informed. It's a vital tool for building trust and ensuring safer food supply chains. FIRA, advancing global food safety through cooperation. Together, we are making food safer for everyone.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be witnessing the launch of the Food Import Clearance System 2.0. This is a transformative upgrade to the existing Food Import Clearance System designed by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India to streamline and enhance food import processes. It offers a complete online solution with new features, automated and integrating it also with other relevant portals. Once again, I would like to request the Honourable Ministers to please launch FIX 2.0.
Introducing FICS 2.0, the Advanced Food Import Clearance System by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. FICS 2.0 makes food import clearance faster and more transparent by providing end-to-end online life cycle of imported food application with its user-friendly design. It offers real-time alerts, automatic updates, and a clear view of application progress. The system automates approvals based on key factors and integrates seamlessly with crucial systems like FOSCOS, FIRA, iSCAPE, and BGFT, reducing time and effort for importers. FICS 2.0, ensuring the ease of doing business with food safety in the country. Experience the future of food safety with FSSAI.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India is launching another initiative. As you know, last year we celebrated the International Year of Millets and taking the health benefits of millets to the world. So furthering it, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, in collaboration with the national broadcaster Doordarshan, has created a cookery show to highlight the rich flavors and the health benefits of our ancient grains, millets, which are celebrated in India as Shri Ann. Millets, as you all know, they are known for their excellent nutritional profile and minimal environmental impact, making them the superfoods of the future. This cookery show is entitled Flavors of Shri Ann, Sehat aur Swad ke Sang, translating into with health and taste. And they are renowned chefs of India like Ranveer Barar, Rakesh Sethi, Dr. Saurav Sharma. They share in their culinary expertise with the millets recipes in each of these episodes. They are going to be 13 episodes, as mentioned. 15 national Doordarshan channels are going to be broadcasting it, and the show will also be broadcast in multiple global languages across the world. I once again request our Honourable Minister, sir, both the ministers, to be launching the video.
Millets are आ रहे हैं श्री अन्न की रेसिपीज।
Millets are the true superfood.
ये श्री अन्न है, कोई साधारण चीज नहीं है।
न्यूट्रिशन के साथ ये तो बोनस मिल गया। आई एम मिलेट राजा।
आपको अच्छा लगेगा फ्लेवर्स ऑफ श्री अन्न।
Eat right, India.
So not only taking the flavors but also taking health far and wide. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the unveiling of the 6th edition of the State Food Safety Index for the year 23-24. Herein we are going to be acknowledging the top performing states for their outstanding contributions towards food safety. But before we proceed towards acknowledging and recognizing them here, we take a moment towards viewing a video on the State Food Safety Index, presenting you the overview of the key findings, the evaluation process, and then the significant achievements that have shaped this index. Can we have the video, please?
Introducing the State Food Safety Index, SFSI. This innovative tool ranks the food safety performance of state and union territories based on 5 crucial parameters: human resources, compliance, food testing infrastructure, training and consumer empowerment. By utilizing transparent data from FSSAI platforms like FOSCOS and FOSTAC, the SFSI offers a clear picture of food safety across the nation. FSSAI's commitment to setting standards and fostering improvement ensures that food safety practices in India are effective and continuously advancing. Stay informed, stay safe with the SFSI.
So that's the ranking of our states on the basis of the food safety initiatives they are taking. And now I would like to request our Honorable Health Minister, sir, to kindly release the State Food Safety Index 23-24 in the form of a brochure that celebrates the efforts and the achievements of our states in ensuring food safety. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the recognition to our states. And once again, I would like to request the Honorable Minister, sir, to please do the honors of felicitating the winners here. And we invite the top performing states, starting from the highest rank, to receive their award. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in congratulating Kerala for securing the top rank. And we have the Team Kerala joining us. Kerala's commitment to food safety, its robust infrastructure, and its exemplary compliance standards have earned it this prestigious first position. So that's the state of Kerala at number 1, being acknowledged for their efforts and being further conferred this trophy. Next, ladies and gentlemen, next we applaud Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, which has earned the 2nd rank for exemplary performance in ensuring safe and nutritious food. And at the 3rd position, ladies and gentlemen, the certificate and a trophy being presented right now to Tamil Nadu. And at the third position, ladies and gentlemen, Jammu and Kashmir. The state, the beautiful state of Jammu and Kashmir, having displayed outstanding performance in enhancing food safety standards. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special mention of the vibrant state of Gujarat. With an applause, we invite them here on the stage. Their significant contribution to food safety being recognized and appreciated. Each of our states stands so very different in terms of the food, but then all maintaining standards. Highest standards of ensuring quality and safe food. And now a special acknowledgement for the northeastern hilly state of Nagaland. Again, very different in its cuisine, but then ensuring the quality of food, safe food. We have the team Nagaland receiving the award for their commendable efforts in food safety in the region. Thank you and many congratulations to all the states. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we eagerly await the guidance and the address of our Honorable Health Minister, who has played a crucial role in shaping initiatives that safeguard the well-being of individuals and communities, addressing pressing health challenges and promoting effective health regulations. Please join me as I invite the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and the Minister of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, to be addressing this August gathering, inviting the Honorable Minister, sir, for his inaugural address.
My colleague, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Dr. Samuel, the President of Global Food Regulatory Science Society and the President of International Union of Food Science and Technology, Mr. Steve, Chairperson of Coders Alimentarius Commission, and Shri Apurv Chandra, the Secretary of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the Chairperson of FSSAI, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastav, OSD, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Shri G. Kamla Vardhan Rao, our CEO in FSSAI, and Shri U.S. Dhyani, the Executive Director of FSSAI. I am delighted to see such a diverse gathering and representatives of premier organizations of WHO, of FAO, Federal Institute of Risk Assessment, Germany, and Codex Alimentarius Commission, WTO, food regulators from over 40 countries, industry leaders, and experts from global scientific community coming together to discuss a topic of paramount importance of food safety. Last year in India, we had a privilege of hosting G20 Summit under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. The success of that event highlighted the India's remarkable progress and its emerging role as a global influencer. In alignment with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, One Earth, One Family, One Future, we launched the inaugural Global Food Regulators Summit in 2023 as a co-branded event with the G20 Summit. This groundbreaking initiative brought together global food regulators to discuss the challenges and the threats of our food safety system. As my colleague Prahlad Joshi ji talked about and recited the shloka from the Bhagavad Gita, the importance of the purity of food, it is also mentioned in Upanishads that when food is pure, the mind becomes pure. And when the mind is pure, memory becomes steady. And when memory is steady, all the knots of the heart, ignorance, doubts, attachments, are untied and one attains liberation. This emphasizes the importance of pure food in achieving mental clarity and ultimately spiritual liberation, which we have to understand. This timeless principle underscores the critical connection between food, health, and well-being, and will guide discussions over the next 2 days. The rapid globalization, technological advancements, and evolving consumer preferences are reshaping our food systems at an unprecedented pace. We face a complex array of challenges, from persistent foodborne illness to emerging concerns such as nutraceutical safety, novel foods, and the microplastics in our food chain, all while striving for sustainability. In this dynamic environment, the role of food regulators has never been more crucial. This demands continuous collaboration, relentless innovation, and a commitment to constant improvement in our food safety systems. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and FSSAI have been playing a pivotal role in developing standards, keeping in mind international trade, evolving food production processes, and changing consumption patterns. FSSAI has made remarkable strides in reviewing and developing new standards based on cutting-edge advancements in food technology. A notable achievement was the development of the millet standards, which was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister at Global Millets Sri Anna conference in March 18, 2023. We, harmonizing our food standards with the international benchmarks, this includes the National Action Plan. Here I would also like to say that the AMR 2.0 is aligning maximum residue limits and the pesticides with Codex standards and enhancing our global position in the trade. As you know, India was elected to the Executive Committee of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, allowing us to contribute global standards for spices and other products. India has also provided training of Codex standards to several countries, including Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, in strengthening the regional capacities. Building these achievements, the Global Food Regulators Summit 2024 presents an expanded platform to deepen our understanding of global regulatory frameworks and promote the exchange of information on food product and safety requirements. Over the next 2 days, our discussion will focus on crucial emerging issues that pose threats to the food safety and health. Friends, the pesticides residues in food pose risks to human health. India's effort in promoting organic farming and alternative pest control methods are steps in this right direction, but more widespread adoption is needed globally. Another key area of concern is the increasing plastic waste, which makes up at 80% of the marine pollution. Recently, reports have revealed the alarming presence of microplastics in humans. India's effort in developing eco-friendly packaging solutions are crucial for reducing environmental impact and ensuring these alternatives are safe for health. Government of India, with an aim to scaling up research across various sectors, including the food safety, announced the establishment of the National Research Foundation with a budget of almost $5.96 billion from from 2024 to 2028. Technological advancements have paid for a rise of new and innovative food trends such as plant-based proteins, insect proteins, and lab-grown meat. These novel foods present exciting opportunities, but also require rigorous safety standards and adaptable regulatory frameworks. I am confident that the technical sessions during the summit will delve into the latest strategies and research for combating these challenges. I am glad to share with you that we are organizing a regional conclave for Asia region during the summit to strengthen greater collaboration. Additionally, the CEO's conclave will further enhance cooperation between government and the food industry, promoting both ease of doing business and compliance with the food safety regulations. Before concluding, I must take a moment to appreciate every expert present here today coming from across the globe for showcasing a strong commitment to develop a safe and strong ecosystem globally through strengthening collaborations, promoting research and technology, fostering partnerships between governments, business, consumers, and other stakeholders. Once again, I wish you all a grand success for this summit. Thank you for giving me a patient hearing.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir, for highlighting the very committed and determined efforts of India under the leadership of Honourable Prime Minister Modi, ensuring good health and welfare of all through good quality, healthy, nutritious food. Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the inaugural session, I request Shri Uma Shankar Dhyani, the Executive Director of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests, and respected colleagues, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the Global Food Regulators Summit 2024. On behalf of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers and participants for joining us today. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to Shri J.P. Nadda sir, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, for sharing your profound vision for developing a safe, healthy, and sustainable food ecosystem. Sir, under your esteemed leadership and guidance, the Global Food Regulator Summit 2024 has come to fruition, serving as a critical platform to address emerging global challenges and shape solutions in food safety, nutrition, and sustainability. Honorable Sir, your insightful remarks today have set the tone for this summit and provided clear direction for the discussions ahead. Your focus on the critical role food safety plays in public health and India's leadership in shaping global standards will guide our efforts throughout the event. We are also grateful for the esteemed presence of Shri Prahlad Joshi sir, Honorable Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Renewable Energy, for his thoughtful address. His emphasis on protecting consumers and promoting sustainable practices in the food industry has provided valuable insights that we will continue to reflect on during our discussions here for the next 2 days. A special thanks to Shri Apur Chandra sir, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Chairperson of FSSAI, and Madam Punya Salila Srivastava, Officer on Special Duty, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, for their valuable contributions. Their focus on India's leadership in food safety, along with the need to harvest technology to enhance transparency, traceability, and compliance in food systems was particularly insightful. We also extend our appreciation to Mr. Steve Vaughan, Chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, and Dr. Samuel Godfroy, President, International Union of Food Science and Technology, for their important reflections on global food safety standards and the power of international cooperation. Your perspective on harmonizing safety frameworks across nations highlights the importance of collective efforts in this area. Furthermore, I would like to thank the representatives of food industry, regulatory bodies from various countries, distinguished scientists, professors in the field of food safety and food research, ambassadors, high commissioners, senior officials of Government of India, members of the scientific panel of FSSAI, from various food safety commissioners from various states, other state officials, heads of research institutes from India, and our friends from media. Your presence and engagement in the summit will enrich our discussions and will contribute significantly to the outcome of this summit. As we move forward, I am confident that the discussions we have today will foster meaningful collaborations and pave the way for greater innovation in food safety regulations. Thank you once again for your presence and contributions. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the inaugural session. Once again, utmost thanks to our honorable ministers and our distinguished global leaders and all on the dais for guiding us, for inspiring us with their views and perspective. And sure, it's going to be leading us to our other sessions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please remain at your respective seats, for we are going to be moving into the next session shortly. Please make way for the honorable ministers. I think it's been very inspiring addresses by all the distinguished speakers of the inaugural session, given us a lot of food for deliberations and further actions as we come together towards ensuring food safety, quality food, especially as food crosses borders, the need for having more streamlined, globalized, harmonized systems and standards, the need of the hour, and we deliberated in our coming sessions. So we are going to be starting shortly with the session on regulating good safety and security, bringing in a global perspective. We're just setting the stage towards this session. Just allow us a few minutes to set the stage towards that. Meanwhile, people, I would like to all the delegates requesting you all to kindly be at your respective seats, or maybe we'll take a 2 or 3 minutes of just a stretching break, a bio break, and then back for our discussions here. Once again, thanking all the delegates who have also joined us virtually. We have almost 1.5 lakh people who have joined us online. That's a huge number of people connecting with us. So thank you to all the virtual delegates also, and of course to those present here in person. So we have 2 sessions, pre-lunch and post-lunch. Once again, we are going to be having, in fact, we have 3 sessions post-lunch. There's also going to be a parallel session, which is I invite the CEO's dialogue. That's going to be in the summit room level 2. This is the level 2 where we are. Level 3 is where we have our lunch, and then we have a cultural evening also, once again giving you the taste of incredible India, this time through our dances and our music, a melting pot of cultures and traditions, a melange presenting you the Sangam, the confluence of our traditions, customs, through the various dances, classical dances, which stand very structured dances, and a lot of discipline is required for mastering the classical dances. But then we have folk dances, which is more about merrymaking, bringing in the very spirit of that land, of that state. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting with the session on regulating goods safety and security, a global perspective, requesting the delegates who are interested in being a part of this session to remain at their seats, and to all the panelists and the experts who are going to be addressing us, may I request you to be in the hall, and shortly we begin with the session. Just a request to everyone to kindly take your seats. We are starting with the first session. Please be seated. This is a session on regulating good safety and security, bringing you a global perspective. And post that we have another session pre-lunch, which is on antimicrobial resistance mitigation through inclusive strategies. We have national and international experts from 70 plus countries and 30 international organizations who are participating in this summit. Each of their views and perspectives stands extremely valuable as we collaborate towards a safe and a healthy world. Each of your work, your experience and expertise is going to be adding value to this larger vision with which India is cooperating and collaborating with the countries of the world under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a request to everyone to kindly take your seats. We are starting with our session, just requesting your presence at your respective seats and having the house in order so that we can invite our esteemed speakers. आप सभी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे कि आप अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं। हम अपना अगला सत्र आरंभ करने जा रहे हैं। As we start late, it's going to be then having a cascading effect on our other sessions also. Solicit your support in that regard. Kindly be at your respective seats, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? So we are about to begin our technical session now. I request everybody, please take your seats. I request everybody, please take your seats. We are going to begin technical session just now. bring them all here. लेके आ जाइए उनको सीधा. काका को. हाँ हाँ right. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I formally announce the opening of technical session. We are beginning with the session 1, and I very warmly welcome all of you. The title of the session is Regulating Food Safety and Security, a Global Perspective. So before I introduce the theme, I request all my leading speakers for the session, Dr. Takayuki Hagiwara, Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia, Mr. Steve Verne, to please join me here on the stage. I request all my 3 lead speakers to please join me here on the stage. Dr. Takayuki, Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia, Mr. Steve Verne. Okay. So, friends, we have heard all our leaders in the opening session, and we all understand that safe and secure food is a fundamental human right. In today's interconnected world, where food travels vast distances and supply chains span continents, the assurance of safety is paramount. Foodborne illness remain a persistent threat impacting public health and economies worldwide. Simultaneously, the complexity of global food trade demands robust regulatory framework and harmonized standards. So, for the first part of this session, we'll be discussing challenges and the opportunities presented by diverse regulatory landscapes, and our distinguished guests shall be sharing their best practices for ensuring food safety and security in their respective countries or at the global forums. A subsequent panel discussion will then shed light on the vital role of conformity assessment in upholding these standards in both global and regional context and in fostering the consumer trust. So without taking much time, now I first invite Dr. Takayuki Hagiwara, the representative of Food and Agriculture Organization in India. I am happy to introduce Dr. Takayuki. He holds a master's degree from Yale University School of Forestry and Environmental Studies. He joined FAO in 2003 and has been working as a natural resources management specialist for past over 25 years now. I must also share that Dr. Takayuki has been instrumental in the project that received FAO's prestigious Edward Saoma Award in 2013. And today, he brings in this hall his diverse experience of leading multiple international projects and teams across Southeast Asian countries. I thank you and welcome you for joining us for this session, Dr. Takayuki, and invite you for your context-setting address.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Takayuki Hagiwara. It's long, but you can call me Taka. It's like a Bangladesh currency, Taka, so it's easy to remember. As you see, my background, I'm natural resource management background, so I'm maybe not the right person, but I was given the roles to talk about in the conformity assessment, and I hope that I do provide you the good background of this discussion. And distinguished guests on the dais and esteemed colleagues and partners, it is a very privilege to address this esteemed gathering on this issue lies at the heart of both public health and the food security, conformity assessment for food safety. As food systems become the more complex and globalized, ensuring that the food products meet safety and quality standards is paramount. Conformity assessment is a crucial tool that supports government, industry, and consumers in achieving this objective. At this core, conformity assessment ensures that food products meet regulatory and safety standards before reaching the consumers. It includes activities like inspection, testing, certification, and validation of processes to ensure that the product comply with established safety criteria. This system provides the confidence in the food supply chain and helps regulators direct their resources efficiently, taking corrective action when necessary. FAO, in partnership with other institutional organizations, has long championed the need for harmonized and transparent conformity assessment systems to promote food safety across the borders. In this context, standards set by bodies like Codex Alimentarius, ISO, and WTO provide essential frameworks for implementing conformity assessment in a consistent and reliable manner. For countries like India, where food production system is so vast and diverse, conformity assessment is a vital part of the regulatory landscape. It ensures that the food safety standards are met while facilitating trade and consumer trust. Though India's food safety framework has made great stride in recent years, the challenges remain, particularly when dealing with the diverse and decentralized nature of food production system. The challenges are not unique to India, in fact. Many countries faces similar issues and they seek to regulate complex food system. However, what makes India stands out is its proactive stance in addressing these concerns, leveraging both national policies and international collaboration to strengthen its food safety architecture. One of the most pressing challenges facing global food safety and indeed India's food system is growing concern of antimicrobial resistance, AMR. This is the global issue that has significant impact for food safety and public health. The overuse and misuse antibiotics in food production, particularly in livestock and aquaculture, can lead to the development of resistant bacteria, which can be transmitted to humans through the food chain. If the challenge is not addressed now, we risk facing a silent pandemic where infectious diseases become more untreatable due to the AMR. The World Health Organization estimates that AMR could cause up to 10 million deaths annually if significant action is not taken immediately. In India, the consequences could be equally severe, with the potential for AMRs to undermine the decade of the progress in public health and food safety. This is where the conformity assessment becomes crucial. Through robust conformity assessment procedures, regulators can monitor and control the use of antibiotics in food production, ensuring that the food products entering into the market are safe and free from harmful residues. Effective inspection, testing, and certification mechanism can help detect non-compliance early and prevent unsafe products from reaching the consumers and each one of us. In today's rapidly evolving the food landscape, conformity assessment must also keep pace with the new technologies and approaches. Innovations such as blockchain for traceability, remote auditing, and electronic record systems are transforming how conformity assessments are carried out. These tools offer greater transparency, improved monitoring, and faster response time, allowing regulators to ensure that food products are compliant with safety standards throughout supply chain. For India, the adoption of these advanced conformity assessment technology can further enhance food safety outcomes. Digital solutions can provide greater oversight, ensuring that the food safety standards are maintained from farm to fork. This is particularly important in a country with such large and varied food production landscape. In conclusion, FAO remains committed to supporting the country like India in their effort to strengthen the conformity assessment system, adopt new technologies, and address pressing issues. As a part of our future collaboration with FFSI, we will work closely to enhance the country's food safety infrastructure through capacity building and harmonizing with the international standard and adoption of the best practices in conformity assessment. Together, we will focus on addressing the critical challenges while ensuring that the food products are safe and strengthening the regulatory framework to safeguard the public health. By working together, FAO and the FFSI can build food system that is safe, resilient, and capable of meeting the need of growing the population. Let us continue to prioritize food safety and through robust conformity assessment, ensure that the food we consume is safe, nutritious, and free from potential risks, an essential item that everyone must consume every day. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Taka. I take liberty to use the short name provided by you, and I'm sure the audience is now sensitized towards the importance of this theme. And there's a wonderful scenario today here on the stage. Not many would see a WTO chair and a Codex chair coming together on the same dais and trying to synergize the whole conversation around this much needed area of synergizing the harmonization of standards, the conformity assessment tools, and the various aspects of trade and standards and food safety. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia. Ms. Daniela is the current chairperson of WTO Committee on Technical Barrier to Trade. She is Deputy Permanent Representative of Permanent Mission of Ecuador to WTO at Geneva. Ms. Daniela has a degree in International Relations and Trade from the University of Ajuwe in Ecuador and a Master of Public Policy degree from the Australian National University. And I must mention that Ms. Garcia is particularly passionate about her coordination work for Ecuador on the dialogue on plastic pollution, which was also mentioned by our Honorable Minister earlier during the opening. And she's doing multilateral discussions on this subject for her country with various countries like Australia, Barbados, China, Fiji, and Morocco. And she's certainly a leading name in the area of conformity and all matters of trade barriers. And we are very fortunate to have her. And we are very, very grateful for making a very rushed effort and making it well in time despite an overnight travel. And I won't keep her waiting, and I invite Ms. Danlia for her special address now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alka Bravo, for your kind words. Good morning, everybody. I'm Daniela Garcia. You can call me Daniela. I'm very happy and honored to be here in India, this beautiful country, and with such a leadership in many areas, and in this very important area of food safety and food security. Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative to India, Mr. Steve Wern, chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius, Mr. Anwar Hussain Shaikh, former chairperson, WTO TBT committee, Dr. Patrick Wall, former chairman of the European Food Safety Authority and professor of public health at the University College of Dublin, Dr. Vincent Arbuckle, DDG in New Zealand Food Safety Ministry of Primary Industry, New Zealand, Mr. Roy Stevens, Associate Country Director in India of the US FDA, Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari, Chief Executive Officer of the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, Government of India, Professor Alok Dhawan, Director Center of Biomedical Research, Lucknow, Chair of the Scientific Panel of the FSSA India, Mr. Dr. Alka Rao, who made this session happen. So good morning, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies, gentlemen. I'm very happy, as I mentioned, to be here and to join this session with experts in the field of food safety and food security. It was enlightening this morning to listen to the Indian Minister of Health on how important food is for our public health and for all world well-being. Food is a fundamental necessity, and ensuring that it's safe is not just protecting human health, but also it is about safeguarding the integrity of our food systems, making sure that people everywhere have access to food that nourishes and sustains them, food that is safe. Two pillars of a healthy and sustainable food system are food security and food safety. Those are two concepts that go hand in hand and that are an integral part of the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations, particularly those related to zero hunger, human health, well-being, sustainable production, and consumption. Food security is not only about the availability of food and access to it. It is also about safe food availability and access to that food. If the food available to a population is not safe, it does not contribute to a genuine and true food security. Food safety is a matter of public health. It's a priority that surpasses national borders, requiring strong regulations worldwide to ensure the protection of consumers, of citizens, and maintaining the quality of food products. Food safety is not just about compliance, but more importantly, about building trust in our global and international food systems. In such a global environment we have today, where interdependencies are quite high due to maximize borderless trade, the flow of goods across borders is vital in sustaining economies and feeding populations. However, this also underscores the need for standardized food safety regulations and robust compliance mechanisms. When countries engage in the global exchange of food products, they are not just trading goods. They are trading health and well-being for their populations. Any lapse in food safety can lead to public health crisis, disrupt trade, and damage reputations not only of business but also of nations. How trade contributes to food safety and to food security? Well, the World Trade Organization, or multilateral trade system, has a vital role on food security. through its agreements on sanitary and phytosanitary measures and the agreement on technical barriers to trade, countries are allowed to establish food safety regulations, while also taking care of not creating unnecessary barriers to trade. It is important to recognize that the WTO does not dictate what food safety standards should be. Rather, it serves as a multilateral platform for members to ensure that the regulations are transparent, non-discriminatory, and based on sound scientific principles. The interconnectedness of our global food supply chains means that a food safety crisis in one part of the world can certainly impact other places, having terrible consequences. Therefore, it is imperative that we work towards robust and sustainable ways to regulate food safety and security. One way to achieve this joint collective task is through greater harmonization of food safety standards across different countries, also more regulatory cooperation to strengthen food control systems that can also facilitate the flow of safe products. Promote traceability and transparency is also very important, while we, of course, address core issues for our nations, such as nutrition and sustainability. Dear colleagues, by strengthening our regulatory framework, by cooperating, we are not only safeguarding our population health, but also we're contributing to a world where safe, nutritious, and high-quality food is a right, but is a right, not a privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniela. And it's my very special pleasure to now invite Mr. Steve Vaughan on the dais. He's been already introduced to all of you. He's the current chair of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, and he is a name so well known, and I'll not keep him waiting. Sir, please.
Hello again, everyone. I've prepared some slides, so let's see if we can get the first one on the screen. There we are. Thanks. And hopefully in this presentation, I can develop some of the ideas and concepts that Taka and Daniela have introduced to you. Thank you. Because in today's interconnected world, as we've heard, most of the food that we purchase and consume comes to us via global food supply chains, and global food trade is crucial to support and feed the world's rapidly increasing population. And our consumers in all of our countries expect, rightly, the food they eat, whether produced around the corner from their home or on the other side of the world, to be safe and properly described. And so in order to trade internationally and have access to markets for high-value products, our producers must be able to meet the national food regulations that deliver and assure those qualities in food for consumers. But complying with those requirements in export markets can be challenging, especially for smaller producers in developing and emerging economies. Next slide, please. And so the use of common, agreed international food standards not only contributes to public health, but also helps reduce trade costs by making controls predictable, consistent, and transparent, allowing food to move more smoothly between markets. And trade has a wider importance too. Trade affects a wide number of economic and social variables, including market structures, the productivity and composition of agricultural output, the variety, quality and safety of food products, and the composition of our diets. But how do 188 separate countries, all with different laws and regulations, agree the common international food standards that are so integral to efforts to safely and efficiently trade food products that are safe and healthy to consume. Next slide. There we are. The answer begins with the Codex Alimentarius Commission, or Codex. And so in the early 1960s, the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Health Organization recognized the importance of developing international standards for the purposes of protecting public health and minimizing disruption of international food trade. Their joint Food Standards Programme was established, and the Codex Alimentarius Commission was designated to administer the programme. And so back then in the 1960s, the founders of Codex were concerned with protecting the health of consumers, with ensuring fair practices in food trade. And they felt that both of these objectives could be best met if countries worked together and harmonised their food standards and adopted internationally agreed measures. Through harmonisation, they envisaged fewer barriers to trade and a freer movement of food products among countries, which would be to the benefits of farmers and food producers and their families, and would also help to reduce hunger and poverty. Lofty aims in the 1960s. Next slide, please. And although at that time the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT, which was the internationally negotiated post-Second World War instrument that gave rise to the World Trade Organization, although the focus of GATT was then on ordinary customs duties or tariffs, even then people were starting to think about other measures that affect trade, including regulations and standards. And so the standards that are codified in the Codex Alimentarius bring together a common understanding among member countries of what food is considered safe and of agreed and acceptable quality, which allows them to ensure fair practices in food trade and provide the assurances that their consumers seek. Even before the establishment of the WTO, Codex standards were constituting a benchmark for food trade. Next slide, please. The advantages of having universally agreed food standards for the protection of consumers were recognised by international negotiators during the Uruguay round, and so it's not surprising that the SPS and TBT agreements within their separate areas of coverage both encourage international harmonisation of food standards. And importantly, the SPS agreement cites Codex's food safety standards, guidelines and recommendations for facilitating international trade and protecting public health. And with the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1995, Codex standards and related texts became international references for food safety. And today, Codex is regarded as the preeminent international food standards setting body. So also looking back at history, and we look at Codex and continuity in Codex, our purpose is unchanged since 1963. It remains to protect the health of consumers and to promote fair practices in the food trade. And the development of global food safety and quality standards remains our core business. Next slide, please. So the Codex Alimentarius, or Food Code, is a collection of hundreds of guidelines and codes of practice and over 10,000 numerical standards that provide internationally agreed limits for additives, contaminants, and for residues of veterinary drugs and pesticides in food, all openly published through the Codex website without charge to users, along with a wealth of other resources to support implementation. Hundreds more standards are added each year. Codex standards are developed through this science-led and rules-based process for initiation, elaboration, consultation and conclusion, drawing on a system of FAO-WHO joint expert committees and ad hoc expert consultations, and as Daniela said, making sure our food standards are science-based. It can take 3 to 5 years for a proposal to work all the way from the top to the bottom and lead to an agreed standard. But we can move more quickly, and we do, when members agree that work is a priority and they actively engage in developing and iterating a text. And at the Commission, in a couple of months' time this year, we're hopefully set to adopt 2 texts, one on management of ciguatera poisoning and the other on food hygiene in traditional markets, for each of which we agreed a new work proposal only last year, and for those we've completed work within a single annual cycle. Next slide, please. So, standards matter for trade. Standards set rules that are clear, predictable, and equitable. And today, the harmonised regulatory guidance that Codex provides is often the basis for many countries' trade regulations. And even in highly developed markets such as the United States and the European Union, Codex regulations are generally the starting point for discussion about trade deals and regulatory modifications or new rules. And today it's virtually impossible for trade to occur internationally in any food that doesn't meet Codex standards. Codex also matters because of the beneficial economic impact enabled by these harmonised standards. With global food trade, the value of it approaching $2 trillion each year, Codex enables developing countries to trade more easily with developed countries where demand for products is highest. Next slide, please. But today also we live in a new age of threat and uncertainty, and we need to respond to the UN Secretary-General's calls to action at the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021 and the stock-taking moment in 2023. He reminds us that broken food systems aren't inevitable. They're the result of the choices that we continue to make. He called on us all to lead the way to transform food systems for people, for the planet, and for prosperity. Next slide, please. So we must think about how food safety, food security, and sustainability, each of which we've heard mentioned already today, are inextricably interlinked. We need to integrate our thinking, and we need to work together. And so that's a new problem. We need new thinking and new solutions. Next slide, please. The first task for us, I'd suggest, as food regulators, as food safety risk managers, is to provide useful food safety risk advice to those who are competent and empowered to make wider food policy choices that integrate food safety, security, and sustainability. And in the absence of any multilateral body that's established for doing so at present, for the time being, this is an issue dealt with at the national level, and it's those national policymakers we need to talk to and influence. We should play our part then for a search for a common scale amongst the various dimensions that would guide us towards an optimum outcome, optimising for food safety, security and sustainability. We should use our own experience of applying the risk analysis paradigm within our own area, food safety, to support those whose task it is to adapt that paradigm to the task of making food policy choices that balance a wider range of considerations. And I accept this is challenging. It could be transformational, potentially even revolutionary. And to succeed, we'll need to incorporate relevant learning from other disciplines so that our advice is both scientifically and socially robust. Central to this transformation of risk management will be the need to improve individual and collective decision-making processes. Learnings from a wider set of disciplines need to be integrated, including political science, psychology, and sociology, in order to develop effective strategies for the future and the challenges therein. In particular, I suggest we need to learn from decision science, which in the last 50 years has grown from a niche research to integrate analytical and behavioural approaches to now a mature field with its own learned societies, journals, meetings and websites that sit alongside those we're familiar with as food scientists and technologists. So how can decision science help? Next slide, please. For me, this was encapsulated by one of the long-standing great thinkers in the field, Barak Fishoff, when he said, and this is one of my favourite quotes, ideally, encounters with our work, by which he means decision science, will make people better decision makers, by helping them to recognise decision points, devote proper resources to them, estimate risks and benefits, balance intuitive and reflective responses, assess uncertainties in their beliefs, resolve ambiguities in their preferences, and defend themselves from needless regret, knowing that they've done what they could to make the best choices possible in complex, uncertain, and sometimes unfriendly circumstances. And sitting up there often as chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, yes, complex, uncertain, and sometimes unfriendly circumstances. But if we succeed, there'll be benefits for all of us. Next slide, please. And final slide. Benefits for all of us, from enhanced food safety to strengthened partnerships, from effective risk communication to regulatory harmonisation, and above all, a new ability to address the complex global challenges that face us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. It's been indeed a wonderful session. I thank all our lead speakers once again, Mr. Takayuki, Ms. Daniela, Mr. Steve, for sharing their thoughts on food safety, security aspects, and the symbiotic association of food safety and food security in a very organic fashion. And now I invite Mr. Uma Shankar Dhyani, EDHR, FSSAI, to kindly join me here on the stage. And I request Mr. Dhyani to express our thanks and felicitate Mr. Steve Vaughan with a humble token of very Indian way of expressing gratitude when a knowledge sharing is done. This is Angavastra, which indicates that we care for the knowledge that you have shared here. Thank you, Mr. Steve. I now request Mr. Uma Shankar to felicitate Ms. Daniela Maria Garcia, the current TBT chair. Once again, it is to express our gratitude, and we look forward to having some more wonderful inputs from Ms. Daniela during the panel discussion. And now I request Mr. Dhyani to felicitate Dr. Takayuki Hagiwara, who's been kind enough to accommodate our request and who's been here to share his thoughts on what all FSSAI and FAO India can do together. We thank you, sir, and we look forward to more interactions with you during regional conclave, which is happening tomorrow. And with that, we thank and request all our speakers to come for a joint photo. And And I invite my colleague Sakshi Pipliyal. And I thank all the lead speakers and request them to take their seats in the hall. And we shall be now handing over the session to Ms. Sakshi to initiate the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Good morning, one and all. As we embark on today's journey, it is my great pleasure to introduce a series of esteemed speakers who will each bring their unique insights and expertise to today's discussions. We are privileged to have with us today Mr. Anwar Sheikh, the former chairperson of the WTO TBT Committee, currently serving as Executive Director, Railway Board India. Sir, may I please request you to please take a seat on the dais? Let us all welcome Mr. Sheikh with a round of applause. Mr. Sheikh is a career bureaucrat with over 24 years of experience, having served in various senior positions, an Edward Mason Fellow and a Master's in Public Policy and Administration from the Harvard Kennedy School. So, I now call upon stage our first panelist, Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia. The chairperson, WTO TBT Committee, and the Deputy Permanent Representative Mission of Ecuador to the World Trade Organization. May I please request you to take a seat on the dais? Thank you. I now kindly invite our next panelist, Dr. Patrick Wall, former chair of the European Food Safety Authority, currently serving as the esteemed Professor of Public Health at University College Dublin. His research spans One Health, food safety, nutrition, and managing lifestyle-related diseases through behavioral change. Dr. Wall was the first Chief Executive of the Food Safety Authority of Ireland. A warm welcome to you, sir. I now call upon stage our third panelist, Dr. Vincent Abakal, the Deputy Director General, New Zealand Food Safety, Ministry for Primary Industries. In his 3.5 years tenure leading the New Zealand food safety, Dr. Vincent has led significant changes to New Zealand domestic and imported food safety systems. And he's presently leading a multi-year IT system development, which is changing the technology, underpinning systems that support New Zealand's export of primary sector products and the food safety and phytosanitary assurances. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon the dais our next panelist, Mr. Roy Stevens. I kindly request you to please take a seat on the dais, sir. Mr. Stevens is the acting Deputy Country Director in the FDA India office. He has been with the FDA for more than 22 years, functioning in a myriad of roles, including those related to human food, animal food, drugs, medical devices, and import work. Most recently, he was the acting Country Director of FDA in Beijing, China. Thank you, sir. I now call upon stage our distinguished panelist, Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari ji, the CEO of the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies. He has more than 3 decades of experience in accreditation, conformity assessment, quality assurance, management system, regulatory affairs. A warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you. I now call upon the stage our eminent panelist, Professor Alok Dhawan, currently the Director of Central of Biomedical Research, Lucknow, and also the Chair of FSSAI Scientific Panel on Contaminants in Foods. Professor Dhawan holds a PhD degree in biochemistry from University of Lucknow, a DSc degree from University of Bradford, UK, a visiting scholar, Michigan State University. Professor Dhawan started the area of nanomaterial toxicology in India. Thank you, sir. With that introduction, we now proceed with the session, and I now request Mr. Anwar Sheikh to please lead us through the discussions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you very much, and also thank you for introducing all the panelists. That saves a lot of time for us. Welcome to all the members, all participants here in this room to this first session, the first technical session of this summit, food summit. This is particularly on conformity assessment for regulatory compliance. As you all know, conformity assessment is an activity practiced by the government, the non-governments and other agencies with the aim of ensuring that the products, the food which are there in the market are compliant to the regulatory requirements or the standards. The regulators primarily use this as a tool to ensure food safety, with a big picture of achieving the social objectives of the state. Conformity assessment, generally speaking, is about the inspection, the sampling, the testing, and certification as well. And in some cases, it is the accreditation too. Today, this session is primarily focused trying to arrive at two areas. One is a comprehensive understanding of the conformity assessment procedures. Second, the harmonization of these conformity assessments across the countries in the world. We have an eminent panel which is already introduced to you. Without taking much time into the intro, I would like to set the ball rolling with the first question, which I would request Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari to answer. And before I pose the question, I would also request all the panelists to be mindful that we have a very limited time and there is a session following us. We've tried to do 3 rounds of questions, but 2 we would certainly want to get by. So the time is limited and I would request all of you to be mindful of it. Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari, would you be kind enough to take the floor first and answer this question based on your vast experience of more than 30 years? Which conformity assessment protocols that have been most effectively implemented in India? And what are the key areas where India needs to further have the development, further the development and the evolution of the conformity assessments protocols? Mr. Maheshwari.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to you all. As we all know, conformity assessment is very, very important for all sectors and specifically for the food sector and for the food safety. And if you look at the 3 broad pillars which are important for conformity assessment, is one is standards and regulations, and one is of course accreditation and the metrology measurements. So in India, we have, I would say, when you look at international studies like recent studies by Global Quality Infrastructure Index, which ranked India on rank 10 on the overall quality infrastructure, and on rank 8 on standards, and rank 5 on accreditation. So we are at par with any of the other countries, developed world, in terms of the quality infrastructure. But specifically coming to the conformity assessment protocols, I would say that inspection, certification, and certification, when I say it's both management systems like food safety management systems or other management systems, and specifically there are some international schemes on food safety like FSSC 22000. They're all well developed here, and product certification as well is well developed. But the areas which are picking up in recent, and of course testing is there, testing, calibration, which is very, very important for the conformity system. They're all very, very, I mean, say, developed programs in India, and the FSSCI is already using the accredited laboratories or the accredited certification inspection bodies in whether it's a food testing or doing a food safety audit for the FPOs. The new areas which we think we should be, which should come up is like validation, verification, accreditation program in the food sector. That's an area which should pick up. Of course, there are lots of certified people, training people, but then certifications under accreditation, that's another area that should pick up in the coming years. And I would also say that in around the world, some of the regulators do rely on the regulatory proficiency testing samples being sent to the food laboratories, because FSCI also impanels the food labs. So if the program can be initiated on sending out those proficiency testing samples by the regulators, so it will help in a more robust system within the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maheshwari. That was indeed heartening to learn that India ranks pretty high in the quality standards, and the labs across the world are also looking towards the accredited labs of NABCB and FSS. Let me now go across to Professor Alok Dhawan. Taking cue from what Mr. Maheshwari said, would you be able to throw some light on how critical is the scientific vigor in framing conformity assessment framework for nations, particularly in terms of collecting the quality data and also identifying gaps if there are any existing in let's say in risk management?
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. I think it's a very pertinent question that we need to dwell on. Two quick points. I think one, if there is good scientific data from anywhere in the world, I think that should be acceptable globally. Second, I think we should be able to identify gaps that are existing and try to move as quickly as possible to be able to get good quality data for risk assessment. And thirdly, I think as we move forward, we also need to understand the infrastructure that is available, especially when we talk of this region. I think it's very pertinent to see how we can create good quality infrastructure, because the data is as good as the infrastructure from where it's been sort of generated. So I think it's equally important when we talk of conformity across countries or harmonization across countries. It will be equally imperative to see where this data is coming from and how confident we are in terms of the science behind the data collection.
Let me quickly follow that right away. Is there any serious concern among the countries where the data is being procured? Do you have some regions, not intentionally though, but perhaps with lack of infrastructure, that the data from a particular region or a nation is not as reliable? Because this is food, right? At the end of the day, food safety is the apex of our discussion today.
Absolutely. I think you or Dr. Maheshwari alluded to it. I think the sample collection per se is very important. How long has the sample been before it was analyzed, how it was analyzed, how the data has been collected in the first place. I think whether the instruments or the equipments used were good quality, calibrated or not. for example, in the country as vast as India, if you look at different institutions or organizations that are performing these tests, are we having a sort of performance test among these institutions? So whenever there is an institute that's performing the test, is that acceptable across the country? Do we have tests for a single, I would say, sample that has gone through proficiency testing? And can we say that if the data is generated anywhere in this country, it will be acceptable? Although that's the rule, thumb rule. What I'm saying, is that possible? Then when we talk of countries across the world, how good or bad, or how, I would say, confident are we of the data generated? I think that's a question, moot question that we'd be looking at. And I think once we have confidence in the quality of data that is generated, then the risk assessment can be followed through across the world. I think that's not an issue.
Thank you so much. I mean, the question now continues. I would request Dr. Patrick Hall to throw some light on the examples and the best practices from the EU, where scientific risk analysis and conformity assessment procedures have complemented each other, particularly in the context of food safety. Dr. Wall.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. And firstly, I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me to Bharat. And there's a lot of changes in the world at the moment, and it's great to be in a country that's emerging as the #1. You're lucky that you have sane leadership, which other countries can't claim to have. I come from the European Union, and it's a good example for conformity assessment, because the European Union is not one country. It's 27 different countries, and we managed to have an agreed standard across the 27. How this happened was, in the past we had two major food safety crises, a dioxin crisis in Belgium and a mad cow disease crisis, and at that time we used to get legislation in proportion to the media coverage of the issue rather than the risks to public health. So that triggered a massive reform of food legislation and a farm-to-fork approach to overseeing the food chain, and we had a general food law. So the EU is 27 countries, but one single market with one food law. We developed a rapid alert system similar to the one that you launched today. We developed a one risk assessment body, the European Food Safety Authority. So not every country has expert scientists in every area. So we've shared the scientists across the 27 member states who work through EFSA. And then, most importantly, we developed a very strong audit and compliance team which audits the standards in the 27 countries that make up the EU, but also in third countries that want to export to the EU. So really, we have risk management based on scientific risk assessment. That's what it is. And we have several key pieces of legislation, but one piece of legislation is on the official controls that each member state should have and each third country should have if they want to export to the EU. Because you can actually export to the EU if you demonstrate that you have equivalent standards. So one of the things that I just want to highlight for us is that standards and harmonization of regulations is very important, but you need consistent enforcement, and that's one thing that doesn't happen. Some countries have better enforcement capability than others, and in some countries the oversight of the food chain is fragmented, with different elements of the food chain getting more intense scrutiny. So we have to treat equal risks along the food chain with equal oversight. So within the EU, because we're 27 different countries, we have elements of good practice that are worth copying. But food is, you can't have compliance assessment and harmonization with food safety similar to electrical goods, because in countries there's a cultural component with food. So you have to have be cognizant of that. But I think actually we have the fact that we have a single market, agreed food safety standards is for the 27 is the way forward. And the key thing is openness and transparency and clear communication, so everybody understands what the standards are, what the rules of the game are, and then you get good compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. That was wonderful. Two things that caught my attention. First one was that you said the standards that were brought together in EU for 27 countries coming together were preceded by a crisis, but we just hope that that shouldn't be the condition for every country to first have a crisis before you set the standards.
Well, I think it's important, Chairperson, that people learn from other people's mistakes rather than their own.
Yeah, thanks. The second point, which I thought was very profound, which is you said having standards is one part. The other thing is consistent enforcement of those standards. Both the points are very valid. Thank you for those. Taking this discussion further, let me move across to Mr. Roy Stevens to share his experience. What kind of modernization techniques have been adopted by the United States FDA in the implementation of conformity assessment protocols to ensure, again, food safety? Mr. Stevens?
First, I just want to say FDA appreciates the support and collegiality from our colleagues in India for the invite and participation in this event. Thank you very much. In regards to digitization and modernization, FDA has quite a resource burn in its attempts to do entry review and foreign food establishment inspections. We need to better identify where we can use our resources and how to use those resources to find problems and to make a better food supply or a better food supply for our U.S. citizens. And one of those in the import entry review area, we have a computerized system called Predict, which is a relatively complex algorithm that looks at all the food entries coming into America. And this algorithm identifies a risk score based on if it's a higher risk product, if there's violations, maybe from the region where it's coming from. And if it's a higher risk score, then we actually get a look at that with a field examination or maybe a sampling assignment. We also have we're also in the third phase of an AI imported seafood pilot program. This is one of the newer programs that we're working on. And it's one of the reasons we focused on seafood with this AI program as being a newer program is 90% of the seafood that comes into America is imported. So we're trying to figure out ways to use AI or machine learning to grow and to actually target our focus so we can do proper examinations or improve the food supply. This machine learning, this AI actually performs at a better rate than humans definitely, and even our predict system, which I just talked about. So it gives us a better idea of where to focus and how to drive further for a better food supply. We hope that this pilot actually will grow and build, and we'll use it as a base for other AI machine learning opportunities. Lastly, I know that you've probably heard of our new era for smarter food safety. We're working in that area basing on 4 pillars to reduce foodborne illnesses: tech-enabled traceability, smarter tools and approaches for prevention and outbreak response, new business models and retail modernization, and food safety culture. There's a lot in there. There's a lot online that you can look at, but I really want to stress that we're encouraging the stakeholders here and Indian stakeholders to, they're invited to participate and help us build this new era for better food safety.
Thank you so much. On the same topic, let me also invite Dr. Vincent Abakel to throw some light on what kinds of modernization, digitization has been adopted in New Zealand food safety and the implementation of conformity assessment protocols. Dr. Abakel?
Thank you, Chair. I'll offer 4 examples where New Zealand has invested heavily in the digitisation or modernisation of conformity assessments. It's perhaps one of the few silver linings of COVID was countries that were a long way from each other had to find new and different ways of engaging and coordinating trade. For New Zealand, that meant in some cases we were trusted by other competent authorities to undertake their audits and inspections on their behalf. And including to deliver those audits, we've engaged in a great deal of digital audio and digital remote verification. And the upside of that is that it has maintained post-COVID, and now we have continued to see that as a means by which New Zealand has interacted with other overseas competent authorities, and we're also beginning to deliver that domestically within industry within New Zealand. The second example that I would give is around the monitoring, sampling and testing. New Zealand's long invested in a system that automates the collection by authorised samplers, authorised labs to coordinate the collection of chemical, microbiological data, and more recently data on antimicrobial resistance. That provides a simplicity for the parties involved in it, but also provides a wealth of information to us as the competent authority to understand what's going on in industry and intervene where we need to. The third area I want to talk about is our investment in a new platform for international trade. We call it trade certification. We're halfway through a 3-year investment program. We've delivered 3 tranches, including, and most importantly, imported foods. The idea of the investment is to provide a standardized, interoperable, cloud-based system that will enable us to interact with the world and meet whatever country requirements there might be for certificates and assurance. I guess the last thing I want to comment on is we are seeing growing use of AI and machine learning in industry and also with third-party verifiers. Firstly, to augment and complement human inspection, but potentially over time replace that human intervention. That will require the world to accept different ways of inspection and integrate and have global standards that are based on digital machine learning inspection. That horizon has got profound potential to drive improvements in food safety, lower cost to industry, and improve trade. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. There was one common thread that was running between what Mr. Stevens said and you said, that is about AI and machine learning. But I would like to particularly ask you about one event which you also touched upon. That is, inspection through video auditing. That was something that New Zealand did extensively during the COVID times. It would be nice for all of us to know how did you find that to be efficient? We all know it was efficient. Do you intend to continue with that, or are you already continuing with that? It would be appreciated if you can share some more experiences on that. Thank you.
Initially there were challenges, just simple challenges of connectivity, difficult plants to move around, lots of concrete and steel. But once we'd overcome that and perfected the technology, both us and the Overseas Competent Authority found it a very efficient way of delivering the inspection and verification. We've retained that and we continue to grow that domestically and in some cases internationally.
Thank you again. Let me turn across to Daniela Garcia. She's an old friend and she's also the current WTO TBD chairperson. Daniela, what do you see as there are a number of challenges that one sees in the WTO, but what do you see as a key challenge for the developing nations with respect to harmonization of standards and conformity assessment procedures? Daniela?
Thank you very much, Anwar, and it's a pleasure to be here with you and all the panelists here today. And perhaps you can also complement any answer because you have expertise, and it's great to be here with you as a chair now of the TBT committee. So I would like to begin by making a broader observation. That is that different regulatory frameworks across countries and across regions may pose challenges for international trade. And this is particularly impacting producers and exporters in developing countries, from who, for them, complying with a wide variety of requirements may become prohibitively costly. This suggests that there is a clear need to support more convergence on standards and conformity assessment procedures across jurisdictions, and particularly at the international level. It is important to highlight that a cornerstone of the TBT agreement is the alignment of regulations to international standards. The use of international standards has indeed proven to be an effective way of achieving more regulatory convergence across countries, lifting unnecessary regulatory bottlenecks, and facilitating international trade. While developing countries are quite active in the international standard setting activities, there are still significant challenges to ensure that their unique challenges and circumstances are adequately taken into account in the international standardization activities. But actually, even the capacity, the ability to adequately participate in these activities could be a challenge for many developing countries in the international arena. So I think it's worth highlighting that even the participation it's a challenge for many countries. But product standards are not everything. Even when you use international standards for product requirements, a lack of consistency in standards for conformity assessment can create obstacles for trade, cross-border trade. Also, very stringent conformity assessment requirements increase compliance costs and limits market access for developing nations. I see certain convergence, and there's one good example where WTO members have common understanding and where I can see convergence, and I say that, and it's the ISO toolbox. Casco, I think it's a good thing where we can see a good example on convergence among WTO members, including developing countries. Finally, a key challenge is the fact that producers and exporters in developing countries, and actually in all countries, need the capacity to demonstrate conformity with the requirements for their for the markets, for the destination markets. And developing countries often face infrastructure and resources constraints, including limited laboratory capacity, for example, lack of technical expertise. I mean, there are several huge amount of areas, just the TBT agreement. I like to say that we don't have any scope with that agreement because there is multiple sectors, so technical expertise in a diversity of areas, and inadequate funding, all of which hinders the development of a robust conformity assessment system. So those are the key challenges I see. And of course, this is a very important issue for all of us. Thank you, Anwar.
Thank you, Daniela. That was very comprehensive. I do have follow-up questions, but I'll hold back because Sakshi reminded me that we are halfway through in our time, so more than halfway through. So let's move across to the second round of questions. Again, I call upon Mr. Maheshwari. This is slightly different. I wanted to ask him, how can small and medium-sized enterprises navigate the complexities and the cost associated with the conformity assessment? Mr. Maheshwari?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And in India, we would have SMEs into millions, and they would be spread across the country in all cities and rural areas. So it's a challenge for them to comply with the standards and to ensure conformity assessment. And it's not that every SME would have that challenge. So it's a diverse thing. Some of the SMEs would have the best of the conformity assessment systems in place, and some of those would be not having that much of systems in place. But some of the things which can be done for the SMEs could be, I would say, that twinning and mentoring programs wherein SMEs in a particular city or a particular area can be mentored on the food safety requirements or the practices. Also, training and all those capacity building programs would be very helpful. Most important would be setting up or maybe providing access to common facilities, test facilities, which would provide the food testing for the products and whatever the services that they give. Another thing which we can think of is with regards to the SMEs would be bringing them to a level at par with any organized sector through variety of programs that we have. And of course, in this digital area, we see the AI and ML. So, for example, everyone in India is having a smart mobile with them. So we have seen in some of the testing can, of course, not to 98, 99% accuracy, but testing simple parameters can be done through applications, and which can give them instant results and which can reduce cost for them. So multiple ways we can think of for SMEs. Thank you.
Mr. Vajpayee, that was very insightful. Mentoring, capacity building, access, and many other methods that you talked about. Let me turn across to Professor Dhawan. Professor Dhawan, based on your experience, what should be the guiding principle in designing conformity assessment protocols, particularly to ALOP and ALRA? What I'm trying to say is appropriate level of protection and as low as reasonably achievable.
So I think it's a good question again, and I must thank the chair that he is trying to bring in all the aspects of conformity assessments in a very nice way. And I think when you talk of these kind of conformity assessments and we look at the LOP or the LR principles, I think again it goes back to the point as to how you have collected the data, how the assessments have been done. Does it actually mean that it has a risk to the individual or not? We need to be very cognizant of the fact that if there's a presence of a compound, need not necessarily mean that it has risk to human health. But as we move forward, the more data that is generated, I think the more cognizant we become of the fact that whether a particular compound or whether a particular contaminant or an adulterant is actually causing damage to the human health, and that's how we move ahead with these principles, and we keep modifying not only the standards, but also the way we look at the risk assessment protocols. So I think, yeah.
Thank you, Professor Dhawan. Risk is the central word here. How much is the risk and whether it's a risk to the human health. In the similar vein of discussion, I would like to turn across to Dr. Wall and ask him, can Dr. you elaborate on the mutual recognition agreements in the area of conformity assessment with other countries? How useful are the codex and the ISO guidelines around the CAP in entering into such agreements? There are two things. One is MLRs and the international standards and how they are helpful to each other. Dr. Wall?
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. The mutual recognition agreements, they reduce the duplication of efforts and lower the barriers to trade, and they play a critical role in harmonizing conformity assessments and facilitate global trade. So things like testing, inspection, certification, accreditation, they have to be accredited to the international standards. And we have a word in the EU that we use as equivalency, which is actually any practices that deliver the same level of consumer protection. And we have two good EU, several, but two examples I'll give you. With the EU and New Zealand, we have an MRA for food products, and we recognize their respective food safety standards as equivalent. So harmonization ensures that the products are tested and certified once, but they're accepted in both jurisdictions. So this is the aim that we have to get to. We have a similar arrangement called the Compliance and Economic Trade Agreement between CETATs, between the EU and Canada, and again, we accept their standards. So harmonization is based on adherence to international standards. They're set by ISO, the Codex, and ILAC, which is the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation Standards. And so, and in some cases we have MRAs that focus on particular areas like organic certification or allergen labeling, whatever. So we also have an MRA with Switzerland for food packaging material, which is quite interesting. So the conformity assessment bodies, they're accredited based on international standards. So it's the only way to go.
Thank you, Dr. Wall. Reduce barriers and equivalence is what sticks with me. Talking about barriers and equivalence, I have a slightly longish question, and mindful of the time that we have, I would invite both Dr. Abakal and Mr. Stevens, both of them, to answer this question one of the other. One of the things that we always talk about is the consensus-based, internationally agreed guidelines on development of conformity assessment procedures, such as those developed by Codex. Some countries are hesitant to align their procedures with such guidelines. For instance, some countries do not agree to become part of the certificate of equivalence framework. The question is, what strategies or measures can be implemented by the member states and the international organizations to encourage greater participation in recognition of equivalence? I could perhaps start with Mr. Roy Stevens, and then can go across. Roy Stevens, you have the floor.
Okay, so equivalence assessment is one of the tools the FDA uses when we're looking at imported food products. It's not the main tool. We essentially rely on import entry review and foreign food establishments, but it's not to say we do not do it. And two that come to mind that we do have are our grade A dairy program and our raw molluscan shellfish. It does happen, but it doesn't always happen. If we do want to pursue, or if we want to work with a country for an equivalence assessment, the initial start is a contact with the competent authority and the regulatory authority to see where they stand and how they're applying that in their own country. We're going to look at your procedures, your laboratory methods, your certifications, and then we'll make an assessment on how well that marries up against FDA regulations or US statutes, and then how well that's protecting the food supply. If we want to move on further from that, we involve our technical SMEs, or subject matter experts, and it becomes a much more involved process where there's a lot more questions, a lot more consultations, there's on-site visits in the country, and we're really looking at the nuts and bolts of how everything's applied in that country for this assessment. And if at the end we feel that there is an equivalence, then we make a positive determination for decision. Market access to the US is actually pretty minimal. You really need to register as a manufacturer, and then you need to basically identify that you're shipping products in through our prior notice center, and then you can basically ship in. It allows us, it basically lets us know what's coming in, but it also lets us know who the manufacturer is, so we can actually follow up and take a look at them.
But thank you for touching on the market access point as well. I was hoping to ask in the third round, but then we perhaps may not have time. Dr. Abakal?
Thank you, Chair. As a small country that has perhaps little or smaller economic and political clout, we have learnt to be patient and persistent is the best way of handling things. So we work with the EU, as Patrick explained, and with the US. We have a very clear preference for equivalence, no doubt about that, but we will work with whatever country requirements they are, and we'll persistently work towards harmonisation where it's possible. But we need to respect each country has a particular domestic or political drivers that may shape the way that they want to trade. As a trading nation, we have to respect that, and we work with it to deliver that for that country.
Thank you so much. This would be the last question in this round. If I can look to Daniela, and I want to see your skills in keeping it short. What initiatives have been undertaken by the WTO to promote alignment of national conformity assessment standards with the international standards?
Thank you, Anwar, and I will try to be very quick with this one. So we have, in terms of the WTO, what are the initiatives that we have undertaken in terms of CAP and standards. So the WTO just adopted a new guidelines on conformity assessment procedures. This was excellent news, just March this year. Together with other decisions that the committee adopted by consensus. So these guidelines are designed to help regulators make informed decisions about the appropriate conformity assessment procedures, taking into account factors like risk, transparency, and international standards, as well as the development dimension. So there is a section in particular for development. The guidelines highlight, among other things, the importance of basing verification procedures on relevant guides and recommendations issued by international standardizing bodies. Happy to talk more about the guidelines if in another context, but just wanted to mention in terms of how the WTO support developing countries when we talk about infrastructure and capacity for conformity assessment practices, and there is a case that is very successful in terms of the Standards and Trade Development Facility, STDF, that supports capacity building projects for helping developing nations when we talk about food safety. But it is curious that it doesn't cover TBT, for example, and here my view is that there's a scope for improvement here. Why not extending this successful standard and trade development facility beyond food safety to other things such as nutrition and sustainability. But I will stop there rather with other questions. I hope that I answer those. Thank you, Anne.
One of the difference between the guidelines of the TBT and rest of the CASCO guidelines is in TBT they are only guidelines and they are not treaty, and one of the reasons they took such long to even to come that because people have the fear that it's a international treaty commitment. We are up with our time, but having had this excellent eminent panelists with us, I would like to have one last opportunity if any one of them are willing to take 20 to 25 seconds each and provide their last passing thoughts. If you're willing, otherwise we can call. I'm already getting notifications. Anyone up for it? All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you everyone. What a remarkable session we just had experienced. On behalf of everyone, I want to extend our deepest gratitude to each one of our esteemed speakers. And I now request Dr. Alka Rao, ma'am, to please felicitate the moderator and the speakers. Dr. Vincent, may we please present this token of appreciation? Can we please have a round of applause for the esteemed speakers here? Thank you. Dr. Dhawan, can we have the please line up here.
Please follow me.
Please line up here.
All of you, please come.
All of you, please.
One by one.
Come together. I now request Madam to please felicitate Dr. Dhawan. Anwar sir, Mr. Anwar.
मेरे को नाम की लिस्ट दे दो, मैं फोटो क्लिक कर लूँ, अकॉर्डिंगली सर्टिफिकेट अरेंज कर देंगे.
I don't have that. Dr. Wall, I'm sorry about that. Dr. Patrick Wall. Yeah. Dr. Dhawan, sorry. Dr. Patrick Wall now. Yeah. Please give a huge round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you so much. And I'll request ma'am to please felicitate Mr. Roy Stevens. For his time and all the insights he has provided today. Thank you, Dr. Stevens. And I now request Madam to please felicitate Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari ji, CEO BCB. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to kindly request Dr. Takayuki, sir, to please take for a group photo, and also Mr. Steve Vaughan. I would now request our respected CEO, sir, to please come on the dais for a group photo. Yes. I would request Dr. Alka to please felicitate Ms. Garcia. Can we have a group photo now with all the speakers and experts? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, sir, for your time. We are now moving on to our next panel discussion on antimicrobial resistance. And I would like to invite Dr. Amit Sharma to please take through the discussions for this panel. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and participants from across the globe. The sheer presence of the officials from WHO, FAO, Codex, WTO, Niti Aayog, global food regulators, risk assessment bodies, the research institutes, consumers, academicians, all on a common platform for deliberations on the session on antimicrobial resistance, mitigation through inclusive strategies, itself underscores the importance laid down by Government of India on this silent epidemic of the AMR. This session is in continuation of the last year's deliberations and aims to explore the innovative and evidence-based strategies to combat AMR. And for this session, I am privileged to welcome and invite Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India, for the keynote address. May I request Paul, sir, to please come on the stage. Dr. Paul is a globally recognized medical scientist and public health expert. He leads the health, nutrition and HRD verticals at Niti Aayog. He has played a pivotal role in formulating the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center Scheme, Poshan Abhiyan, and most importantly, Dr. Paul is also the nodal person in India for framing the National Action Plan for AMR. I could not find any person other than Dr. Paul more suitable for this session, sir. May I request Paul, sir, please. Sir, please be on that. Say about batting, and then I will call you again, sir. I am also privileged to invite Dr. Rodrigo H. Offrin, WHO representative to India, for the context setting for the session. Dr. Offrin comes with a rich experience of over 2 decades in public health, mostly in WHO's Southeast Asia region. His extensive experience and expertise covers critical issues impacting health of people in 11 member countries, including India. And thanks for joining Dr. Offrin for this session. And may I request Dr. Offrin now to set the context for this session, please. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I think some of you want your lunch. People are exiting. I'll be very straightforward with this presentation. The request is around how do you have inclusive strategies for mitigation of AMR. Next slide, please. Just a quick outline. We start with the fact that if we want to prevent and control AMR, it's everybody's business, and that means multiple sectors and the public as well. We move on to the impact of AMR. AMR as a global priority. It's also national priorities. Up until recent years, every country has been having a national plan. Safe food in national and subnational AMR plans. That's something I'll discuss in detail. And which includes this inclusive strategies for AMR mitigation. And lastly, a few WHO resources and the Codex Alimentarius. All right, so I think here it's very clear, and many of you would know this, but just to set the scene that from WHO's side and from the health sector, it's a human health issue. Misuse, irrational use of antimicrobials does have an impact on the health. It delays cure, it delays, and sometimes even causes death. In animal health, there is also irrational use of antimicrobials, as well as it is detected in the food sector and in the environment. The thing is that AMR bacteria causes disease in human and animals and are colonizers in human and animal gut. Now, AMR bacteria also spread through contaminated food and water. And antimicrobials used in humans for treatment and in animals for treatment are as growth promoters also. There is that misconception that in the animal sector, use of antimicrobials promote growth. So ingestion of antimicrobial residues in food and water can lead to the development of AMR in the gut flora of humans and animals. So it's all interconnected. So all sectors need to be engaged in this. That is the whole point. If we only prevent it in the human health sector, it will not work. The food sector has to be in it, the animal health sector has to be in it, and of course, environment. It's a bit distracting, my little dominoes there, but the whole point is that we have to have public demand around antimicrobial resistance. If people are not aware of what is affecting them, it gets more difficult to do prevention and control programs. Okay, the invisible pandemic of AMR, just a big comparison around the deaths in COVID. Around, this is a four-year data set. Of course, the first 2-3 years had the majority of the deaths. But in 2019, 5 million deaths were associated with bacterial AMR. This is the Lancet Burden of Disease estimate, of which, of that 5 million, 1.27 million were directly attributable to AMR. The Jim O'Neill review on AMR estimated 10 million deaths every year due to AMR by 2050. So we don't see it, but the number of deaths due to AMR are massive, if it's not even a pandemic by now, can be classified as one. What is the impact of AMR? First, on patients, on people. And this is, I go back to the message around the public demand. AMR causes higher deaths. If you are a patient, you might have to have longer treatment or receive antimicrobials or antibiotics that are more toxic to the body with more side effects, higher costs, longer hospital stay, loss of earnings. For many people who are daily wage earners, this doesn't just affect the rich alone who can afford treatment or hospitals, but also the poor. Within hospitals, it pulls back the medical advances that are there around surgery and cancer treatment, because the infection that happens along with it is not cured. So that, for the most part, people die of sepsis, people die of the infection post-surgery. That is always what the surgeon will be afraid of. But also when someone is undergoing chemotherapy, the immunocompromised patient may never get better from a simple pneumonia. Higher diagnostic costs, loss of revenue because of hospital stay, and reputational risk for a hospital. But globally, it is an economic issue. 3.8% of the global GDP, this as estimates of the World Bank, is lost to AMR. 28 million people go into poverty because of higher costs for treatment, and there's extra health costs to the extra cost to the health sector per year. It's $1.2 trillion. That 3.8% is the cumulative impact of AMR on the global economy by 2050 is expected to be $100 trillion US dollars. It affects industries, economies, including food exports. So I think all of you who are in the room know that it's a global priority, started with the WHO for raising awareness by 2011, for which 11 countries of the WHO Southeast Asia region started with the Jaipur Declaration on AMR, as old as that. It was revitalized by 2016 with the high-level Ministerial Political Declaration at the UNGA, for which next week there is the second high-level meeting reviewing progress in the political declaration at the UNGA. That's September 26. In between, we already understood that the issue is cross-sectoral, and in fact, it started with a tripartite for One Health, but it became an quadripartite, looking at AMR, in which WHO, FAO, World Organization for Animal Health, and at that time, 2019, UNEP was pulled into it. Of course, last year, in this very venue, the leaders' declaration of the G20 had a focus on AMR, basically to look at preparedness for future pandemics, and of course, access to medical countermeasures, but looking at AMR as a huge risk. So in food safety, what does unsafe food cause? It's 600 million cases of foodborne diseases and 420,000 deaths every year. That is an estimate from 2015. I don't have the latest. Contamination of food with antimicrobial resistant bacteria is common. There is a journal report from Foods. It's a fantastic report. 5,000 people died due to antimicrobial resistant non-typhoidal salmonella infections worldwide. That was part of the Jim O'Neill estimate. Globally, AMR is a consequence of the use, especially overuse and misuse, which we all learn, of antimicrobials in humans, plants, and animals. As I presented in the earlier slide, it intersects with each other. Activities to raise awareness in LMICs about the risk of AMR in agri-food systems are largely uncommon, and thus this forum is very important for us to be able to advocate further in this area. Okay, now I'll dive into the point of the theme assigned to me. It's the how do you have inclusive strategies for AMR in the food sector. These 6 pillars are pillars of the Global Action Plan for AMR, and is also the National Action Plan pillars for India's. A new version will come, but in all these areas, which are key to AMR prevention and control, there is a way to incorporate the food sector's role. So whether it's awareness and understanding, communication and awareness for farmers and food producers and consumers, education and training for food technologists, for example, for labs and surveillance, improved laboratories to detect AMR and antimicrobial residues in food. The lab tests are for very, very different types of contaminants, for chemicals, sometimes even for heavy metals. But to look at a surveillance system like this requires very strong laboratory component. Prevent infections. Prevent hospital-acquired infections. We already talked about that. The safer the food is, the less you will have AMR, as well as circulating in the community and environment. Optimize the use of antimicrobials. I think that's the secret. It's to use antimicrobials very rationally in all the sectors: human health, food and agriculture, animal industry, so that it doesn't even get to the point that it leaches to the environment. Research innovations, veterinary innovations, new molecules that don't use antimicrobials, and of course, a financing for research. And lastly, the whole governance collaboration. That's why this forum is very important, that regulators of food products all over the world come together, because it's key that the regulators' actions and implementations of policies and standards will stop AMR. Lastly, a subnational action plan on AMR. For all countries, it cannot be just one national action plan. All countries are divided into subnational areas, and that's where also how policy and standards are implemented can go well or go wrong. So a few examples in each of those pillars. Maybe for awareness and understanding, bring consumers, consumer groups, the public, and farmers into an awareness program. How do you manage antimicrobials in your farms? It's not to be used as growth promoters. That still is a practice in many countries. Labs and surveillance. Strengthen the labs to monitor AMR and its residues in different food networks. Prevent infections. Prevent the use of antibiotics as growth promoters so that it doesn't go to the food chain. Optimize antimicrobial use. Limit the free availability of antimicrobials for use in food and animals. There is a new guideline from WHO around this, which I'll share later. Regulate and monitor the use of antimicrobials in food and animals and crops. So that's something to include. Research and innovation for rapid, cheap, and detection of AMR. How do we test also if it takes too long is an inefficient control of AMR. Inter-country knowledge exchange programs for learning and sharing, as is what's happening here and then the next 2 days. Challenges. Farmers and consumers are not aware about antibiotic use, let's say, in the animal husbandry industry. And it's difficult to control because it is an industry. AMR residue surveillance, the sharing of data is also a challenge because there's a bit of a trust deficit. Unregulated animal feeds in industry. The standards are not mandatory for animal feeds. So how much of that is regulated? Are we just looking at the tip of the iceberg? Despite food safety regulations, reports of antimicrobial residues are still in chicken, honey, milk, and different products. over-the-counter availability of antibiotics without prescription for veterinary or agriculture use, and of course, sometimes in human health use. The ban on using colistin in animal husbandry. There's no data also on its implementation. So when there is a standard, there should be a monitoring around the implementation of the standard. Limited research and innovations on antimicrobial alternatives to improve food safety. It's another point. And collaborations on information sharing. Usually, this is through, what I know that is formal is through the International Health Regulations Network, but that's already a possible event, a possible foodborne poisoning or event that has happened, and that's a bit downstream. It is already an event. We are not really at the point where you are preventing something. Almost at the last, there are several WHO guidelines. These are available on our website regarding overall use of medically important antimicrobials in food-producing animals, restrictions of use of medically important antimicrobials in food-producing animals for growth promotion, complete restriction of use of medically important antimicrobials to prevent infectious diseases. There's a range and a list. Should not use critically important antimicrobials for human medicine either, to control infectious disease in food and producing animals. And we should not be using highest priority of critically important antimicrobials for treatment of food-producing animals. It's a range like this. There is a list of antimicrobials that are definitely not to be used, and those that are high priority, critically important, those don't get used in animals, and maybe for use only in humans. So this is the range of what restricted use and how strict you can be from one end to the other. Codex Alimentarius, of course, is the guidelines for risk analysis of foodborne AMR, guidelines for integrating monitoring surveillance or foodborne AMR, code of practice to maintain foodborne AMR, but the intersectoral coordination, intersectoral sharing of these findings is another important thing that food regulators all over the world, together with the human health, can work on better. I think I will end there. Next, in November, you have World AMR Awareness Week, as we always do, second week of November. It's Prevent AMR that Bharat and I wear. Also, I'll do a bit of a promotion. It's the 6 sectors. In the middle are people. Protect the future. Children are the future of every nation. If this is the kind of food that may be taken in, then we are not protecting their health or the economic future of countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Offren, for highlighting the long-term impact of antimicrobial resistance. And just for the information of the House, that Food Safety Authority has also started carrying out the antimicrobial susceptibility testing for all the samples which are collected for the import, for enforcement, for during our surveillance, or from the self-compliance testing by the laboratories. Feed regulation, we understand that it's an important area for us, and the recent proposal to the government for the amendment in the Act. So the feed will be regulated in the forthcoming session of the Parliament. The Act may be amended subsequently. We also understand the importance of awareness and collaboration, and for that purpose, we are joining hands with the FAO, with the different government and not-for-profit organizations to carry out the awareness programs. I will not stand between you all and Dr. Paul, so may I invite Dr. V.K. Paul, sir, for his keynote speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amit. Namaste, good afternoon. Excellencies, colleagues, delegates, guests. I am truly honored to be participating in this global conclave, summit of global food regulators. And I'm so happy coming from health background, that there is a clear focus on the issue of connect between food and the menace of antimicrobial resistance. My distinguished colleague, Dr. Offrin, has set the stage by giving us the numbers, giving us the burden, the issues that are staring at us in terms of, the survival is at stake, economies are at stake, and in many ways, very difficult challenges could unfold if we do not address the problem of AMR. Antibiotics have been a savior of humanity. Ever since the discovery of penicillin, a number of antibiotics appeared on the scene, and they helped us eliminate and control diseases and have contributed toward increased life expectancy, increased child survival in particular, newborn survival in particular, maternal deaths, and of course, longer healthy lifespan. But let me say that there is a true possibility that we may slip back to the dark ages. It's not a rhetoric, because the pipeline for any new antibiotics and the breakthroughs in that regard are not there for us to see, despite the fact that there are companies, there are academia, research agencies working on this. We will find new cures to address infections. We will. But then it is not readily visible for us to see a scenario where those technologies will be affordable, they'll be scalable. So very difficult days are ahead. And if you go with the estimate that we are hearing from the recent Lancet series, the discourse that will unfold next week in the UN General Assembly events, let's take the problem of AMR very, very seriously. And I also would say that global progress on addressing the problem of AMR has been modest, if at all, notwithstanding the fact that COVID hit us. And look at the number, 7 million deaths till date in COVID, and that was a pandemic. What about the silent pandemic? Every year, 5 million. Every year, 1.3 directly attributable to AMR, and rising, and doubling in all our nations. So I want to first add my voice to say that please, all of us, as Dr. Offrin said, we all have to be part of this action. And you as the food regulators have an onerous responsibility, and a very simple responsibility. Can you please ensure that the food that we eat does not have antibiotics beyond the acceptable, negligible, infinitesimal limit? That's what we expect you to regulate. That's it, in a very simple way. The food chain should not have antibiotics beyond a limit. That limit is only in terms of, some minor fraction. No business for antibiotics to be there in my food. Because if I receive antibiotics from there, I'm getting a daily dose of antibiotics. It's changing my gut flora. My gut flora, my other flora is becoming resistant to antibiotics, and should infection strike, certain antibiotics may not work. So that's the responsibility that we would like to enshrine in this panel, and I look forward to input from our distinguished panelists. Taking that as our mission as food regulators, what is it that we can try to do? Dr. Offrin has highlighted the 6 principles of how this problem can be approached. We talked about awareness, talked about lab capacities, detection capacities, surveillance, partnerships, technical advancement, and so on and so forth. We'll be hearing more about it. But ultimate job for us is that food has to be free of antibiotics. And you have the power to do so. My FSSAI in India has the power to make sure that doesn't happen. We need to put those systems in order. Let me say that there are 2 important developments in India which I would like to share and are a template for us as a start, and let us know and let us all discuss what more needs to be done. Firstly, we have launched One Health mission, where we are looking at health, including AMR, through the lens of environment, animal health, and human health in one prism. This mission is now being rolled out, and it talks about joint outbreak investigation. It talks about integrated surveillance. It talks about preventive measures, and it talks about response should the problems arise and as they are detected. We will use this paradigm also for AMR. Let me give an example here. One of the pathways for One Health approach overall, where we are, let's say, specifically monitoring viral outbreaks and other outbreaks, but also AMR, is to keep track of the antibiotics in the wastewater in multiple locations. We also have the potential of looking at antibiotics in the water that comes to the homes of people through our Jal Jeevan mission, through which we are providing tap water to rural households, and we will saturate all rural households in the next 2 years or so. We've already done from 17% to 78%. At the village level, there are women-led committees which look at water quality, and we can embed testing for antibiotics within that. It's one of the part of the thoughts that we have. So bringing in One Health approach to AMR, and this is the same approach which in fact the G20 declaration also indicated for us to follow. The second development has been referred to, that India is on the anvil of launching the National Action Plan for AMR 2.0, which will take us to 2028. And you saw some ideas onto that. There are 5 pillars. And I'm so delighted that FSSAI, and in particular under the leadership of our CEO, Dr. Kamalavarda Raoji, specific ideas have already been embedded in that approach, and the work is already unfolding. There's an emphasis on training of the food business operators, and training of the regulatory teams as well. We need to make them aware. Dr. Afrin said awareness. We should know that the food contamination due to processing and due to animal origin, where the antibiotic comes into the meat in a way, has to be known, and we have to be responsible. So as a regulator, we've talked about first and foremost the awareness, but more importantly, a deep commitment to strengthen the laboratory system for antibiotics, antibiotic testing, antibiotic characterization, sensitivity characterization, and then from then on, genomic sequencing as well. We are committing, FSSAI is committing for annual pan-India AMR AST surveillance for dairy, meat, poultry, fish, and so on, testing of imported and commercial samples, antimicrobial susceptible testing using very advanced assays and also involving AI and ML, etc., and sharing data, very important, that we must, wherever testing and surveillance happens, animal kingdom, environment, food, it must all come together for us for a concerted response, and that's one commitment that FSSAI has truly made. They are looking at the global pathways, global guidance in this regard, and in particular, guidance on how and which antibiotics, the listing of which, using the list of which action will be unfolded. So very proud of the fact that FSSAI has risen to the occasion as a part and parcel of the NAP AMR of India, to which 16 ministries, departments have signed in an integrated way, and we had the privilege of bringing all the sectors together, and also now it will also be reaching out to the state machinery and the private sector and so on. So we are looking at it holistically, and my regulator is really rising to the occasion. In the panel discussion that would unfold, we would like to hear from our esteemed panelists how international cooperation in this regard can be escalated, can be intensified, can be mainstreamed, because food travels borders as well. It matters. And how we particularly would be listening to your conversation, how we would like to rise to the occasion, because we mean serious business in this regard. We would also like to know how technical support and emerging technologies can be together, A, developed, and B, utilized on scale, and where, how India can develop those technologies, because we have a R&D and startup ecosystem. If technologies are required, the mitigation measures are required, we would be happy to work in this area. We would also like to emphasize that India is has a strong traditional medicine system in the country, which has looked after our population for thousands of years, and we believe there are potential drugs and formulations from our herbs, from our flora, that could be useful in preventing infection. For us, this will be an important area to also think how prevention can be brought in, and also in some ways in the food chain, if there could be a role of salt to mainstream the use of Ayush technologies to push back the antimicrobial resistance. But I stand here first and foremost in conclusion to say AMR is staring at us. We could slip back into dark ages where loss of lives would happen. And this could happen to not just the poor, which will suffer more, but also to the richest. It will happen in not just simple facilities, but also in the most sophisticated hospitals. It's not easy to eventually handle antibiotic-resistant infections. I have been lifelong doctor. I plead that we stand up for prevention. We stand up for having food that is safe from antibiotics. That's my plea. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thanks a lot, sir, for highlighting this invisible epidemic, as has been said by Dr. Offrin. And in fact, I myself is a personal victim of AMR. When last year my 5-year son was admitted to hospital for pyrexia of unknown origin, and doctors were keep on administering the different doses of antibiotics of different generations, and finally they end up administering him meropenem and vancomycin. So they don't know whether it worked or fever subsides on its own, but yes, AMR is there and we have to understand its reality. May I now request Dr. Alka Rao to please come on the stage to felicitate Dr. V.K. Paul and Dr. Offrin for their valuable insight on this session. Thank you. And Dr. Offrin has been kind enough to give a brooches for the Prevent AMR, which has been kept on the tables for the panelists, so they can wear it. I am wearing one. And may I request Dhyani sir also to please come on the stage for a group photo, please, sir. Thank you. So may I request my colleague Pankaj to please take over the dais and invite the panelists. And thanks a lot to Dr. Paul sir and Dr. Offrin to remain in the panel discussion, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we are now entering into the exciting segment of panel discussion of our session on antimicrobial resistance mitigation through inclusive strategies. So to moderate today's session, we are privileged to have Dr. Sridhar Dharmapuri with us. I now invite him on the stage. Welcome, sir. Dr. Sridhar serves as the Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok. He works towards enhancing food control systems in Southeast African region. Now I would like to invite our panelist, Mr. Satish Musa, on the stage. Sir, please come to stage. Dr. Musa serves as the Deputy Director General at Maldives Food and Drug Authority, and he oversees the regulatory framework for food and medicines in the Maldives. Sir, welcome, warm welcome. Now, I call on the stage our next panelist, Mr. Milo Brisky. Sir, please come on the stage. He is the Regional AMR Private Sector Food Safety Specialist at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific at Bangkok. He has been actively involved in capacity building programs on AMR in the Southeast Asian region. Welcome, sir. Now I welcome our next panelist, Dr. Haley Pamo, on the stage. She serves as Sector Counselor for Food and Agriculture at the Royal Danish Embassy at New Delhi. Previously, she worked at the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I pleased to invite Dr. Annalisa Jeja on the stage. She serves as an expert in agriculture and food sector at the Embassy of Italy to India. A warm welcome, ma'am. I now call on the stage our next panelist, Professor Vikas Medi. He is a pharmacology expert and coordinator of Pharmacovigilance Center at PGI Chandigarh. He also serves as the chairperson of FSSAI Scientific Panel on Antibiotic Residues. Warm welcome, sir. We will now proceed with the session. I now hand over the stage to Dr. Sridhar Dharmapuri to lead us through the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel discussion on antimicrobial resistance. First, we'd like to thank Mr. V.K. Paul and Dr. Offrin for staying on to listen to us. We are also aware that we are standing between you and lunch, so we will try and make this session as efficient as possible. And we have an excellent panel, and they are all aware of the key actions that they need to do over the next 30-40 minutes. So our discussion here today on antimicrobial resistance will focus on several key areas. So we will look at challenges and solutions, some of which were covered in both the excellent presentations that we heard today. We'll also be looking at what's happening at the national, regional, and global level, and how different strategies are being implemented. And we actually have a diversity of countries who are represented. So we have a small island country, a small island developing state, as in the Maldives. We have developed countries, which include Denmark and Italy. We also have the regional perspective from FAO, and also a deep national perspective from India. So let's get straight to business so that we can get into some of the issues that we really want to hear, and what Dr. Paul said are very, very concerning, and what is everybody doing about it. So I'll start with Milo. So Milo Bistriki, he's from actually my office, the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and he works in the One Health team. So Milo, given that what WHO has just highlighted in terms of the AMR threat, what is FAO's perspective, and what do you think are the strategies that we should be implementing in the Asian region? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me put on the table some predictions from the WHO and the World Bank. Some of them was already mentioned by our colleagues. So yeah, the gravity of the AMR is intense. So the estimates are about by 2050, around 10 million people well, 10 million deaths due to the AMR. The economic burden by 2050 is estimated to be 100 trillion US dollars. For the global GDP, there is a decrease between 2 to 4%, and the same also for the animal production, between 2.5 up to 7%. According to the World Organization for Animal Health and their database on the antimicrobial use, Animuse reported that nowadays there are roughly more than 85,000 tons antimicrobials used. And according to the prediction from the OECD, by 2030 it's going to be over 100,000 tons. So up to 80% of the antimicrobials used in the animals are excreted non-metabolized, which has a potential effect and a straight effect on the environment. And many antimicrobials used in the food animals are important also in the human. So AMR is a cross-cutting issue involving human health, animal health and production, food and feed safety, crop production, and the environment. The FAO Global Vision and respond to this challenge, realizing the four betters: better production, better nutrition, environment, and life, supports countries to strengthen their capacities and capabilities to manage the AMR risk in line with the 5 objectives of the FAO Action Plan that supports global action plan, highlighting the necessity of adopting One Health approach. FAO works closely with the colleagues from the WHO, VOA, and the UNEP in a quadripartite. In a common joint response to the AMR. Responding to the international request to prevent future pandemics and to promote sustainability through One Health approach, a quadripartite developed One Health Joint Plan of Action, a commitment of 4 organizations to collectively support the implementation of One Health within its 6 action tracks along the animal, human, plant, and the environment interface. At the FAO office, in the regional office in Asia and Pacific, we support countries to adopt One Health approach and support various initiatives and strategies around awareness raising and engagement, surveillance and research, promote prudent use and good agricultural practices, and the governance, bearing in mind 5 strategies to understand the regional context, to develop and apply and support development and implementation of the tools and mechanism, support and facilitate the partnership, and sustain implementation that could help to create AMR policies in the countries of the region. So let me just put it in the 5 key messages in terms of the strategies. So important is to improve intersectoral collaboration and coordination. So balanced contribution of all sectors and the sectoral accountability towards the AMR mitigation. Reduced usage and promote prudent use. Promotes research and innovation, namely to connect research capacities in the search for new alternatives, new antibiotics, new ATB therapies, and of course it was already mentioned, and bioactive compounds. This goes hand in hand with the transformation of the agri-food system to promote good agricultural practices, good farming practices, responsible use, which I will reflect to the currently released initiatives, launch initiatives of the FAO Rhino Farm. And the last, promote the collaboration with the private sector and promote public-private partnership to involve private sector in the AMR. Thank you.
Thank you, Milo. So thank you for also introducing the quadripartite, which is a key partnership in the fight against AMR, and of course the 5 key messages that he gave at the end. So Milo is actually a communications person, so those of you who want smart messages being synthesized, please do get in touch with him. So next we go to actually hearing from one of the countries who are here on the panel. So Dr. Satish Musa is the Deputy Director General, Ministry of Health, Maldives. So Dr. Musa, what are the expectations from current policies which are addressing AMR in the Maldives, and what challenges do you face?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, under the AMR policy of Maldives, a national action plan was produced, and then we have implemented from 2017 until 2022, and it has been reviewed recently. It was aligned with the global action plan on AMR, including raising awareness, strengthening surveillance, infection prevention and control, optimal use of antimicrobials, and fostering research and innovation. Based on what we have learned from this action plan, we are now all set for a new action plan, which will be implemented from 24 to 29. Under the previous action plan, a national steering committee was formed, and also the Maldives Food and Drug Authority, the institution that I'm representing, was established as a focal point. And on the governance, we have tried to establish a national AMR coordination unit in the MFDA, which is Food and Drug Authority, but we are still in the process of doing so. And on surveillance, it has been initiated, but for animal and environmental sectors, it still remains underdeveloped. On the regulation of antimicrobial importation, it is regulated through the medicines regulation, and also same for the veterinary medicines. And for the infection prevention and control measures, it is improved across sectors, which includes training and development of guidelines to prevent the spread of multi-drug resistant organisms. But with this, I would like to mention the challenges that we have. So despite all these efforts, progress have been hindered by the gaps in leadership, inconsistent funding, and the absence of staff exclusively working for AMR programs. So therefore, it's limiting the full implementation of the National Action Plan, and we look forward to look into these challenges and not repeat that in the coming new National Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musa. So very eloquently covered some of the key challenges, and especially some with the surveillance part. So some technical and scientific assistance is what could be discussed here. So from Maldives, we go to one of the countries in Europe who are here. So Dr. Hel Palmer, Counselor, Food and Agriculture from the Royal Embassy, Danish Embassy in New Delhi. The question for you is, can you please provide an overview of your initiative, which is called DanMap?
Yes, thank you. So thank you to EFSI for organizing this important and engaging summit for global food regulators. I'm very pleased to be here today. Thank you. I will come to your question, of course, but I can say first that generally the approach in Denmark, which is a part of EU, is that any use of antibiotics bears with it, comes with a risk of resistance. So focus is, of course, to reducing crude use of critical important antimicrobials is reserved for humans, and of course surveillance of antimicrobial use and resistance is important. And the last focus is what Denmark is about. So what you see on the screen behind me is a poster showing Denmark. I can say Denmark was established in 1995, and it's a collaboration between the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration, a little bit comparable to FSSAI here in India, the State and Serum Institute, which is comparable to NCDC almost, I would say, and then the National Food Institute, which is basically the Danish technical university, or one of them, in Copenhagen. So the goal of this DanMap is to monitor antimicrobial use and resistance in humans, animals, and food. So it monitors AMR in both zoonotic and conventional bacteria in Denmark. Yes, so if you have a look at the screen, please, I'll just briefly run through this. At the top left, you will see that the sources that provide data on antibiotic use in animal productions. This will be like pharmacies, veterinary practices, and feed mills. At the top to your right, we see sources for antibiotic resistance data in animals. And those are from like the slaughterhouses, retail, and various sources. So at the bottom, the corresponding data for humans is shown, and on your left, the sources reporting antibiotic consumption in humans, and to the right, the sources of resistance in human surveillance. All this information is gathered through various government-owned databases and consolidated in Denmark. And this gives a very firm basis for making adjustments and clever decisions, because here data is key. So you could say Denmark is a cornerstone in Denmark's national action plans against AMR in animal and food, but also in humans. And for the animals and food part, we recently renewed the National Action Plan, and it ensures evidence-based strategies to reduce resistance, improving animal health, and ensuring safer food for consumers. So to finish off, I'm very, very pleased to note that FSSAI and the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration have agreed to collaborate on the area AMR as a part of a new government-to-government sector-specific project. And on top of this, or similar to this, the Danish health authorities have already initiated a cooperation on AMR with NCDC here in India. And I'm sure that all these key authorities and agencies can make significant progress and jointly tackle AMR from a One Health perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palmer. So thank you for an overview of the map. And as you can see that already, even within that map, there are so many moving parts, many nuts and bolts that need to be taken into consideration when we look overall at AMR control, and both at consumption level and resistance, addressing the occurrence of resistance. So we now move to another European Union country. So Dr. Annalisa Zezza from the Agriculture and Food section in the Embassy of Italy in New Delhi. So Ms. Zezza, what surveillance systems has the European Union established to monitor AMR trends and inform policy decisions?
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you to FSSI for inviting me in this very interesting summit. So, first of all, let me say that the EU has taken the fight against AMR very seriously, because numbers are very high. And it has been recalled this morning, the European Union is a system of 27 countries that coordinate their policies, and also in this case, they coordinate their surveillance system in order to have data that are comparable and integrated at the European level. So part of this system is, in each member state, is the national residue monitoring plan going to the food system. The plan defines the official control activities that have to be carried out in an homogeneous way through all the 27 member states. And this includes the search of antimicrobial residues in products of animal origin. So the plan detects the presence of antibiotic residues in food, verifying the correct use of antibiotics in order to prevent any exposure of consumers to food containing these residues. And the plan monitors the level of antimicrobial resistance in zoonotic and indicator bacteria from food-producing animals and animal-derived meat at retail, slaughterhouses, and at border control posts. This data that comes from residual controls can also be integrated with other data coming from research, scientific data, technical data, as the data that are coming, for example, from the milk robot. And all this data together allows to put in place strategies and can be shared between states, but with all stakeholders, because cooperation at all levels, as we said before, is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeza. So 2 important points covered there. First, data, so covering data on antimicrobial use, detection of residues in food, and the second most important one on sharing the data openly with all stakeholders. So we can all agree that data sharing and sharing of reliable data is the first step towards solving any problem. So thank you for sharing that from the European Union. And then last but not the least in this round, we move on to the host country, India. So let's hear from Professor Bikash Mehdi, who's the chairperson, Scientific Panel on Antibiotic Residues. So Dr. Mehdi, could you outline the measures that have been implemented to address the issue of AMR in India? Over to you.
So thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And as Dr. Paul has already had a detailed discussion, so India has taken several steps, because when you know that we have a challenge, and we know that importance of another 2050, how the scenario will be changed. So if we do not take a step right now, so definitely it will be very, very critical, because it is a silent endemic. So that is why if you look at the National Action Plan 1, and we had a meeting in the March under guidance from Dr. Paul for the National Action Plan 2. So if you look at that, it is an integrated one. We wanted to see that we started some of the vigilance program for human, drug use in human, like PPPA program. So we learned from that, we collect the report. So basically we wanted to see that when we can create the database for India, so definitely we can see the pattern, and before that, if we can create an awareness, that is important. So some of the ministers, like Minister of Science and Technology, they are creating awareness among the school children also. How to use, how to reduce, how to misuse, how to dispose the medicine, that is important. That is why it is very important. It should come, because 80% of our country is in rural part. Unless we train the rural part. So that is why even if we say health sector, we look at primary center, secondary health facility, and tertiary facility. And that is why all these are already implemented. Obviously, surveillance program, it is required that, as you can see, that we have 237 different labs. So step has been taken to, streamline that all these labs should be performed well, and there should be a reporting system. So we are planning to have a retrospective data so that we can go for a prospective. So I think we'll be successful with the implementation of all this program with the National Action Plan 2. So definitely we'll have robust data, and we can also think of collaborating. Definitely when we think of our database, then we'll look at the pattern from other countries also, global database. And that's how we look at, and we can take a policy decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mehdi. And so once again, the importance of data and transparency being emphasized. And yes, we do look forward to the progress in India and then the implementation of the next 2.0 action plan. So the panelists, thank you very much. In the first round, you've all done this beautifully, and you have kept the time under control. So let's do that one more time so that we can then send everybody off to lunch. So I'll now go over again back to Milo. So Milo, what are the key challenges and potential solutions for capacity building in mitigating AMR in our region?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we need to strengthen the surveillance. We need more data to support AMR policies. The flow of the capacity building for the surveillance we can characterize as properly assess the capacity of AMR surveillance and laboratories, capacity building activity, establishing national AMR surveillance, and establishing the integrated surveillance. Along these all steps that I've just mentioned, I will maybe characterize 4 important steps with regards to the challenges and potential solutions to improve the capacity building in the surveillance. One is the governance. So there is a strong need to increase the multi-sectoral coordination and creation of coordinating committees on AMR. Then improved regulatory policy, and especially to implement provision relevant to AMR, which needs to be properly implemented. And several countries have difficulties with the implementation. Here maybe I would like to mention the FAO methodology on the assessment of the relevant AMR legislation using One Health assessment tool. And maybe my experience also within our regional AMR tripartite project, we are conducting a series of workshops within the region. And in my case with the private sector now, and the response that we get from the private sector in general is that the proper coordination from the top government to the local government unit and to the district level needs to be increased. And also the proper interpretation of the provisions relevant to AMR in general to various actors, and inclusion of various actors into the technical meetings and consultation processes. The second, I will mention communication. Proper implementation of AMR surveillance communication is also needed. There are limitations, or it is very limited, the external communication with decision makers and other various actors. And the problem is that AMR surveillance data are also not properly circulated within a particular country. So I think there is a strong need to get the information on the ongoing ongoing trend of the disease and AMR surveillance data also for other sectors, such as the private sector one. And perhaps also countries to encourage various actors, academia or private sector, to encourage them to share the data for the risk assessment purposes. I know there is a strong issue, but at least the aggregated one will be beneficial. Then data generations and laboratories, I would say number 3, that not all the labs are using the same protocol, so there is also strong need for the harmonization, proper transmission of data to the epidemiological unit, and of course have an integration of the laboratories into AMR operations, which not all of them have this. And coordination among networks of laboratories. So, and also establishing a body that could coordinate the national laboratories, and especially in the AMR surveillance. FAO has the global database INFARM, where countries can submit their AMR surveillance data, and also this database can help countries to adapt their standard sample description or the data set model accordingly. So this is also one thing. And the last, I will mention sustainability. There is a limited funding from the government, and in terms of national action plan, there needs to be adequately financed to secure the proper implementation and efficiency. Creating the partnership, this I will reflect what I said in the previous point, and the capacity building activities, of course. So thank you.
Thank you, Milo. So he had in the previous answer 5 strategies, here 4 actions, and then we have the 6 action tracks under the One Health plan. So those are your numbers 5, 6, and 3. That's the takeaway from this panel, a key takeaway. So we go on now back to Maldives. So Dr. Musa, what are your past experiences with the action plan and which you might want to improve in this round?
Thank you again, Chair. Actually, for now, what we have learned is that most important thing is not to work under a virtual structure. So until now, we've been working under a virtual structure, but what we need is to establish a national AMR coordination unit within the ministry or somewhere which is more relevant. But working under a virtual structure, nobody takes the leadership into that. So the implementation of the action plan is very difficult. Learning from that, we are hoping that in the new action plan, we are going to establish the AMR coordination unit somewhere within the health ministry. And on the regulatory framework, actually, while several regulatory measures for AMR have been put in place, the enforcement has been inconsistent. And on the surveillance, I totally agree with what Mr. Milo has said. So MR-related surveillance remains poor all across sectors in Maldives, including human and especially on animal, food and environmental. So it's resulting in limited data to inform decision-making and track progress. On the IPC measures, although some progress have been made, further improvements are still needed. And well, I've been mentioning only negative points, but it's not all negative. There are some positive takeaways as well. So despite these challenges, I would say the action plan has increased awareness and laid the groundwork for multi-sectoral collaboration, which are critical steps towards a more integrated response to AMR. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musa, for sharing both the positive and the negative. I think both are important, and this will definitely serve as a great example for many of us who are listening. So again, I go back to Dr. Palmer. So your country is a major dairy exporter. So what is the impact of AMR that you've observed on your exports?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, correctly, Denmark is a major exporter, and we are, of course, closely monitoring the impact of AMR on the dairy export. But I should say also for the national market, of course. So we actually don't see disruptions in the Danish production or exports due to AMR. And the issue is taken very seriously because of its long-term implications. But this is the situation is like this because the Danish dairy industry, the farmers, the academia, the industry authorities are all working very closely together, and there are very, very strict protocols to follow. So if veterinary medicine or antibiotics residues are detected in raw milk, and even if it's below what is called maximum residue limit, the milk will be discarded. So, and this will be tested on every milk collection on farm level. So the milk will simply not go back into the dairy if there is any detected in the milk. And furthermore, the farmers, they actually face penalties if medicine residues are found in the milk. And this is in terms of money, I should say. So, so this is the setup for the dairy industry, and and I think maybe, as I mentioned in my the first round of questions, there's a very, very strict use of antibiotics in animal production, and only veterinarians can prescribe antibiotics, and only if they have been to the farm and looked at the sick animal and prescribed the antibiotics for this specific animal. And then you, of course, if it's in dairy cattle, you have to withhold or take the milk to the side, so you cannot put this milk into the milk tank. So we have, I think, from a policy making perspective, we have for many years it has been regulated that only medical doctors can prescribe antibiotics for humans, and they are not the same as the antibiotics that veterinarians can prescribe for animals. And furthermore, we have also regulated the area of sale of antibiotics. So a doctor, medical doctor, or veterinarian, they cannot sell any medicine or antibiotics at all. This is only allowed to, you have to be a pharmacy with a license in order to be able to sell medicine for human or animal consumption or use. So I think this could be for inspiration for other countries, because it's probably easier to go to this level than try to regulate at farm level, where the whole thing starts when it's of course has to do with milk or like pork production or whatever you are producing. So, but I think the work together with the industry, the academia, and the authorities is very key also here, because in Denmark the industry is taking responsibility for the use, and is also very important in the communication part of back to the farmers, and the importance. And the industry is, of course, because it's a big industry and big export, they're really very, you could say, scared, but also very put much attention on not being caught. You cannot say not finding anything, not because they're not looking, but because there is no antibiotics in Danish dairy products. So today the question was more or less was about dairy export, but I would like just to highlight this report, which is a report written between FAO and the Danish Food and Veterinary Administration. And it's a report about tackling antimicrobial use of resistance in pig production, lessons learned in Denmark. And I think it's really a good report. It has a lot of data, but also suggestions to how we in Denmark deal with forcing the use of antibiotics down, and further down in this case in the pig production. So I think with those words, I will stop for now.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the report, and also highlighting that sometimes in the food chain it's important to go early and go in hard so that we can prevent it later. So it's a good example. So let's hear also from the EU and from Dr. Annalisa on some EU success stories in addressing AMR.
Yes, I will be brief. A lot of been said. But so what we have learned in this process is that we have to have policies at several levels, and we have to involve farmers in this. So how we have done, the EU has an objective to reduce by 2030 of 50% the sales and the use of antibiotics. So there are some eco schemes that provide economic incentives to farmers to reduce the use of veterinary drugs. And the compliance is verified thanks to an information system for the traceability of veterinary medicine and medicated feed. So there is an electronic prescription that has to be used when you buy. And farmers are then classified in an integrated system, it's called ClassiFarm, that characterize the farm based on the risk of developing AMR. Plus, in Italy, but also all over Europe, we support strata intervention in the farms, investment focused in the introduction of innovative management system for improving animal welfare. That means to have a more sustainable and ethical model that increases animal welfare and biosecurity, and by this way reduce the use of antibiotics. So that is improved access to water and to feed, animal care, housing condition, increase in space, improve floor surface, air quality, light, and provide outdoor access for animals. Plus, we have a system of incentive for those farmers that go beyond what is mandatory. And this is about the agricultural policy. And then research is very much important, so to have a multidisciplinary network of experts. It has been already outlined also by the FAO experts. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting risk categorization in a way in AMR, which is one of the classic food safety tools. And then let's hear now from India. Professor Mehdi, has India taken any steps to mitigate AMR in the food sector?
Yeah, as we have already discussed, and Dr. Paul has already elaborated on a system, we have taken a step, not only health sector, because we already had taken a concept that this is one world health. That means any product you release, it will be safe for human, safe for animal, safe for environment also. So it's not only health sector, other sector also, there is a surveillance system they collect, they report, and this report are collected. FSSI had already taken an initiative, and from health sector also we have a stewardship program. So basically when you look at India, we should look at in a form of how about Northeast, how about North Zone, South Zone. So it should be, when you collect the report, there should be a kind of an integrated system so that we can have an alert system. So that, regulatory body can take a decision, because when you collect the report, it is kind of like, can it generate a kind of a signal so that immediately you have to take a step. And that's how the earlier retrospective data, though obviously we don't have a time to discuss in detail, and then plan to go for a prospective one also, so that there is a spontaneous reporting, and when we get the report, we can look at the report, or there could be a policy like a signal review, so that we can say, that, okay, these are an antibiotic, we have a problem, or these are the strength, we have to reduce that. And that kind of policy it has been already implemented, and it is going to work. And definitely we can reduce the burden, because idea is that can you reduce it? And second point is, can we prevent it? Okay, so that should be the idea. So that is why we are doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mehdi. So we'd like to, please can we have a round of applause for all the panelists, because they did a brilliant job here of giving us a description of all the issues and challenges. Hand it over to our very able chair, Dr. Meena, over to you.
Yeah. A heartfelt thank you to our moderator and panel members for an enlightening session on antimicrobial resistance. Your expertise and contributions have greatly enriched our discussion. I again request a huge round of applause for our panel members. Now I request CEO FSSAI to come on the stage. I request CEO FSSAI to felicitate Dr. B.K. Paul, Niti Aayog, Government of India. I request CEO FSSAI to felicitate Dr. Rodrigo Ofrid, WHO representative to India. I request to felicitate Dr. Sridhar Dharmapuri, Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer, FSSAO. I request CEO FSI to felicitate Mr. Satish Musa, DDG, Ministry of Health, Maldives. I request to CEO FSI to felicitate Mr. Milo. I request to felicitate Dr. Hele Pamo. I request to felicitate Professor Vikas Mehdi. I request to felicitate Dr. Annalisa. Now I request for a group photo. I would like to invite Dr. Alka Rao Madam on stage for group photo.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an announcement for lunch now, but I would like to remind you we are going to start our next technical session on nutraceutical and health supplement sharp at 2:30. Please remember, we are assembling sharp at 2:30. The lunch venue will remain open, and some can have now, some can have a little bit later, so that will not close anytime soon. But we want you back at 2:30. We are going to begin our next technical session. Thank you very much for being here with us. So lunch is at L3. And all the delegates with VIP cards, they are requested to move to L1. The main lunch venue is at L3. And for delegates with VIP card, the venue is L1. And I again would like to remind you, please come back at 2:30. We are going to start sharp. Thank you.
दुग्ध उत्पादों का एक बड़ा बाजार है, लेकिन स्वाद और सेहत के लिए जरूरी है कि दूध मिलावटी ना हो। इसलिए FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही दूध खरीदें। अगर खुला दूध खरीदा जाता है तो सबसे पहले उसकी शुद्धता की जांच करनी चाहिए। 2-3 बूंद आयोडीन डालने से अगर दूध का रंग नीला पड़ जाए तो इससे स्टार्च की मिलावट का पता चलता है। कच्चे दूध को 72 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पर 15 सेकंड के लिए उबालें और फिर तुरंत ठंडा करें। दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों को 4 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड या उससे कम तापमान पर खाद्य ग्रेड बर्तन में रखा जाए। भंडारण तापमान पर नियमित रूप से नजर रखें। माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल और रासायनिक सुरक्षा के लिए दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों की नियमित रूप से जांच करें। ज्यादातर भोजन को पकाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल होता है। खाद्य विक्रेताओं को बताया जाता है कि खाने के तेल को 3 बार से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल ना करें। दरअसल एक ही तेल के बार बार इस्तेमाल से उसमें टोटल पोलर कॉम्पाउंड TPC बनते हैं। TPC अगर 25% से अधिक हो तो इससे हाइपरटेंशन, अल्जाइमर और लिवर से जुड़ी गंभीर बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसलिए खाना पकाने में हर बार नए तेल का इस्तेमाल करना बेहतर है। FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही तेल खरीदें। खुला तेल खरीदने से परहेज करें। खाने को स्वच्छ और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए आसपास सफाई और कचरे का सही निपटारा होना जरूरी है। वेस्ट डिस्पोजल मानकों के मुताबिक सूखे और गीले कचरे का अलग अलग निपटारा किया जाना चाहिए। सूखे कचरे को डिब्बा बंद कंटेनर या डस्टबिन में डाला जाना चाहिए। जैव निम्ननीय और गैर जैव निम्ननीय कचरे के लिए अलग अलग रंग के कूड़ेदान का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। बर्तनों में बचे खाने को ढक्कन वाले सुरक्षित कंटेनरों में डाल दिया जाए। ताकि पशु, मच्छर और मक्खियां वहां जमा न हो सकें। खाना तैयार करने की जगह पर गंदे पानी का जमाव न हो। तरल कचरे को तुरंत नाली या सीवर में बहा देना चाहिए। उन्हें एक जगह जमा न होने दिया जाए। इन SOPs के जरिए ही खाद्य सुरक्षा, सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाया जा सकता है और खाद्य विक्रेताओं की मदद से FSSAI इन मानकों पर अमल कराने में जुटा है।
India's traditional and local cuisines are poised to gain global recognition. To ensure food safety for both the public and tourists, the Government of India has introduced the Healthy and Hygienic Food Street program. Every region in India has a diverse range of delicious cuisines which are integral to its social and cultural fabric. Street vendors play a vital role in promoting this culinary heritage throughout the nation. Recognizing the growing popularity of street food, the Government of India has taken steps to ensure these foods are both healthy and hygienic. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is developing healthy and hygienic food streets at 100 locations across the country. These food streets will adhere to FSSAI standards and will have clean drinking water, hand washing and restroom provisions, tiled floors in common areas and dustbin and waste management facilities. Each food street is provided with financial assistance of ₹1 crore to establish world-class infrastructure. Model food streets have already been launched at Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh and Kadapa in Andhra Pradesh. The scheme aims to improve the safety and hygiene standards of street food, reduce diseases caused by contaminated food, preserve traditional recipes and promote food tourism. All chefs and food handlers in these food streets will be trained by FSSAI to maintain cleanliness and hygiene standards. Street food is a vital part of Indian culinary culture. Besides offering tasty food at affordable prices, it also provides employment to millions of people. Implementing FSSAI standards will enhance public trust in these vendors and strengthen their livelihoods.
Food safety. A genuine human concern for centuries. Kautilya, ancient India's most original thinker, described food adulteration, making it a punishable act. Other civilizations, the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Greeks, developed techniques that prevented spoilage and contamination. For 13 centuries, food safety meant preventing adulteration. A law promulgated by King John of England in 1202 AD is the first recorded instance of regulations on price, weight, and quality of bread and beer. With industrialization, food production scaled up, moved out of the home, became a tradable commodity, and therefore required regulation. In some countries, landmark legislations made food safer, addressed food adulteration and misbranding. In the 1900s, nations began to realize the link between foodborne diseases and mortality rates. In the aftermath of World War II, global cooperation became the buzzword, and soon food safety was a part of this conversation. NASA, the US Army labs and some private players developed the HACCP in the 1960s. It was to become the pivotal food safety preventive tool worldwide.
Food and Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization led to the creation of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, or simply Codex, in 1963. Codex was designed to protect public health and ensure fair practices in the international food trade. India has a long history of Codex involvement. One of the first to sign up, India's engagement with Codex has only grown. India's food safety journey reflects both national and international concerns and her response to changing times. In line with emerging complexities, consolidation of laws became the motto for nations across the globe. From prevention to a risk-based approach on food safety, in India, the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 repealed all previous laws. In 2008, the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, or FSSAI, was established, swiftly becoming the single reference point for all food safety-related issues. FSSAI has consistently modernized and adapted its approach to global standards, keeping national requirements in mind. Today, India can proudly say that it has pioneered and paved the way for the world in evolving global food safety ecosystems.
Annam Parabrahma Swarupa. Food is God's gift to us, reflecting the richness of its diversity. India's culinary traditions carry an opulent cultural heritage. From aromatic spices of the south to fresh mist of the east and all the sizzles and drizzles in between, Indian cuisine is truly a rainbow on the platter. According to ancient Indian philosophy, we are what we eat. Prime Minister Modi, in the 51st edition of his address to the people, Man Ki Baat, highlighted that a strong nation is built on the foundation of healthy and hygienic food.
जब भारत स्वच्छ होगा, स्वस्थ होगा, तभी भारत समृद्ध भी होगा. अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे आवश्यक है पौष्टिक भोजन.
India has a staggering 70-100,000 FPOs dotting its sprawling landscape, including large operating chains to street vendors. Ensuring food safety at this scale is a Herculean task. To tackle this massive challenge head-on, the Indian government introduced the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. This landmark legislation gave rise to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, also known as FSSAI, an apex body entrusted with the responsibility of establishing science-based standards for food items and overseeing their production, storage, distribution, sale, and importation. Under the watchful wings of the FSSAI, a remarkable alliance thrives. A scientific committee and 21 panels comprised of over 200 experts from prestigious scientific institutions. These brilliant minds, guided by the Food Authority, tirelessly set new standards that strengthen the nation's food safety ecosystem. At the core of this comprehensive system lies the strength of 246 state-of-the-art food testing laboratories. Constantly vigilant, they form a bulwark against the perils of foodborne illnesses, ensuring the safety and well-being of the people. India proudly houses the world's largest network of mobile food testing laboratories, Food Safety on Wheels, which brings food testing facilities to the nation's remotest corners. FSSAI conducts regular surveillance drives through random sampling, with the focus on preventive healthcare and the vision of bringing about changes that are large-scale and sustained. The Eat Right India movement was launched in 2018. The transformative nationwide campaign seeks to educate consumers, revolutionize the conversation surrounding food safety and standards, and pave the way towards a healthier nation through initiatives like Eat Right Campus, Eat Right Schools, Eat Right Places of Worship, Eat Right Stations, Eat Right Street Food Hubs, Eat Right Fruit and Vegetable Markets. In less than a decade, FSSAI has embarked on a remarkable journey of transformation, transitioning from an enforcer to an enabler, spearheading the evolution of India's food safety landscape. FSSAI has played a pivotal role in fulfilling the pledge of Swasth Bharat.
The mother knows what to look for in the nourishment she gives her child. Her awareness guarantees the safety of her baby. This grandmother also needs extra care. Her food too must be safe for her fragile health. From the birth of an individual to the well-being of an entire nation, there is a protective shield that ensures the safety and quality of every morsel that an Indian ingests. This defensive armor, the Kavach, protects and safeguards a populace that is 1/5 of all humanity. The FSSAI, or Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, established in September 2008, has worked relentlessly to fulfill its mandate for laying down science-based standards for articles of food. It also regulates their manufacture, storage, distribution, sale and import to ensure availability of safe and wholesome food for human consumption. From the biggest of cities to the rural hinterland, in every corner of India, the food that is packaged, processed or even imported by food business operators needs an FSSAI license or registration before it is made available to the public. All FBOs in the country too need an FSSAI license that their food products comply with the required standards. The FSSAI standards are developed through a comprehensive and rigorous process conducted by a scientific committee and 21 specialized scientific panels. 286 experts from esteemed organizations like ICMR, CSIR, ICAR, IITs and other institutions specializing in food, safety and nutrition serve on these panels. FSSAI sets global standards and collaborates with international food regulatory authorities to improve food standards and address key issues. These standards are enforced by FSSAI through regular surveillance, monitoring, inspection and random sampling of food products. Testing of food for compliance with the safety standards happens across a nationwide grid of connected laboratories. Food Safety on Wheels is an innovative step that takes food testing labs to the doorsteps of the consumers and FBOs. FSSAI also has a robust mechanism for handling consumer complaints and concerns. Over the years, the apex regulatory body has transformed itself from an enforcer to an enabler. Since 2017, the FSSAI has trained more than 1.9 million food handlers. New initiatives like digital payment gateways for licensing and registration fees and online notification facilities have created a positive ecosystem for the food sector. In a bid to empower citizens with knowledge, bring about behavioral changes and encourage healthier habits nationwide, the FSSAI is spearheading the impactful Eat Right India movement. This game-changing initiative with a holistic approach towards food safety has touched and protected every section of the society. The FSSAI is present in every walk of our life in its myriad forms. It fulfills its mandate of keeping India safe. In the process, it has become a movement, a benevolent force that touches, adapts and protects every section of the society. The healthy, happy, smiling Indian goes about her and his daily chores while the invisible FSSAI shield wraps the country in a protective sheath. The mighty Kavach that keeps the country safe from foodborne sickness and diseases, realizing the vision of Swasth Bharat.
आज आपकी जिंदगी में कौन जीत रहा है, दिल या दिमाग? अच्छा, मजे की बात यह है कि दिल और दिमाग की इस कुश्ती की जरूरत ही नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर दिमाग चाहे तो ऐसे ऐसे सिंपल तरीके निकाल सकता है जिससे दिल भी खुश और तंदुरुस्ती भी बरकरार। अगर रोज के खाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल कम करना है तो जितना तेल अभी आप डालते हैं उससे धीरे धीरे कम कीजिए, और फिर कुछ दिनों बाद और थोड़ा कम। और अगर नमक कम करना है तो भी यही, खाना पकाते समय नमक की मात्रा आप धीरे धीरे कम करते जाइए। और ऊपर से सैलेड, दही या फल पे नमक मत छिड़किए। चाय में चीनी लेते हैं, यानी कोई नहीं, लीजिए लीजिए, बस आधा चम्मच कम कर दीजिए, और कुछ दिन बाद समझ गया ना, क्योंकि तंदुरुस्ती दिल से ज्यादा दिमाग का खेल है। स्टार्ट रिड्यूसिंग योर इनटेक ऑफ शुगर, सॉल्ट एंड फैट फ्रॉम टुडे।
Energy needs of the world are increasing. This has given birth to the idea of the fuel of the future, biofuel. Biofuel is a sustainable, eco-friendly source of energy that can be created from used cooking oil. On the 10th of August 2018, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, launched RUCO, Repurpose Used Cooking Oil. RUCO is an initiative that will enable the collection and conversion of used cooking oil to biodiesel. Large-scale users of cooking oil, such as restaurants, hotels and food processors, can be divided into 3 types of users. User 1. This user uses the oil multiple times even though it has turned dark and greasy. User 2. This user uses the oil till it has burnt out and turned dark. To reuse it further, he tops it up with some new oil. User 3. This user stops using the oil after 1 to 3 cycles. In the first 2 cases, the oil is extremely unfit for consumption and is a health hazard. As of now, used cooking oil is either not discarded at all or is disposed in an environmentally hazardous manner, and sometimes even finds its way to smaller restaurants, dhabas and street vendors through spurious dealers who buy the used cooking oil, filter it and resell it.
So there are triple benefits of repurposed used cooking oil, which is RUCO. RUCO would mean that stop, watch if you can further use your oil when you are cooking, when you are frying, and if the standards of the oil have reached a TPC of 25%, that is total polar compounds in your used cooking oil is more than 25%, it is time to dispose it off. For disposing it off, mostly people dispose it off in their drains and clog the drain pipes. Now there is an opportunity to make money out of that. You can dispose it off, you can sell it to biodiesel aggregators, who will aggregate this used cooking oil and give it to biodiesel manufacturers, and then it can be used as diesel in normal vehicles and in a variety of ways.
We as a nation stand to benefit immensely from RUCO. Other than the health benefits, it will spur economic growth by ensuring job creation, foreign exchange saving and aid a healthy environment. Thus, it will ensure good health and welfare of our 130 crore citizens, aiding energy security, climate change mitigation and leading to environmentally sustainable development.
खरीदते समय पूरी बात देखिए ना, +F का निशान।
+F?
रोज के खाने में कई पौष्टिक तत्वों की कमी रह ही जाती है, इसलिए आटा, चावल, नमक, तेल और दूध खरीदते समय प्रोडक्ट पे +F के निशान पे नजर रखिए। इनमें विटामिन और आयरन जैसे तत्व नियमित और बारीक मात्रा में डाले जाते हैं, इसलिए देखने, पकाने के तरीके और स्वाद में कोई फर्क ही नहीं।
तो डालते ही क्यों है?
सिर्फ एक चीज पे बहुत फर्क पड़ता है, सेहत पे। बेटर न्यूट्रिशन फॉर अ बेटर लाइफ। स्टार्ट यूजिंग प्रोडक्ट्स विद प्लस एफ लोगो फ्रॉम टुडे।
मेरा नाम सतीश है और ये दुकान है मेरी जो सन 1960 से मैं चला रहे हैं, हमारे पिताजी और उसके बाद मैं चला रहा हूँ और इसका नाम बोरा शंकर जोड़े वाले के नाम से है मशहूर। हमारे को FSI की थ्रू जो लाइसेंस मिला उसके मैंने हाइजीन मैनेज करते हुए इस दुकान से बहुत लोगों को भोजन कराने की कोशिश करी और उससे मैंने लाभ भी उठाया। पहले हमारी ट्रेनिंग हुई, बताया गया कि अपने हाथ धो के रखने हैं माल को और ये जो तौलिया वगैरह है इनको रोज धोना है, जो माल आपका पतीले वगैरह जो है उन्हें डेली अच्छी तरीके से सफा करना है और कोई भी माल खुला नहीं छोड़ना है। सबसे पहले बात, काम पे बहुत फर्क आया। जब ग्राहक देखता है कि साफ सफाई तो ग्राहक बड़े पूछ जाता है हमारे पास और ग्राहकों का प्यार ही है जो इतना काम चल रहा है।
If we go back to see what caused this heart attack, toxic fat that kills over 500,000 people a year by making deadly cholesterol block your arteries. It's called trans fat, an industrially modified oil common in the baked, packaged and fried foods we eat every day. Eliminating trans fat won't change the taste or cost of our food, so let's make India's future trans fat free. For more information, log on to fssai.gov.in.
तंदुरुस्ती बहुत चीजों पर डिपेंड करती है, पर खाने के मामले में एक सिंपल फॉर्मूला है। बस यूं समझिए कि प्लस और माइनस का खेल है। देखिए, आटा, चावल, तेल, दूध और नमक खरीदते समय प्लस F के निशान को चुनिए। ये फोर्टिफाइड फूड्स हैं जिनसे आपको संपूर्ण पोषण मिलेगा। और खाने में घी, तेल, नमक और चीनी को कीजिए थोड़ा माइनस। तो प्लस F और थोड़ा कम, है ना सिंपल। ईट राइट, स्टे फिट, तभी इंडिया सुपर हिट। अरे अरे रुको, खाने को एक ही तेल में बार बार तलने से पहले रुको। ये आपकी तंदुरुस्ती और वातावरण दोनों के लिए खतरनाक है।
ऐसे तेल से आपको कई खतरनाक बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसी तेल को कई बार फिर इस्तेमाल के लिए बेचा जाता है, जलाया जाता है या नाली में बहाया जाता है। पर अब रुको, रीपर्पस्ड यूज्ड कुकिंग ऑयल योजना में इसी तेल से बायोडीजल बनाया जा सकता है।
इसलिए रुको, जिससे आप और आपका वातावरण दोनों फिट रहें।
उत्पादों का एक बड़ा बाजार है, लेकिन स्वाद और सेहत के लिए जरूरी है कि दूध मिलावटी ना हो। इसलिए FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही दूध खरीदें। अगर खुला दूध खरीदा जाता है तो सबसे पहले उसकी शुद्धता की जांच करनी चाहिए। 2-3 बूंद आयोडीन डालने से अगर दूध का रंग नीला पड़ जाए तो इससे स्टार्च की मिलावट का पता चलता है। कच्चे दूध को 72 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पर 15 सेकंड के लिए उबालें और फिर तुरंत ठंडा करें। दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों को 4 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड या उससे कम तापमान पर खाद्य ग्रेड बर्तन में रखा जाए। भंडारण तापमान पर नियमित रूप से नजर रखें। माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल और रासायनिक सुरक्षा के लिए दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों की नियमित रूप से जांच करें। ज्यादातर भोजन को पकाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल होता है। खाद्य विक्रेताओं को बताया जाता है कि खाने के तेल को 3 बार से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल ना करें। दरअसल एक ही तेल के बार बार इस्तेमाल से उसमें टोटल पोलर कंपाउंड TPC बनते हैं। TPC अगर 25% से अधिक हो तो इससे हाइपरटेंशन, अल्जाइमर और लिवर से जुड़ी गंभीर बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसलिए खाना पकाने में हर बार नए तेल का इस्तेमाल करना बेहतर है। FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही तेल खरीदें। खुला तेल खरीदने से परहेज करें। खाने को स्वच्छ और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए आसपास सफाई और कचरे का सही निपटारा होना जरूरी है। वेस्ट डिस्पोजल मानकों के मुताबिक सूखे और गीले कचरे का अलग अलग निपटारा किया जाना चाहिए। सूखे कचरे को डिब्बा बंद कंटेनर या डस्टबिन में डाला जाना चाहिए। जैव निम्ननीय और गैर जैव निम्ननीय कचरे के लिए अलग अलग रंग के कूड़ेदान का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। बर्तनों में बचे खाने को ढक्कन वाले सुरक्षित कंटेनरों में डाल दिया जाए ताकि पशु, मच्छर और मक्खियां वहां जमा न हो सके। खाना तैयार करने की जगह पर गंदे पानी का जमाव ना हो। तरल कचरे को तुरंत नाली या सीवर में बहा देना चाहिए। उन्हें एक जगह जमा न होने दिया जाए। इन SOPs के जरिए ही खाद्य सुरक्षा, सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाया जा सकता है और खाद्य विक्रेताओं की मदद से FSSAI इन मानकों पर अमल कराने में जुटा है।
India's traditional and local cuisines are poised to gain global recognition. To ensure food safety for both the public and tourists, the Government of India has introduced the Healthy and Hygienic Food Street program. Every region in India has a diverse range of delicious cuisines which are integral to its social and cultural fabric. Street vendors play a vital role in promoting this culinary heritage throughout the nation. Recognizing the growing popularity of street food, the Government of India has taken steps to ensure these foods are both healthy and hygienic. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is developing healthy and hygienic food streets at 100 locations across the country. These food streets will adhere to FSSAI standards and will have clean drinking water, hand washing and restroom provisions, tiled floors in common areas and dustbin and waste management facilities. Each food street is provided with financial assistance of ₹1 crore to establish world-class infrastructure. Model food streets have already been launched at Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh and Kadapa in Andhra Pradesh. The scheme aims to improve the safety and hygiene standards of street food, reduce diseases caused by contaminated food, preserve traditional recipes and promote food tourism. All chefs and food handlers in these food streets will be trained by FSSAI to maintain cleanliness and hygiene standards. Street food is a vital part of Indian culinary culture. Besides offering tasty food at affordable prices, it also provides employment to millions of people. Implementing FSSAI standards will enhance public trust in these vendors and strengthen their livelihoods.
Food safety. A genuine human concern for centuries. Kautilya, ancient India's most original thinker, described food adulteration, making it a punishable act. Other civilizations, the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Greeks, developed techniques that prevented spoilage and contamination. For 13 centuries, food safety meant preventing adulteration. A law promulgated by King John of England in 1202 AD is the first recorded instance of regulations on price, weight, and quality of bread and beer. With industrialization, food production scaled up, moved out of the home, became a tradable commodity, and therefore required regulation. In some countries, landmark legislations made food safer, addressed food adulteration and misbranding. In the 1900s, nations began to realize the link between foodborne diseases and mortality rates. In the aftermath of World War II, global cooperation became the buzzword, and soon food safety was a part of this conversation. NASA, the US Army labs and some private players developed the HACCP in the 1960s. It was to become the pivotal food safety preventive tool worldwide.
and Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization led to the creation of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, or simply Codex, in 1963. Codex was designed to protect public health and ensure fair practices in the international food trade. India has a long history of Codex involvement. One of the first to sign up, India's engagement with Codex has only grown. India's food safety journey reflects both national and international concerns and her response to changing times. In line with emerging complexities, consolidation of laws became the motto for nations across the globe. From prevention to a risk-based approach on food safety. In India, the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 repealed all previous laws. In 2008, the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, or FSSAI, was established, swiftly becoming the single reference point for all food safety related issues. FSSAI has consistently modernized and adapted its approach to global standards, keeping national requirements in mind. Today, India can proudly say that it has pioneered and paved the way for the world in evolving global food safety ecosystems.
Annam Parabrahma Swarupa. Food is God's gift to us, reflecting the richness of its diversity. India's culinary traditions carry an opulent cultural heritage. From aromatic spices of the south to fresh mist of the east and all the sizzles and drizzles in between, Indian cuisine is truly a rainbow on the platter. According to ancient Indian philosophy, we are what we eat. Prime Minister Modi, in the 51st edition of his address to the people, Man Ki Baat, highlighted that a strong nation is built on the foundation of healthy and hygienic food.
जब भारत स्वच्छ होगा, स्वस्थ होगा, तभी भारत समृद्ध भी होगा। अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे आवश्यक है पौष्टिक भोजन।
India has a staggering 7,200,000 FPOs dotting its sprawling landscape, including large operating chains to street vendors. Ensuring food safety at this scale is a Herculean task. To tackle this massive challenge head-on, the Indian government introduced the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. This landmark legislation gave rise to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, also known as FSSAI, an apex body entrusted with the responsibility of establishing science-based standards for food items and overseeing their production, storage, distribution, sale, and importation. Under the watchful wings of the FSSAI, a remarkable alliance thrives. A scientific committee and 21 panels comprised of over 200 experts from prestigious scientific institutions. These brilliant minds, guided by the Food Authority, tirelessly set new standards that strengthen the nation's food safety ecosystem. At the core of this comprehensive system lies the strength of 246 state-of-the-art food testing laboratories.
To the stage, please. Yeah, Dr. Lalita Gowda, madam, she is a former chief scientist at Central Food Technology Research Institute's CSIR CFTRI Mysuru, and she is also the chairman of Rapid Analytical Food Testing Draft Approval Committee of FSSAI, and she has made significant contribution as a research scientist, specialization in structural biology of plant protein, protein engineering, analytical biochemistry, and food safety. So welcome to the dais, ma'am. I would also like to invite Dr. Secto Andre. So Dr. Secto Andre to the dais, please. Dr. Andre is the head of, he's a professor and head of Nutrition Hygiene Laboratory, Federal Scientific Center.
And he's heading the scientific projects on health nutrition of the population and optimization of nutrition of children and adolescents. And he's also director of the registration authority for specialized food products for therapeutic and preventive nutrition, please. So welcome to the DAS, sir. So as you all know that we are running behind the schedule. So without wasting any time, I would like to request Dr. Lalita Gowda madam to kindly do the contest setting for this session, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I have a small presentation. So before that, maybe I just. Okay. So this session is on regulating health supplements, nutraceuticals, and evolving landscape. Next one. If you look at the history, next slide, please. If you look at the history, there are several questions we ask. So maybe in the 1920s to 80s, we asked for what food is required for me. And food at that time was, to maintain health, nutritional deficiency, or identifying essential nutrients such as vitamins, minerals, and essential amino acids. In the next few years, next slide, in the 50s to 80s, we asked the question, what does food do to me? Because by then, these lifestyle diseases and things had come into play, and we were concerned with calories causing obesity or saturated fat causing cardiovascular diseases, and identifying these nutrients which cause these lifestyle diseases. And next, please. And this came about because there was several science-based evidence to show that, fat was related, having too much of saturated fat was related with cardiovascular disease. Next. And later, in the 1990s to today, the question we ask is, what does food do for me? And here is where we ask for identification of the physiologically active components or the bioactive components, and we have nutraceuticals, phytoceuticals, probiotics, prebiotics, fiber, etc. So the scene has changed from the 1920s to 1990s and what it is today. Next thing. And with this, next slide, please. We have this era of nutraceuticals, health supplements, functional foods, all different names have come in. And next, so we have the saying by Hippocrates saying, let food be thy medicine. And here what I would like to emphasize is that this is more of a focus on prevention for the nutraceuticals. Next. And so the term, I don't want to go through this, came defined in 1996. It is something that a food or a part of a food which does more than what a food can do, and it gives you something for prevention and the treatment of disease. Next, please. And then we have, in the current generation or the current years, the health model, where this morning also the minister talked about preventive healthcare, and we are looking at, we have become very proactive. We look at nutrition, diet, lifestyle, exercise, all put together. And for preventive care, we have the abundance of nutraceuticals, which will help us with maintaining a healthy diet, and also in terms of preventing the diseases to come. Next, please. And then this boom of the nutraceutical era, just like when we were children, we heard of this nursery rhyme, on McDonald's farm, a pig here, a pig there. Now it is a nutraceutical here, a nutraceutical there, and a nutraceutical everywhere. So we have nutraceuticals, phytoceuticals everywhere. Next, please. And this is just to tell you that some of the nutraceuticals which are very popular related to the diseases, what we term as the lifestyle diseases. For cardiovascular, you have garlic, you know, the allyl cyanides from there, polyphenols, antioxidants, beta-glucans. Diabetes, we are looking at high fiber, psyllium husk, and things like that. Next. Right. And with this, you see this market has really boomed. So if you look at this, this is the most recent data. You see that the nutraceutical market size is going to grow to several billion dollars. And if you look at the Asia Pacific region, India, along with China and Japan, is one of the major players for this. And in the nutraceutical market, you will see that it is the food beverages that are really going in. So how has this change taken place? This is because there is growing awareness. We have an aging population who are concerned about their health. We have the e-commerce, over-the-counter, where all this is available. Plenty of marketing and promotional strategies by different companies to promote the nutraceuticals. And then you have the implementing regulations by different government, which gives the consumer the confidence that these nutraceuticals and health supplements are safe. So when governments have taken initiatives to frame regulations for, you know, a nutraceutical or a health supplement, it gives us confidence. Next. And this is just to show you how the nutraceutical market is going to be in India. It is predicted that we will have a thing of $11.8 billion, and the CAGR is going to increase by about 11.4%. And the drivers for the market of the nutraceuticals is no different from the other parts of the world. Next, please. And so now comes the opening the debate for a regulatory framework. If we look at the regulatory framework across the globe, we will find that you know, it is so different from one country to another, although the models might be the same for it. So everywhere it is trying to differentiate between nutraceuticals, food supplements, health supplements, complementary medicine. Next. So the regulations that are there across the globe, you will see that they are very different from one country to the other. There is no harmonization between the regulatory framework for nutraceuticals or health supplements. There are limited provisions for what is the quantity or the purity of the nutraceutical or the health supplement. Opinions vary on which ingredients should be, you know, go into the nutraceutical or the health supplement or the food supplement as they are known. But the focus is often, if you look at most of the regulatory bodies, is often on safety and properly labeling them. A little bit deficient in demonstrating the efficacy of the nutraceutical, which is extremely important for using it for preventive health care. Next, please. So globally also, if you see, the definitions vary. If you look at the US, they call it the dietary supplements regulated by DSHEA. You come to India, we have 5 different nutraceuticals. We have nutraceuticals, health supplements, foods for special dietary use, foods for special medical purpose, and we have prebiotics, probiotics. Japan is different. So not only are the names itself are different, and the categorization of these nutraceuticals is different. So this becomes very difficult from when you go from one country to another. In Europe, if you see, they do not have anything for nutraceutical or health supplements, but they do have something for novel foods, that is any food which has not been consumed before May 15th, 1997. So if you have a new nutraceutical or thing, you can apply under the novel foods for it. So there needs to be some sort of a harmonization for at least the numerology, naming of these nutraceuticals across the borders. Next, please. In addition to that, what we see is among all the countries for the regulatory framework, there are commonalities. I'm not saying that there isn't anything common, but the commonalities are we all have processes for the approval of these nutraceuticals. We say that there should be good manufacturing practices for them. We have to report any adverse events for that, contraindications, warnings, and of course the labeling is there where, strict. So no health claims can be made without any scientific evidence. It has to be very strong. Next. In addition to this, you have, as I said, it's a boom, the nutraceutical market, so many of them. This is just one example to tell you that ginseng, which is a very popular nutraceutical, most of the countries say it has to be ginseng. But if you look at the real ginseng, which is a nutraceutical, there are only 3 ginsengs, but you have so many of them which do not belong to this. So how do we identify them in a nutraceutical? So this is a challenge, the analysis of the nutraceuticals, health supplements, or whatever we call them. Next, please. And then the other challenges are we have, so many different matrices. Food is, as an analytical scientist, I tell you that it's very complex matrix to do analysis. It is not one size fits all. So we have to work matrix by matrix. You look at the nutraceuticals, not only do we have it in the food format, we also have it as powders, pills, liquids, capsules, soft gels, etc. So we need different methods for this. And most important of all this is we do not have any certified reference materials for us to actually say that, the analysis we are doing is correct. Next, please. And so I would just like to put this thought so that you think over it. Of course, the nutraceutical market represents an exciting new opportunity to food and pharmaceutical companies to diversify. But however, establishing common standards, improving regulatory practices can help ensure the safety, efficacy, quality of nutraceutical products worldwide. And I think the hallmark for nutraceuticals or health supplements should be quality, safety, and efficacy for human consumption. Thank you. I hope I put some thought into you to think over this.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us through the nutrition and health scenario through the various ages, and for setting up the context for nutraceutical of this for this session. Ma'am, you have correctly pointed out that still today that for even definition we have not arrived on any consensus on any definition of a nutraceutical, because somewhere it is nutraceutical, somewhere it is dietary supplement. So regulation is quite difficult, and it varies from one place to another. So I hope that we will be discussing these points in the coming panel discussion. So thank you so much, ma'am. So after that, I would like to invite Dr. Andre for giving the keynote address, please. Dr. Andre, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, guests and colleagues. In the Russian Federation, issue of population nutrition and food security are the national goals of the sustainable development of the state. The Russian Federation has a strategy for improving the quality of food product until 2030. Our scientific institution create conditions for the production of food products, carry out the development of scientific research in the field of nutrition of population, including the aimed at improving the quality of food products. Nutrition is one of the most important factors of health components, largely determines the health of the nation. The nature of nutrition is modern condition is especially important. However, scientific studies conducted in different countries, including the Russian Federation, reveal significant deviation in the diet of population, which are characterized by excessive consumption of simple sugar and salt, excessive consumption of fats, especially of animal origin, deficiently in the consumption of polyunsaturated fatty acids, insufficient consumption of proteins, deficiency of vitamins and minerals. One of the main objectives of state policy in the field of the healthy nutrition is the development of food production enriched with biologically active substance, macro and micronutrients. Issue of quality and safety of specialized food product are under constant control. Modern challenge are associated with the use of pesticides and agrochemical in the production of plant products and many food additives. The member states of the Eurasian Economic Union are constantly improving the requirements in the field of sanitary and epidemiological welfare. Russia is a country with a large territory, with more severe climate conditions in the north and the Arctic zone. Special programs have been developed there to feed the population using fortified products. All enriched products are tested and conform to the effective. We cooperate with FAO and Codex Alimentarius on the regulation of food population and are ready to share our experience in regulating food safety and organizing healthy nutrition of the population. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your vibrant and thought-provoking ideas. So now I would request Dr. Alka Rao, advisor, FSSAI, to kindly do the honors to the guest, please. No, actually, this. Yeah. So I request ma'am to kindly honor Dr. Gowda, please. I request ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Andrews, please. Yeah, one group. Thank you, sir, ma'am. Now I would like to hand over the reins to my colleague, Dr. Kavita Ramaswamy, Joint Director, FSSAI, to take over from here and lead the panel discussion, please.
Good afternoon, one and all. We are now moving forward to the panel discussion on the dynamic segment of health, supplements and nutraceutical. Ensuring food safety and gaining consumer confidence is one of the important tasks entrusted to the government since antiquity. Looking into the growth trajectory of this sector at a vibrant pace, this session will serve as a platform to share knowledge and explore the potential of these products as complementary therapies. To guide us through this session, please join me in welcoming Dr. Shashank Joshi to the stage to moderate the session. Dr. Joshi is the president of the Indian Academy of Diabetes and renowned endocrinologist. He has published over 1,000 research articles and more than 100 books and monograms on topics related to endocrinology and diabetology. He also had numerous awards and recognition, including the Padma Shri by the Government of India in recognition of his contribution to medicine. Welcome you, sir. It's a privilege to welcome Ms. Roli Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Her areas of interest include public service delivery and regulatory institutional architecture. She has over 3 decades of experience in governance, including health, medical education, and women and child development. Besides, she has held important positions in the Department of Personnel and Training. Welcome you, ma'am. I'm pleased to invite Ms. Availo Oching Pernant, former chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission. She is a senior advisor on international matters related to food safety at the Swiss Federal Food Safety and Veterinary Office. Over the past 3 decades, she had a distinguished international policy career and engaged in activities related to standard setting in the global front. Please join us on the stage. I'm delighted to invite Dr. Patrick Wall. He served as the chairperson of European Food Safety Authority. He has worked in the UK National Health Service and led the Gastrointestinal Disease Division. Currently, he is Professor of Public Health at University College Dublin. Welcome you, sir. I'm happy to invite Dr. Indu Bhushan. He is a former Indian bureaucrat and economist. His career spans over 40 years across a multitude of sectors. As CEO Ayushman Bharat, he led the design, development, and rollout of the scheme and oversaw its implementation. He worked as a senior economist with the World Bank and Director General, East Asia Department of ADB. Welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Manisha Sridhar, Regional Advisor at WHO CRO, India. She works on intellectual property rights, regulation, and trade concerning health and medical products. Dr. Sridhar held different capacities in Government of India. She assisted United Nations Industrial Development Organization on geographical indicators for traditional products. Welcome you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Shashank Joshi to take the lead and steer us through the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's a difficult time to have a panel because it's post-lunch time, which is a siesta time, your glucose levels are up. And it's not easy to keep a panel, but we have a very elegant panel here. And our 2 previous keynotes have laid the foundation for this. We know it's a big market and we have global regulators and we have some of the best brains from India. So we are very privileged to have them. And I'll start with the panel right away. So my first question is to Ma'am Pernant. And one good thing I must thank FSSAI is that this is a very gender-heavy panel and gender-balanced panel. We recognize that woman is a superior gender as men. And I think that's something which is very important with the Nari Shakti. So that's very important. And therefore, we'll start with Ma'am, you. because you are our honored guest, that how are health supplements or nutraceuticals regulated worldwide, because you have a global experience as a former chairperson of the CODIS Alimentaries Commission. And therefore, what is one of the most effective strategies for regulating these products? Because we saw the diversity and heterogeneity starting from the term itself. Ma'am.
Namaste. Thank you very much, first of all, to the FSSI and the Indian authorities for giving me this opportunity to come to your lovely country and to enjoy your hospitality. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for that question. First of all, I'd like to really express my gratitude to Dr. Lalita Gowda, who, as I was telling her, she has basically done all the work that I should have done, because she has really given a very good presentation, and she has clearly stated the difficulties which pertain to the very inconsistent landscape of nutraceuticals regulation in the world. In fact, there is none. Each country is doing exactly as it wills, and there is no harmonization. Now, as you stated, I come from an international organization, the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which maybe I should recall has 189 members, 188 member countries. Now, all these members get together and they decide on the development of a standard in order to ensure harmonization. So, as regards the international panorama right now, there is no harmonized position, or neither is there a harmonized definition for nutraceuticals, and that is what has been clearly presented earlier on. Nevertheless, I think noting the mandate of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which is to develop international harmonized food standards to protect the health of consumers and ensure fair practices in the food trade, when I look at the issue of nutraceuticals, although it has not yet been discussed in the Codex Alimentarius Commission, I really feel for us consumers in the sense that how can we be sure that we are protected by these products, which, I mean, our health is not jeopardized by the products that we take in order to improve our health, because most of these products are not submitted to pre-market approval. And so that, I would see that certainly from that point of view of consumer health protection and ensuring fair practices in the food trade, the information that is given on the label, is it true or is it misleading? We don't know. And so truly there is an issue for a global issue, because no harmonization, and we're not also sure of the safety, quality, and the third aspect that Madam mentioned, we're not sure of that. So I would say that there is a need to find some harmonization in the field. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think harmonization is the key word, I think, and it's important that all stakeholders come for that. Dr. Patrick Paul, you have led the, as a chairperson, former chairperson of the European Food Safety Authority, vitamins, minerals, pre and probiotics, botanicals, both are very interchangeably used as health supplements and drugs. So EU, how does it regulate such products, and what standards distinguish these products from one another?
In the European Union, we have defined what food supplements are, and Dr. Gowda highlighted that the definition that we have is not the same as the definition in other jurisdictions, but this definition works for the 27 countries which make up the European Union. So that's a population of 450 million. But for us, a food supplement is defined as concentrated sources of nutrients, vitamins or minerals or other substances with a nutritional or physiological effect. And we list in the annex to the regulations those that are permitted. And they must not claim to treat or cure disease. That would make them into a different category, a medicine. And they should not mislead the consumer. And the dosage limits, the upper safety limit is evaluated and established by the European Food Safety Authority. And the European Food Safety Authority is akin to FSSAI, but it's actually the one authority for the 27 countries. Probiotics and prebiotics, they're considered a food and they're very popular, but there's no health claim associated with them because the European Food Safety Authority has deemed that the effect is too generic. And we have a separate legislation for health claims, and we have a directive for botanicals, but there's no unified EU-wide list for approved botanicals. Novel foods, as Dr. Gowda said, they're foods that were not commonly consumed or in circulation before May 1997. So they're the foods that come from precision fermentation, insect proteins, plant proteins, lab cultured meat, etc. And we're just grappling with that at the moment.
Thank you, thank you. Ma'am Ruli Singh, you've been at forefront of food, now in healthcare, delivery. So how you see the current challenges of regulating health supplements and nutraceuticals, and what measures have been taken by Government of India in this regard?
Thank you very much. So we are all aware that the regulation exists. India, through FSSAI and through the Food Safety and Standards Act, has been able to bring out a regulation, and it was formalized in 2016 for nutraceuticals and health supplements and things which fall in that category. It's a very, I would say, a very well-designed regulation. It has a lot of nuances. It defines the 5 things that go under the health supplement and nutraceutical category. And but as we are all aware, at least those who are here from India and who are in this business as well, that the drug regulation was the parent regulation, and the food regulation has come in later, and we are seeing it as 2 distinct regulatory streams. And that's where the problem has started, because there are overlaps which still continue between the ambit of the drug, what the ambit of the drug regulation should be, and where drug regulation should end and food regulation should begin. So now we are in the process of refining the definitions further, and hopefully we know what is to be done, but how to do it is the challenge. And that's where such knowledge exchanges and such forums come in handy, where we meet a cross-section of regulators from across the world, and we try and understand how their ecosystem has evolved and how they have defined those checks and balances to ensure that quality and safety is maintained. That is the paramount remit of the government. But at the same time, while ensuring quality and safety, we also have to look at the economics of it and how to promote the industry and not to strangle it with too much regulation, because that is always a challenge in regulation. How much is enough and how much, what becomes too much. So that's where the challenge lies, as to how to design something which is nuanced enough to take care of the concerns of the citizens, to provide the correct information that is required for the the nutritional value that the products in this segment carry, what should be the dosage, what should be the correct amount, and what are the benefits that accrue from there. But if it gets into the realm of therapeutics or tries to make claims for curing diseases, then definitely the drug regulator, the Drug Act has to kick in. So right now we are in the process of defining and refining it further. So there is a high-level committee that has been formed with the 5, the 3 important ministries that are involved in this, including Health and Family Welfare and Food Processing and the Department of Health Research. And so this committee is deliberating right now, and we are trying to come out with something which will further improve upon the regulations which came out in 2022, which had kind of codified in a very big way what nutraceuticals mean, what health supplements mean, what are the various other dietary supplements which are meant for specific purposes or for certain medical conditions. So all that is right now work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, actually, for highlighting this Lakshman Rekha, or drawing the line and the grey zone area of the drug and the food or nutraceutical. So to Indu Bhushanji, you have been truly a global person. You have global experience. You have a lot of national, you have led from the forefront. But Patrick also made a passing mention to this, that the distinction between health supplements and drugs, and Roliji also mentioned it, is often unclear. And the consumer is often landing up being confused. So what is the role of government in recognizing and promoting the appropriate use of these products by the consumers?
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. And I am a layperson, so I'm going to be speaking from the consumer's perspective, because I'm not expert like all of you here are here. And you are absolutely right that consumers are actually very confused about what health supplements are, because they fall between drugs and food. We understand what food is, and we understand what drugs are, and health supplements are somewhere in between. And we know that, like Roli was mentioning, that drugs are regulated by CDCSO, and food is regulated by FSSAI, and food supplements are also now regulated by FSSAI. In many countries that I've been to or I've worked in, like US, Canada, Japan, and Australia, Food and Drug Administration is same. So they are the same agency which is doing both food and drugs. In India and in many other countries, including EU, these are two different agencies which are doing with the drugs and food. So when it comes to drugs, there are very specific guidelines in terms of what is to be done for approval of those drugs. We have to establish the efficacy, we have to ensure their safety, and they have to ensure the quality. For food and food supplements, it is only largely the safety, they should be safe, and they should be of good quality. Efficacy is usually not done, and for approval of any food supplement, the efficacy is not established. So as a consumer, we are always under the impression that this food supplement is effective, and at least if it's not effective, we are under the impression it's safe, because in practice, what can happen, and it has happened in the recent past, that we find out that that food supplement is neither effective nor safe. For example, during the time of COVID, there was an emphasis on eating giloy. It was an impression that giloy gives a lot of immunity, and some people who didn't think that giloy gives immunity, they thought that at least it's not harmful to the health. But later it turned out that high level of giloy was not good for health, and also the claim that it was giving immunity was also questionable. So here, I think we have to do something about it, and I have 4 suggestions that the government should be doing to ensure that we protect the rights and of consumer. One is that they should be very strict labeling guidelines and guidelines for advertisements. There should not be any advertisement which is not supported by science. They should not be claiming any health benefits if it's not supported. The label should be very clear in terms of what kind of dosage it should be. And like in the US, if they're claiming any health benefit, that should be there. And also probably they should be looking, having a declaration that it has not been approved by CDCSO or the government in terms of effectiveness. Second is that we have to be very effective in terms of implementation of the existing regulations, and having a market surveillance to ensure that all these guidelines are being followed, and there is no adverse impact of taking off those food supplements, and that should be clearly, any adverse reaction event should be reported and investigated, and that implementation should be very strict. And third is, of course, like what I mentioned about, and what Ms. Roli Singh also mentioned, that we need to be very clear about the definition and where exactly these food supplements lie, and some of them probably maybe drugs, in fact, and they should be treated like that in terms of ensuring that the efficacy is ensured before they come to the market. And finally, we have to do much more research and show effectiveness, because in a country like India and also many other countries, including China, we have a lot of reliance on traditional medicine and Ayurveda, and many of this we've been coming for centuries, and we have a strong faith in many of those. But if you look at the research and science or establishment of their efficacy through any RCTs, randomized control trials, that is not there. Therefore, in terms of ensuring that we have the science behind many of these food supplements, I think we need to invest a lot, and government should be providing more resources in terms of doing that. Thanks, Dr. Joshi.
Thank you so much for your 4 pointers, and I'm sure there are people in the audience on the floor and off the floor who are taking note of it. Dr. Manisha Sridhar, probably you are the most qualified scientist, lawyer, PhD in patents, civil servant of eminence, and now new hat of public health. So you probably would answer this question the best. What are the key challenges which face this entire nutraceutical supply chain, particularly in our South Asian region, particularly in maintaining quality standards, which is a little extension of what Induji was also mentioning. Ma'am.
Thank you, Shashank, and I thank FSSAI and the entire team for giving us this opportunity to be here. So I do think that when we talk about nutraceuticals, the issue lies in the name itself. So it's from nutrition and from pharmaceuticals. So the challenges in the supply chain are really in the gray area that come with nutrition and with the pharmaceuticals, both. And that is critical when you look at nutraceuticals. In fact, one of the problems in nutrition and the development of nutraceuticals as such is a product of industrialization. And if you look at nutrition, the nutrition itself needs to be very dynamic in view of the changes in our lifestyles that we have today. And that is a challenge which nutrition faces. So for example, in the days then people, when they walked 14 or 15 kilometers a day, you could afford more saturated fats in your food. But now when we have more sedentary lifestyle, the nutrition components need to change. And in pharmaceuticals, we are well aware, and it has been mentioned, and Dr. Lalita also mentioned about the quality, safety, and efficacy aspects. When we look at the work that I'm doing in WHO, a lot of work is happening on standard setting for some of the products that are currently being sent in the supply chain as food supplements. As many of you would know, there is a global center for traditional medicine that has been established with Government of India's a large contribution to WHO in Jamnagar. And they are working consistently on improving the quality and safety and efficacy standards and standardizing many of the Ayurvedic supplements that are going across in the different countries. But a lot of work needs to be done because the science of some of these traditional medicine areas is very different from the RCT kind of trial that has just been mentioned. The science itself is different, and therefore there is a challenge when we talk about standardization of some of these products. Because not one size fits all, because based on the kind of constitution of the human body, they are expected to be having different efficacy standards. So some of these aspects are what are being considered, and also looking at developing a general band of products which could be used across different constitutions and other bands that could be more specific to particular diseases, and where they will fit more into the drug kind of safety approvals under the DCGI or the relevant FDAs. So this is one part of it. We have also seen some of these supplements and others which have issues of the amount of pesticides in their in the basic constitution. So for example, if there is a plant product which is sourced from, say, tulsi, and the tulsi plant has been given too many pesticides, then it appears in the product itself. So some of these aspects are also being considered as to how to ensure standardization in some of the products which have the Ayurvedic labels. Apart from this, I think a close coordination between the advertisement, as is done in the USA, between the FDA and FTC, these agencies also needs to be strengthened, and I think that will greatly improve the supply chain movement and also the trust by the consumer and by the different stakeholders who are involved in this in the whole area of pharmaceuticals. I do wish to state that we need a very strong communication with the industry. Very often it is seen that the industry is not following standards, but we find that there is lack of information on the standards. When we look at, for example, some of the WHO guidelines that need to be followed for good manufacturing practices or good distribution practices. Many of these which are there in the pharmaceuticals are similarly equivalent in terms of the nutraceuticals. And finally, to those of us who are involved also in a lot of work on drug regulations. So for example, if you look at the Hatch-Waxman Act of the US, which actually promoted from the originator, you could have generic drugs, and it was a major path-breaking legislation in the US. Hatch-Waxman, who promoted generic drugs, was also the pioneer for looking at nutraceuticals. And he said, we need to look at it. So there is a very close coordination, or let us say a close association between nutraceuticals and Food and Drug Administration. And we do need the best of both will actually help us to do a very seamless job in terms of supply across different jurisdictions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, we must compliment both WHO and Government of India for taking lead in this global center for traditional medicine at Jamnagar, and we are trying to do science, medicine, and evidence-based in that direction. We are compelling for time, and I'm mindful of that. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists to be quick and brief, maybe 90 seconds to 2 minutes, maybe at the best, so that we can then be mindful of time. I can see Dr. Alcarao a little restless there, and I'm mindful of that time. So, ma'am Panet, what are the factors which contribute to the absence of standards for health supplements within the Codex framework, especially with the growing global market of these products being so rapid?
Thank you very much, sir. So, as I said earlier, the Codex Alimentarius Commission has 189 members. So you can imagine you have a family of 189 members. Each one has to understand what is being discussed. So we need a common understanding of, should it be, for example, nutraceutical or any subject. First of all, you have to really explain to everybody in the language that they understand. We have 6 working languages: English, French, Spanish, Chinese, Arabic, and Russian. And so that we have a common understanding of what is on the table. And from then on, then you can progress with the discussion. So I think a very important thing is to have a common understanding of the subject which is being discussed. So we noted that there is no definition. Another thing is that in Codex, this discussion has not yet started. No, at least to my knowledge, there has not been a proposal from any region to develop a standard or even consider a definition or to start the discussion. Because before you bring a proposal for a definition, you first of all have to inform everybody, all the 189 members, what the issue is about. There are countries, as you stated, here in the Asian region and maybe in the developed world, who are very conversant with nutraceuticals, and there are others who are not that affected because, or that interested because they have maybe other priorities. Everybody has to be, all the countries have to be informed at the same, have to be at par as regards the knowledge. So in order for this discussion or any other proposal to come forward in Codex, there should be a country which proposes it for discussion, prepare a document, enlighten everybody about what the issue is, and then from there start the conversation. So
let's hope this conference makes a starting point for that. Dr. Patrick, thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Patrick, what are the technological and implementation challenges in conducting safety and efficacy studies? Because they are woefully lacking. Evidence base is something which lacks in this whole health supplement and nutraceutical industry?
This is a very good question, and this is the big challenge. In the European Union, we focus on safety initially before we look at efficacy. But if you have, say, for example, a product that you want to make a health claim on, you have to supply information from dietary intervention studies or randomized clinical control trials, and these are expensive. So this is approved in the EU. And prebiotics, they claim to have their beneficial effect on good bacteria by promoting digestive health, again, too generic. So it's difficult to produce the claims. But just there's one interesting thing, that on the botanicals for the Ayurveda medicine in India, in China they have a very strong tradition, similar to India, of traditional medicines. And they're now examining the traditional medicines differently to process the health claims. So they're looking at the effect at a molecular level, molecular nutrition, at the cell wall interfaces, and they're looking at measuring biomarkers of effect, rather than this product I give to you and it'll stop you getting a heart attack. I have to follow you for 30 years to find out is it going to work. But I could be able to demonstrate a biomarker effect, and they have demonstrated antioxidant properties with polyphenols, and they've demonstrated that other micronutrients get to, in the traditional ingredients, are at the level of a nanoparticle size, which makes them both more bioaccessible and more bioavailable from the gut into the body, and then from the body to the target audience. So it really is challenging to do efficacy studies, but I think we should be looking at more innovative ways than randomized controlled trials and dietary intervention studies that only pharmaceutical companies can afford.
Thank you so much. I think the molecular part was great. Roli, madam, maybe very quickly, could you summarize some key factors which will influence future government policies in regulation of nutraceuticals and health supplements?
Well, no, just one thing is that like when you have a nutraceutical, you have to identify like who's really going to benefit. Is there a deficiency in the population's health, or is this just a commercial gimmick to make money for a company? So if there's a deficiency in the subset of the population, they're your target audience.
You're opening a Pandora's box for another panel.
Somebody had to bail the cat. So the question to me, if I understood correctly, what is going to impact?
Future impact. Future impact. What would be the government of India's policies if you had to suggest to them, what would be key factors which will influence future government policy decisions for regulation of nutraceuticals and health supplements?
Basically, I think the path is pretty well laid out. We need to learn from the countries which have reached a certain level of regulation, maturity in their regulatory systems, as to how to design regulation which is enabling, both for the industry as well as, and gives information to the public, because it is for consumption. End of the day, it is for health. So the information asymmetry is what regulation should be targeting. The markets fail, so one of the failures of markets is when the information is not readily and properly available. And that's where regulation's role comes in. And also to regulate the way the industry is functioning, and there are no incentives or disincentives which are, perverse disincentives. Like there would be a tendency, because of the stringency of the drug regulation, to try to divert the product towards food regulation. This is something that we have to be very wary about. So we need to know, we need to have that fine line in place as to what is food and what is drug, without trying to jeopardize the market and the demand for this niche segment. So, and it's a fast-growing industry. We need to support it in the right, the best way possible, and also ensure that India's presence that is growing day by day in this sector globally is also not jeopardized. So we need to bring in the best systems that are in place. So yes, collaborating with all the best regulators in the world, and learning from their mistakes or learning from their good practices. And also the WTO framework needs to be studied very closely, and Madam Manisha Sridhar is an authority on how trade barriers and all can be overcome, and what we need to do to plug into the WTO ecosystem more effectively for the benefit of our producers, our FBOs, and our industry both. And we need to collaborate with the research organizations that are there out in the field like the NIN is there, the ICMR, we have the CFTRI who are working in this space, and the close connect between policy and academia. The FSSAI can be a good bridge for that and should continue working with the scientific community to understand how to position this, this area better. And talking about Ayurveda, I would quickly like to intervene that interestingly, the Ayurvedic medicines in India are very stringently regulated. The production and the processes are very stringently regulated under the Drug Act. So the schedule for Ayurvedic medicines, the Schedule T, if I'm not mistaken, is it the Schedule T, which
yes,
works for
yes,
Ayurvedic medicine, is pretty stringent. So that is another reason why there is a tendency for a lot of these formulations which are overlapping between Ayurveda and nutraceuticals, trying to, find their way under the Food Act rather than the Drug Act, because there the stringency is higher. So those kind of nuances are there, which I think a lot of people here understand. So we need to work, collaborate with the international agencies, and within India there is a thrust towards something called I just wanted to leave the group here with this very interesting idea, BioE3, which is an initiative by the Department of Biotechnology, which wants to take the size of the whole bioeconomy, which is currently at 130 billion, to 300 billion by 2030, in which we are envisaging promoting sustainability, environmental responsibility, economic development all in one. And this is where this segment would fit in really well. So we would be looking at biotech parks, biomanufacturing hubs, research and industry to be converged in one place.
BioE it is, great. Thank you so much, ma'am. I know, Indu, I'm very mindful that you have to rush and you have to negotiate Delhi traffic, and very quickly, technological solutions, you have been at the hub of everything in India on the national health front, such as blockchain, digital verification systems. How can you distinguish this legitimate nutraceutical products from counterfeit ones? Because that's a big challenge. Maybe a quick answer from you.
So as Roli Singh was saying that, the fundamental problem that we have is asymmetry of information, right? So as a consumer, I know much less about what I'm buying as compared to the person who's selling it to me. So technology can help in doing that. But right now what happens is that, I try to buy it from a reputed or branded vendor. I would go for Tata or Nestle or ITC, that assuming that they will not give me wrong or low quality product. And in the process I pay more because they are of course much more expensive. But I'm also not sure whether the packaging may be same, but it may be counterfeit. It may be fake product. So here the technology can help, like you mentioned, but this is true not only for food supplements, but also other things like organic food. Because when we buy organic food, we don't know whether it is truly organic or not. We just take the word for it, right? So here, we've done this project in China when I was in the Asian Development Bank, using technology, using blockchain to ensure that we can trace the whole the supply chain right from the farm to when it comes to us, where it has come, because blockchain, as you know, is transparent, it's immutable, and it can't be changed, of course, and so I can see where through all process this has come. But there are other technologies as well, Dr. Joshi, because for example, in the US, this Nature made brand, they have packaging which is tamper-proof, because once it's opened, it can't be sealed again. So having a tamper-proof packaging will help. QR code will help if QR code is also linked to some database which can be verified, and we have a QR code on every product which can give us the batch number, date when it was produced, where it was produced, and which can be matched with the other information so that we can make sure that that QR code is not fake. And also in some cases RFID has been used where you can trace, at least the suppliers can trace from where their products have gone and whether the product which is in the market is not fake or not. So I think technology can help in terms of getting over some of the problems that we see and reducing this asymmetry of information.
Thank you so much. Ma'am Manisha, last word from you always on exaggerated claims. This is the biggest challenge in this whole industry, the exaggeration of claims, and we are mindful of time, so see how best we can manage that.
Yeah, thank you, Shashank. So I'll try to be brief. Exaggerated claims, I think we need a very strong enforcement mechanism. And I think for that, we need really to have a very clear system in place, what needs to be done. If we look at jurisdictions across, there is a very strong legal background of the FTC banning a lot of products in the US, and they have a very strong legal system that supports it. But we need to look at what best works for our country and for various jurisdictions across the world. In the light of exaggerated claims, let me also just add that there's a lot of work being done by the Ministry of Ayush because to educate the manufacturers and to ensure the quality, safety, and efficacy. There are in the position, there's actually a WHO global resolution on local production, and that was looking at pharmaceutical production, and they are rolling it out for traditional medicine as well. And I think they have a program in place, and all the global benchmarking tools that look at regulation and good pharmaceutical manufacturing practices, they have married it. And out of about 40 odd pharmaceutical training subjects, they're actually looking at about 10 to 12 to begin pilot programs to ensure that good manufacturing practices are also followed by the pharmaceutical manufacturers in the Ayurvedic and other formulations, and then they could also use that for putting it on labels and saying that they have these additional processes in place to make sure that the QAC standards are met. So different, I think, approaches are needed, but a combination of all would be necessary. And also, I think, consumer awareness. If we have something like, we have a very strong system of AEFI reporting for vaccine regulation. If any vaccine is not well received, there is a reporting system. So a good reporting system on adverse events will really help us to make sure that no such product is on the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful that we could finish at least 2 rounds. And Patrick, you had a quick comment? Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one point that I think might be very interesting for India, in that they're exploring using the nutraceutical to tackle stunting. So while I said a lot of nutraceuticals are a commercial opportunity, here's an example where it could deliver a benefit. So in Indonesia, they're looking at tackling stunting, where the children are suffered from protein deficiency. They don't realize their full physical potential or mental potential. So they're using eggs that are enriched with DHA by feeding the hens on a diet, including in the ration a derivative from marine algae. So it'll be suitable for vegetarians. So basically the children are fed the eggs rich in protein, but they've also got the DHA, which is good for your cognitive function. So they're calling these the Einstein eggs, okay? And so it's something where you could demonstrate where a nutraceutical would deliver a huge public health gain. And the marine algae derived DHA, that health claim is approved in the European Union and several other jurisdictions. Good for your cardiovascular system and good for brain health.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you so much. And I think we truly had a global experts here. We had some of our top domain experts from India, and I'm grateful to FSSAI that they thought of this topic. Nomenclature is the key, harmonization is the key, and I hope that we can evolve some consensus for Codex. And India can take a lead with the help of the various stakeholders across the world, and we can evolve something more harmonized nomenclature to safety, to efficacy, to molecular pathways, to regulations. And I'm grateful to Dr. Rao, Dr. Alka, and everybody for allowing me to, try to do this panel. I'm sorry that we have shot maybe by 3-4 minutes ahead of time, which I don't like to do. But thank you so much, and I hand it over back to Dr. Kavita.
And we can thank the chair as well, Shashank.
Yeah, we are grateful to our esteemed moderator and speakers for their exceptional insights and thoughtful capsule of information. Your expertise enriched our understanding that integrated and holistic approach by all the stakeholders and effective collaboration among multiple fronts is the crucial to establish robust regulatory ecosystem and enhance consumer education in this field. I now invite Mr. Dhyani, ED HR, and Dr. Alka Rao, Advisor Science and Standards, to do the felicitation for our moderators and our speakers for their significant contribution in the panel discussion. Dr. Joshi. Dr. Joshi. Yeah. Ms. Roli Singh, please. Kindly accept our token of love and respect. Ms. Availo. Now I request Dr. Alka Rao to felicitate Dr. Patrick Wall. Stay for a group photo. Dr. Indu Bhushan. Yeah. Dr. Manisha Sridhar. I request Dhyani sir and all our Dr. Alka Rao, our moderator and all our panelists, Dr. Lalita Gowda, to join us for the group photo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's a pleasure to welcome you for all to the today's session on sustainable food packaging, policy, innovation, and compliance. Global regulations are evolving to encompass packaging requirements and sustainability goals in order to combat the waste generation and limited recycling. this technical session would examine the global practices and the development of unified guidelines and standards for sustainable packaging materials and practices. For this session, we are fortunate to have Ms. Sara Cahill, Secretary, Codex Alimentarius Commission, Rome. I now invite Ms. Sara Cahill to come to the stage. Ms. Sara Cahill brings extensive experience in microbiological risk assessment and a strong background with the UN agencies. As Secretary of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, she supports the CAC in the development of international food standards and quality standards. Please take your seat, Madam. We are honored to have Dr. Tariq El Habib, who is the chairman of the board at Egyptian National Food Safety Authority. I kindly invite Dr. Tariq to the stage. Dr. Tariq is the chairman of the board at Egyptian National Food Authority. He is a highly accomplished professional with an impressive academic background and has 40 years of experience in the food industry. I now request Ms. Sara Cahill to provide context setting.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be here this afternoon to speak with you, and also so far as well in this summit for extensively highlighting the work of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. Now, I was asked to provide a little bit of context for this session and to set the scene for our subsequent keynote discussion and panel discussions. And I think we all know that packaging, and food packaging particularly, has been transformational when it comes to our food supply systems. Food packaging helps ensure the safety of food by preventing contamination, preventing spoilage, and thereby reducing the risk of foodborne diseases. And indeed, in a number of our Codex texts, we refer to packaging simply in the context of protecting food from contamination. Packaging, of course, also contributes to the preservation of the condition of food such that it reaches the consumer in its immediate post-processing stage. And it can facilitate the extension of shelf life of product, which enables greater distribution, contributes to access of food, one of the important pillars of food security, and contributing to reducing food waste. It has also, of course, been critical to the expansion of global food trade and enhancing the breadth of distribution and time frame within which food products can be distributed. So there's no doubt about its important and transformational role in the food supply chain. However, the world in which we live in is changing, and the challenges that we face keep piling up. Steve Wern already referred to this morning the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021 and the follow-up in 2023. And that highlighted that we need to step up and go further to implement the transformation needed in our food systems to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Indeed, the UN Secretary General stated in the final summary that transformative action demands the engagement and close participation of the people who drive our food systems, from those at the primary production end, governments and the business community, be they small and medium-sized enterprises or multinational corporations. All have an important role to play through responsible business practices, innovative solutions to make food systems more sustainable, resilient, equitable, and while adapting their practices to ensure all people can access a nutritious and healthy diet. So I think that highlights also one of the purposes that we're here for this week, the importance of working together and collaboration. And collaboration starts by talking and sharing information and understanding the individual challenges that each of us face. So food packaging has been transformational in food systems, but now food packaging is one of those areas that has to be transformed. And this session aims to address how we can move towards sustainable food packaging. So, what are the challenges that we face? Food packaging is recognised as one of the contributors to the global waste challenge. The materials used are often not recyclable, and they can persist in the environment. And I think on more than one occasion in the opening session this morning, we heard reference made to microplastics, and its accumulation in the environment is one of the emerging food safety and health concerns that we have to deal with. So when it comes to packaging, we do want materials that will not accumulate, perhaps that are biodegradable. Our resources are not infinite, so we want materials that we can reuse and recycle. But annually, the packaging sector generates approximately 150 million tonnes of plastic, with over 95% discarded in the same year. So clearly, there's an opportunity for improvement. But while doing all that, we still need to keep food safe, and we want to maintain the same technological benefits of our current packaging materials, while reducing the energy and resources required and the environmental impact which can eventually affect us all. Hence, a holistic or a life cycle approach is needed to be integral to the way forward, such that all stakeholders are contributing to the solution in a collaborative manner, that the solutions are addressing the emerging issues, such as those we're seeing with microplastics, and at the same time we're ensuring that we're not contributing to new food safety issues. And the drivers to help us change will come from multiple directions. Governments have a critical role to play in terms of policy, direction and legislation. The industry needs to be innovative, be ready to meet new government requirements and commit to sustainable approaches. And consumers also have a role in demanding change in how they view packaging and also in supporting the efforts that are being made towards more sustainable packaging approaches. Many countries have already started looking at what they can do to promote more sustainable packaging. And this is critical to drive change, to create a market for innovation. And it's no surprise that plastic has been the focus of many of these initial efforts, with regulations ranging from plastic waste management and recycling to single-use plastic taxes or even bans, to regulation of biodegradable plastics. And indeed, earlier today we heard of the number of initiatives that are already underway in India and changes in regulation to address the issue of plastics. Now, some countries have also looked to the responsibilities of producers with regard to packaging. In some cases, national legislation is requiring the production of packaging material with recycled content, and certain amounts of food packaging have even historically utilised recycled materials. For example, the use of aluminium in beverage cans. But such mandates are leading to significant changes in the way food is being packaged, and more changes are no doubt on the way. However, the regulatory landscape for food packaging is currently fragmented in terms of existence or regulation in terms of even an existence of a regulation or the regulatory approach that's been adopted. So this diversity in regulatory approaches at the national level may cause issues for trade of prepackaged foods that utilises recycled material in its packaging. Therefore, a move towards some degree of harmonisation of approach is important. At the international level, there have been some developments. Currently, UN member countries are negotiating a global plastics treaty, following the agreement of 175 nations to develop a legally binding agreement on plastic pollution by 2024. FAO is currently looking towards the development of a voluntary code of conduct on the sustainable use of plastic in agriculture. And this will in fact be discussed early next month with FAO members. While this will not cover packaging as such, it is indicative of the global efforts in the food production sector. And just this week, the African Circular Economy Alliance, which is a government-led coalition of African countries, has proposed the establishment of an African standard for recycled PET in food applications. within my area of work, the Codex Alimentarius, over the past year, there have been discussions on what we can do in terms of the food safety aspects of recycled food packaging, a discussion which has been initiated and needs to be continued. And an important driver for this discussion is the view that the incorporation of recycled packaging materials in food packaging raises the potential to create new food safety concerns, and that there's a need to consider whether recycled materials or the process by which recycled materials are obtained represents a new vector for the introduction of contaminants into foods, and how these potential risks can be mitigated. So, how can we be more unified in our approach to sustainable food packaging? Policy and legislation are clearly important and can ensure the research, development, and viability and investment of efforts towards sustainable packaging. But if every country approaches this in a different way, it can also have negative effects in terms of the impact of food trade and present challenges to food producers and packagers in producing and marketing their product. So we need to think how we can overcome this. There are opportunities for global cooperation through different initiatives. How can we ensure that these different initiatives complement each other so that countries are provided with a suite of tools that enable them to take a holistic approach to food packaging? And how can we facilitate country efforts by ensuring that we have the scientific data and information available to develop robust international standards or guidelines? We have the issue of food safety potential problems. Are our current risk assessment approaches sufficient to address these? Do we have enough information to undertake such risk assessment on potential hazards arising from recycled packaging? And how critical are the recycled packaging processes in this regard? For example, if we use recycled plastic from mechanical versus chemical recycling. And finally, how do we promote the exchange of information and best practices so that we're sharing information on new technologies or evolving technologies and approaches for the greater global good of sustainability? Right now, I believe there's a lot of energy and a lot of goodwill to work in this area. We need to think how we can optimally harness this in order to make progress. And those of us working at the international level are either already working or ready and waiting to facilitate discussions in this area. But we do need clarity. We do need to be clear on the details of what is needed, what is feasible, what is achievable, so that whatever we produce can be done so in a timely and effective manner. And this, together with the willingness to drive change, will be important to ensure that the international fora can deliver what member countries need. I hope today's discussions will get us a step closer to addressing some of these questions and challenges and prioritising the next steps we need to take with regard to food packaging and particularly sustainable food packaging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah, for sharing valuable insight with us today. Now I request Dr. Tariq to deliver keynote address. Please, sir.
مساء الخير. It's mean good afternoon. Would you prefer me to speak Arabic? I'm ready. Since ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply privileged to stand before you at the second Global Food Regulators Summit. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to FSSAI for the foresight and deduction in organizing this summit. Uniting international bodies, WHO, FAO, Codex, national regulators of Philippines, Brazil, and eminent researchers, scientists, and technocrats to discuss the vital topic of sustainable, innovative packaging and it is a safety. In today's rapidly evolving world, sustainable packaging has become more than just a trend. It is a critical priority for both brand and the consumer alike. As a global demand for environmental friendly packaging growth, I am proud to say that the Indian decided to become a significant player in this dynamic and evolving market. The Indian green packaging market is expected to witness rapid growth in the coming years. According to the Invest Indian report, this market is projected to grow at the compound annual growth rate at 7.24% between 2023-2028. This growth is particularly prominent in the food and beverage industry, where sustainable packaging has evolved from being more option to become a suitable necessity. Several factors are contributing to this trend, including the stringent government regulation, shifting consumer preference, and the evolving market norms. These factors compel companies to adapt sustainable packaging techniques, thereby reducing their environmental footprint and the contribution to the more sustainable future. Global respect international work. The packaging sector is currently undergoing as a substantial evolution on the global scale, marked by noticeable transition towards utilizing renewable, recyclable, biodegradable, and combustible material. Particularly, the beverage industry stands out for its significant progress, with approximately a quarter of the PET packaging beginning utilized with this sector. Many countries have indeed focused on beginning and end of the packaging cycle to improve the sustainability. Regulating certain resources and highlighting waste control via extend producer responsibility, EPR. In certain times, regulation concerning sustainability packaging has placed a significant emphasis on plastic packaging. Role of India and the FSSAI. India has taken significant steps toward addressing the challenges posed by plastic waste. The country has implemented a ban on several single-use plastic and introduced the specific regulation through the Food Safety and Standard Packaging Amendment Regulation of 2022 for the recycling of the plastic material. Additionally, India has established extended producer responsibility, EPR, under the plastic wastage management rules, which aims the core plastic waste by promoting the use of compostable and biodegradable material. The government also implemented the monitoring measure, including the regular inspection and penalties for non-compliance. This has led a reduction in the littering and the growing demand for eco-friendly packaging options, demonstrating the positive impact of a stringent regulatory framework. However, despite this positive outlook and the significant advancement we have seen, the sustainable packaging sector still faces several challenges. One of the primary obstacles obstacles is the higher cost of sustainable material compared to normal option. This makes it is difficult for the smaller companies to adapt this solution, potentially limiting their market reach. Additional, the infrastructure for recycle and compositing in India requires substantial improvement to support the widespread adoption of sustainable packaging. Another challenge lies in education consumer about the benefit of sustainable packaging and encouraging them to make an environmental conscious chance. Addressing this challenge is essential for the content growth and success of the sustainable packaging industry. Way forward. In conclusion, sustainable packaging is no longer just an option, it is an imperative for brands and for consumers alike. The global shift forward sustainable packaging is clearly reflected in India market, which is poised for the substantial growth. The prospects for sustainable packaging in India are broad, driven by innovation, consumer demand, and the government support. As the market continues to evolve, India is well positioned to play a key role in shaping the future of sustainability packaging on the global scale. By forcing cooperation between government, industry, and the consumer, India aims to significantly reduce its environmental impact and achieve the sustainable future. Moreover, government and the global regulators play a pivotal role in driving the growth and sustainable food packaging. Regulators can play a major role in the driving environmental sustainability by implementing strict policy. They can mandate the reduction of non-biodegradable material, promote the use renewable and recyclable and compost alternative, set standard for the product design and packaging, provide the financial incentive and suspends, enforce regulation effective, holding business accountable for non-compliance and imposing penalties. Additionally, government can facilitate research and development in the sustainable packaging techniques, ensuring that the innovations are accessible and affordable for business of all sizes. Through international cooperation, regulators can also harmonize the standard across the board, fostering a global market where sustainable practices are the norm and not the exception. Once again, thank you for your attention. Shukran. This is a speech by Egyptian tongue and this Egyptian accent, something like Indian accent also. So once again, thank you for inviting me and shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Tariq, for shedding light on sustainable packaging. I request Ms. Sara and Dr. Tariq to remain on the stage to continue with the panel. Now I hand over my floor to my colleague, Ms. Vishali, to proceed with the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. We are now entering into an exciting segment of this session. Okay, sir. In order to moderate today's session, I now invite Professor Vimal Katiyar to the stage, please. Professor Katiyar is the Dean of Research and Development at IIT Guwahati and the chairperson of the Scientific Panel on Packaging at FSSAI. Professor Katiyar has made significant contribution in the innovative packaging materials and their role in food safety. Welcome, sir. I am delighted to invite our first panel member, Mr. Raj Rajashekar, Vice Chairperson of the CAC, to the stage, please. With over 40 years of experience in agricultural policy and international trade, Mr. Rajashekar has played a key role in shaping global food standards. His expertise in Codex Alimentarius and food regulation is widely recognized. Next, I am honored to invite to the stage Dr. Ulisse Montojo, the chairperson of the National Codex Organization Technical Committee of the Department of Agriculture and Department of Health of the Philippines. He is a leading researcher in fisheries science, specializing in marine biotoxins and fish safety. Welcome, sir. Next, I welcome to the stage Ms. Giovanna Sartori, a food safety and quality officer at the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. With her expertise in engineering and international affairs, Ms. Sartori has been instrumental in enhancing global food safety standards. We are also joined by Mr. Angelo de Quires Mauricio from the Brazilian Embassy today. I kindly welcome you to the stage, sir. As the agricultural attaché at the Brazilian Embassy in New Delhi, Mr. Mauricio promotes agricultural and food exports between India and Brazil, with the expertise in food safety. Welcome, sir. Finally, I'm very happy to invite to the stage Professor Rajeshwar Mache, Chief Scientist and Head of Food Packaging Technology at CSIR CFTRI in Mysore. Professor Mache is a leading expert in green and sustainable packaging solutions with over 45 technologies and numerous industry-sponsored projects to his name. Welcome, sir. We will now proceed with the session on sustainable packaging. I now hand over the stage to Professor Katiyar to moderate our panel discussion, please.
So a very good afternoon to one and all, and thanks Vaisali, nicely setting up and introducing all the panelists, eminent panelists. So you have saved a lot of time for us. Wow, that we are here for understanding about the packaging. We know that when we talk about the food, we have to talk about the packaging. Packaging is an integral part of the food. To disseminate it as well as to improve the properties, as well intact the properties of the food. So thanks to Sarah and Tariq has set up a nice context, and I need not to elaborate much on this. We all understood that when we talk about the plastic, we talk about the packaging, because the 40% of the plastic goes for a packaging application. And when we talk about the packaging, 50% out of it goes for a food packaging applications. So food packaging plays a very important role, and we have witnessed the fate of the plastic. As far as the food is concerned, it's a wonderful material. But if you're really going to see about the beginning of life option of the food, the package, as well as the end of life option, as far as waste disposal are concerned, there are the certain concern associated to it. That's what we are here to deliberate today. How we could able to get the sustainable packaging. When we talk about sustainable packaging, we talk about the packaging should refer to without compromising the environmental health, without compromising the living health. It has to facilitate, it has to serve this purpose with its own functionality. We have witnessed the plastic every day as in the form of a packaging. Now, as it has been discussed, Sarah has already pointed out and Tariq has already mentioned about going to the next generation transformation of the packaging, taking it to the sustainable packaging, considering the aspect what we have discussed, what we are deliberating. Now, when we talk about the transformation, it seems like can we bring a new class of material which can serve the purpose and serve the functionality without compromising the environmental health as far as carbon footprint are concerned, as well as for living health. So today we have a very eminent panel with us. We have Ulysses Montojo with us. He is from Philippines. Thank you, sir, for coming, for joining this panel. Junava Sartori, thanks for, she is from FAO from Rome. She has joined with us in this particular panel. And we have Rajshekhar, sir, is from New Zealand, and he's the vice chairperson of a Codex Commission. And Professor Mache, Professor Rajeshwar Mache, he is a leading scientist as far as the contamination and migration are concerned in relation with the food packaging with us today. And more importantly, we have Angelo, Dr. Angelo with us, representing Embassy of Brazil, and having a lead contributors as far as the agricultures are concerned. Without wasting much time, we would really looking forward the three different aspects, three rounds of our discussion. First, if you're really going to talk about the transformation of one class of packaging material to the next, that we always, we witness that there are biodegradable and compostable plastics started in practice, practicing in a different part of the world, as well as in a country like India. So, and another aspect, like in order to reduce the load into the load in the manufacturing of conventional plastics, can we recycle the conventional packaging, some of the packaging, and what are the status in across the globe of certain recycling plastics, and how we could able to take it forward on these issues, and more importantly, the strategically how we'll go forward in this. So my first question is with Dr. Ulysses Montojo, and this question is very much pertinent related to when we talk about the compostable plastics, and now we started witnessing the composting plastic across the continents. Now the concern is that how can regulatory bodies across the different countries work together to establish the safety standards for biodegradable and composting plastic. So if Dr. Montojo, if you have a comment on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson and colleagues. Good afternoon. And thank you for FSSI for inviting me. I did not expect this opportunity to be here. Okay, so regulatory bodies can collaborate to establish safety standards for biodegradable and compostable materials in food contact applications by leveraging international platforms, particularly the Codex Alimentarius. Codex provides an ideal platform for developing internationally recognized standards. A dedicated subsidiary body, as outlined in the Codex Statutes Article 7, could be established to define and standardize biodegradable and compostable materials for food contact applications. This body would focus on developing uniform safety guidelines, covering material safety, performance, and environmental impact. Although no Codex body currently handles this task, discussions at the recent Executive Committee 86th session, this was also cited by Ma'am Sara a while ago, on recycled materials have built momentum, which can be expanded to include biodegradable and compostable materials. The Global Food Regulator Summit we are doing now can provide a timely platform to enhance the new Codex proposals, and forming an electronic working group would expedite drafting guidelines by drawing on best practices from countries like India, the European Union, USA, and Japan. Member countries can engage in joint research and share innovations, toxicological data, and best practices through Codex, WHO, or FAO. Collaborative risk assessments involving bodies like EFSA and US FDA will provide comprehensive evaluations of potential hazards, ensuring that safety standards are scientifically sound, globally acceptable, and reflective of the latest research. Engaging industry stakeholders and environmental groups in the standard setting process will address practical challenges and promote global acceptance. Codex can lead the development of standardized testing methods for biodegradability, compostability, and food safety. This ensures that evaluations for food contact materials are consistent across all regions and addresses concerns like chemical migration from packaging into food. A harmonized approach to material safety will benefit both manufacturers and regulatory bodies by reducing ambiguity and increasing compliance. Lastly, in addition to Codex technical safety standards, the United Nations Environment Program, or the UNEP, can play a complementary role by issuing environmental sustainability guidelines. These guidelines would provide broader sustainability benchmarks which countries can adapt into their local regulations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Montajo. We are in the same pace that we all are at the same level, and the fact that we have to collaborate and we have to share the know-how what we have developed in this particular area. But more importantly, if we see the scale of this class of plastics or packaging, it's may not be as significant as the current scenario. So I just request Giovanna, if you could able to highlight that what are the barrier in relation with the scaling up or commercialization of such class of compostable and biodegradable packaging. Can you please?
Yes, thank you. So yes, as you say, sustainable packaging is still in its early development. It is not an established packaging material yet, so it's facing a lot of different barriers on various levels. First of all, there are the technological barriers in terms of limitation of performance. So can those materials ensure the same durability, the same barrier protections for food that is not contaminated through migration? Can it ensure the same shelf life that the conventional packaging materials can ensure? Then we also have economic barriers, because the cost of production of these sustainable packaging materials is much higher than conventional materials due to their specialized manufacturing processes. We also have regulatory barriers. We have heard it already earlier. Different countries apply different regulations or have no regulations at all, and this implies challenges in compliance for manufacturers and for business that operate in multiple markets. Then we have infrastructure barriers, because those materials should be recycled, composted, so waste management infrastructure, composting facilities. Different countries have different level of advancement of these infrastructures. Some regions are lacking them, some are not advanced enough to ensure their proper composting or recycling. And finally, we have a big knowledge gap. We have heard it earlier from Sarah Cahill. How about the food safety, the safety of these materials? Can we ensure that they are safe? How much do we know about all these materials? Food contact materials contain a broad range of chemicals that can migrate into the food that they're protecting. So this has to be further studied and explored. Not only standard chemicals that are in the materials are there, but also non-intentionally added substances. So for example, degradation components or byproducts from reactions, contaminants from the source material, the raw materials that was used. So how these chemicals pose a risk to the health of consumers has not been fully determined yet. There are no risk assessments for the complex chemical mixtures that are formed during the manufacturing and processing of these materials. And also there is lack of exposure data. So all of these challenges call for collaboration at global level. We know it's a business that is cross-cutting borders, so all these barriers have to be tackled in cooperation and in collaboration, both for research and development and for harmonization of standards and of regulations, and international organizations and bodies should be there to facilitate this sort of dialogue. So there should be cooperation across governments, research institutions, academics, private sector in the research and development area. There should be harmonization of standards, of testing methods, analytical methods, validated methods of evaluating and testing how those chemicals can migrate and how they can pose a health risk for consumers. Best practices could be developed for also for the composting and recycling of this material. This could be done also through international aid and capacity building programs. And most importantly, there is a need to have a common understanding of what are the issues, what are the criticalities, and where we have to intervene for tackling those issues. And FAO in this sense has been working in the past few years on this topic. There are a couple of publications that have been published. One on foresight in 2022, where there is also a chapter dedicated to food packaging materials. There is a publication on food safety and circular economy that will be published in the coming weeks. There is an article in Nature where FAO is starting to trying to set the ground at global level to see what are the issues cross-cutting and what are the criticalities that need to be tackled.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Highlighting critical issues in order to translate to the larger scale to this class of a material. But it seems like a lot of opportunities are there for us to pitch in and to sustain this class of material. With this, there is another issue has been pointed out when we have taken this class of a material with the conventional plastics and then the waste disposal problems are there. We have a Professor Rajeshwar Macheji from CFTIRI. Sir, from your expertise, can you please elaborate what global framework can be developed to support the creation of infrastructure and the waste management policies as far as the compostable and biodegradable plastics are concerned? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for a very interesting question. And let me congratulate the organizers, FSSI, for bringing out this sort of issues here. I just want to take you back a few decades back when plastic came into picture and using plastic in the packaging material. We were excited or more excited than what we are excited today on biodegradable plastic, right? Nobody was knowing about the microplastic, nobody was knowing about anything else. Now what has happened at that point of time that we got some material and we are not prepared how to handle the material. Plastic per se may not be bad material or not bad material, but not handled properly. Now, if you talk of biodegradable and compostable material, we are at the beginning stage. And this particular issue is brought in by the organizers. And if it can take care of this point of time, we will not face the same problem what the plastic we are facing today. It can be microplastic, tomorrow you'll get a nanoplastic and it can create a lot of problems. Now, why I'm telling this? When you're talking of biodegradable compostable materials, so globally recognized definition and understanding is very, very important, which is not generally happening. Now, if you have biodegradable material, this is a compostable material. Compostable, there is industrial composting, there is home composting. And there is a marine biodegradation. Now, if you take a material which is industrial compost, you put it somewhere else, it may create similar problem as a plastic. So need to first define and understand, globally harmonize the definition of each of them, very importantly. Number two, when you define and understand, the labeling is also very important. You don't know when you have plastic in your hand, whether it is a home compostable, whether it is industrial compostable, whether it will create problem in marine. If it's sometimes same material, it will be good in composting in the land condition, landfill conditions, but if it goes to the marine, it may create more problem. So understanding this, labeling this is very, very important. Now, as I said,
the percentage of this sort of materials is very less globally compared to the normal plastic. Now, understanding and managing this waste at this stage itself, when it is in the a sort of a controllable condition, is very important. For that, you need the government bodies, international bodies to come together, do an hand-holding with the industries, and see at appropriate point of time, you build enough infrastructure. Imagine plastic from the day when you should have built the infrastructure, it should not have created this much problem. So if you're able to do this, it can take a problem, solve the problem. Number two, waste management policy. A lot of times we brand plastic is bad. Sometimes particular material, if you're able to put it into circular economy and trying to reuse number of times, it may not be as bad as we think. So can we put the biodegradable or compostable materials also on that particular frame of mind? That is number two. Very importantly, understanding the capacity building and education. A lot of times people don't know what to do with this sort of a biodegradable or compostable material, whether you need to put it in a particular way. So understanding that is very, very important. So, and then collaboration, I'll finish it. So, very importantly, another issue we need to look at is, when you're talking of biodegradable material, comparatively they're costly. So you need to give sort of an incentivization to use of these materials. And also, if the global framework is built, the global community monitoring what waste disposal they are doing, they are very, very important. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mache. The next question is that now we understood about the limitation, we understood that what to be done, especially as far as the infrastructure is concerned for the end of life option. Now I really have a request to Mr. Rajsekhar. Can you please point it out how collectively the Codex countries can figure it out that making these class of material to be a cost effective and possibly to be used in a large fashion.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. Let me begin by congratulating the organizers of the summit to supplying water in bottles as distinct from plastics. So they are really practicing what this is. So it's very, I think, pleasing to note that. Already the discussions appear to have brought a number of factors in. Before I touch on the work of the global bodies, I do resonate with the comment that has just been made about the conundrum we are all facing as consumers. And a lot of my perspective is from a consumer perspective. When in New Zealand, we have recycling policies, the local city councils, which are responsible for collecting various material from the homes. We have requirements to separate the organic products from the non-organic and plastic material and so on, and glass and so on. The key point is that when you actually, as a consumer, you have to think about where you're going to put your product. Is it going to be in this green-colored bin, or is it going to be in this blue one or yellow and so on? So, and that's an important point simply because, you know, if you're talking about recycling and supporting the global circular economy going forward, we need to, as consumers, also contribute to the effective implementation of those requirements. Looking at the possible role that global bodies play, certainly the one that I'm most familiar with in the current context is the work of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. Sarah has already alluded to the recent proposal that is under current consideration, which addresses the potential food safety issues or impediments to the use of recycled plastics. The concern for Codex, of course, or the role and purpose of Codex is, of course, ensuring that there are, in fact, no impediments to use of either existing or newly innovated or evolving products. And this is where I think there are two significant areas where international organizations like Codex, and I should say it is not alone the responsibility of Codex. This is really a multifaceted issue that requires collaboration right across the spectrum. And if we take Codex as concerned, I think it's important that it perhaps if I can describe, front foot the issue by actually identifying issues that provide the necessary enabling environment for innovators in the manufacturing sector or innovations in the regulatory sector to consider alternative material. Cost is obviously a consideration, but there is also an issue on what are the potential food safety risks around the use of such material. So I think Codex and other international bodies, whether it be the OECD or United Nations Environmental Programme, the ISO, there are multiple players, and even at the regional level, there are organizations like APEC that are involved in this area. So a lot of minds are getting into this area, but I think there is a real opportunity for international organizations to work together, collaborate in much the same way as we heard earlier today about the global collaboration that is taking place and developing a global strategy around AMRs, for example. So I think we almost need a global plastic strategy that will help us identify and provide a catalyst for companies and manufacturers to use biodegradable plastics that will address both the usability, functionality, because at the end of the day, plastics is a medium, and we need to make sure that the medium is available. And increasingly, the problem that we now have is the medium that is currently being used is creating a lot of unintended consequences. So it is important that we leverage the potential of international organizations to support the development of new material and more cost-effective options.
Thank you very much, sir, for elaborating this. And now I really would like to hear from Mr. Angelo. Can you please elaborate some case studies, what has been practiced to your countries, especially as far as converting a bio-based into the eco-friendly bio packaging?
Thank you, Professor Vimal. Let me start by congratulating all the distinguished colleagues here at the dais, and also by congratulating the organizers for putting us together here, and for these extremely relevant discussions that we are going to have here today, not only in this session, but in the event as a whole. Well, I believe my contribution here will be more about sharing some experiences that we have in Brazil and presenting a little bit of the current scenario that we have there in Brazil related to this subject. In Brazil, the matter of reusing and repurposing plastic packaging and proposing alternatives is under constant development and subject to ongoing discussions, integrating dimensions and aspects related to at least 3 different ministries and public institutions. First one is the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the Brazilian Health and Regulatory Agency, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. And I believe that this is one of the examples of successful initiatives that we have there in Brazil, which is the establishment of a basic legal framework that disciplines the issue interinstitutionally, integrating those 3 dimensions that I mentioned, like the environmental dimension, the health dimension, and the agriculture and industry dimension. The basic legal framework in Brazil is laid down by a quite recent decree, which is from 2022, which regulates what we call the National Solid Waste Policy, which is part of the national, a bigger policy, which is the National Environmental Policy. And it also establishes what we call the National Reverse Logistics Program. Considering that I'm originally from the Ministry of Agriculture, and I'm the agricultural attaché to the Embassy of Brazil in India, so let me talk a little bit about the agricultural dimension, which is, at the end of the day, is where our food comes from and originates all these discussions that we are having today. In the field of agriculture specifically, which is related to the food industry, the use of plastic products is becoming increasingly commonplace all around the world. Greenhouse and mulching films, geomembranes, irrigation devices, packaging of inputs, polymer-coated fertilizers are just some examples. Good examples of things that technologies that are in place and help us a lot in food production. But according to FAO report, which by the way I'd like to highlight and to remark here the excellent and brilliant work that FAO the huge amount of work that FAO is putting on this subject and the brilliant work that they have done. According to the FAO report, despite the benefits, agricultural plastics also pose a serious risk of pollution and harm to the human and ecosystem health. In this context, Brazil has more than 20 years of experience in recycling crop protection products packaging, in a model where almost 95% of the packaging placed on the market is recycled and transformed back in the same product or incinerated in an appropriate place. The National Institute for Processing Empty Packaging, which we call INPEV, is responsible for integrating the entire agriculture chain from product manufacturers to farmers through what we call Campo Limpo system. That's the name of the system, guaranteeing the environmental correct disposal of almost all primary plastic packaging sold in Brazil. The system has already processed and correctly disposed around 650,000 tons of crop protection products packaging since 2002. It creates more than 1,500 direct and formal jobs and is estimated to have prevented the emissions of around 900,000 tons of greenhouse gas between 2002 and 2021, and also saved around 36 billion megajoules of energy. And another successful initiative that I'd like to point out here that we have there is what we call the Voluntary Agricultural Plastics Recycling Program, which is an arrangement of agricultural producers and private and public companies and institutions that uses georeferencing to provide traceability and certification, as well as something which we believe that is really key to this, which is capacity building. And that's a bit of the things that we have.
Thanks,
there.
Angelo, pointing out the case studies and come up with and giving an important data that 95% of the plastics you recycle, but how much plastics basically used for a food, recycled plastic used for a food packaging, that is really a concern as far as the regulatory bodies are concerned, because the end of the day, whether it is a recycle or virgin, it should not it should not harm to the living health. That what I really feel it. So there is another paradigm that if it is biodegradable plastics, can we shift to a recycled one, recycled PET? Some of the countries they are experiencing and they're practicing the recycled PET for some of the food contact materials. Now that way really help to reduce the burden on to the manufacturing segment. So now my question is with Dr. Montojo, that how can a global standard for recycled PET, and I would like to tell you, we have taken 2/3 time for a 1/3 of our activity. So that's what I think we have to speed up and cutting short so that we can fulfill the task. So my concern is about the global standard for recycled PET be harmonized to meet the both local regulatory requirement like us, and we in India we also have certain regulatory requirements, and as well as the international benchmarks like IFSA and US FDA. So that how to be tackle this, and what is your take on this? Dr. Montojo. Can you please comment on this? Or anyone?
This is very, Chairman, sir, thank you for the question. In sustainability, not necessarily you look off towards the biodegradability aspect, but recycling and recycled material use also is very, very important. And globally, the PET and recycled PET is one of the materials very commonly used for food packaging application. And we are very proud in India that we are the one who are having a standard for rPET to be used for food packaging applications. You know, these are low-hanging fruits where there is chances of collaboration. But now, what is that when you are trying to harmonize globally, what you need to do, the process of standardization. If you say European Union has an extraction, they have sort of a simulation method. But if you go to US FDA, they do extraction. Can we do a sort of harmonization there? That is number one. Number two, very importantly, when you're talking of in terms of the recycling material, as you have already material which is already reused, and then you're using it once again, the chances of contamination and how you decontaminate, how you do the refining of it, that's very, very important, that's very critical. Now there are different standards, so there is little need of harmonizing these standards so that, as Sir said, when you are eating the food and the recycled material, the chances of these contaminants or the chemicals coming in the food is more. The safety aspect is very, very important. Now to address that, the global harmonization of the standards and regulations are important. And also, as this is a closed loop system, the traceability, that means from where you are sourcing the material which is to be recycled is very, very important. And here, if you are able to do that traceability, I think they can address the majority of the issues. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Giovanna, I would like to know about how to deal with the contaminations and how to deal with the, this contamination as far as the recycled PET is concerned when it's come in contact with the food.
Yes, thank you. So I will respond on the safety of food side, let's say. Yes. So it is important to ensure the safety of the food, and there needs to be evidence that demonstrates that the food is safe. So this needs to be backed up by risk assessment, by toxicological evaluations, by migration testing, and so all these testing needs to be done. Those are complex risk assessment that not every country can afford to perform. So it is really important that in the international communities, the work starts to initiate and start to take place, that standards are established so that countries can harmonize to international standards. It's important to update the waste management and recycling infrastructure to also ensure that decontamination technologies are up to date, are advanced, and can produce properly decontaminated source material for sustainable food packaging. And another important aspect in ensuring the safety of this product is the monitoring. The continuous surveillance of the product after it's been put on the market to ensure that the product stays safe, that there is no contamination, and that there is compliance by the manufacturers and the business operators, and so ensuring that through enforcement once the product is on the market as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajshekhar. It's very important to basically understand that when PET goes into the waste stream, how we can effectively manage the recycling process so that it may not affect the food chain once it is going to be going into the product formation, and mostly on the efficiency part side of it.
Thank you. This is again an interesting question. And again, I'm answering this very much from a consumer perspective, someone who uses plastic material, as we all do. A lot of our milk comes in plastic bottles, and a lot of the drinks, soft drinks, and various things that we use come in. One of the things I notice I think this is a global standard that is currently in place and used by industry. For example, if you pick up any plastic container, you will have a little triangle which will provide a number. And that number is often used to guide consumers to identify what should be the appropriate recycling material container you need to put it in. And that's something that has been used many. The reason I mention that is that this is an important initial point to segregate material and enable countries that are having to collect and recycle these products globally. And if this is not properly done, you have a real problem in some ways in minimizing the problem to start with. So that we have already talked a lot about the developing new materials that will avoid having to create pollution problems. So biodegradable plastic material development is an important consideration. But globally, I think the opportunity is there for multiple players, the regulators in terms of setting up the necessary standards and guidelines, the manufacturers in terms of using the appropriate material and facilitating collection and distribution of those so it's going to require a collective effort at multiple levels to avoid the problem in the first place and to enable countries to ensure that these problems do not get magnified at a global level.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Rajshekhar. Now, Angelo, I really would like to know that many front we wish to recycle, reuse plastics. So what do you think the obstacles and prospects for scaling up the reusability of the plastic in general and packaging in particular?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's exactly an obstacle, but it's certainly a challenge. Actually, it is one of the main challenges. I think it all begins, actually, with the establishment of consistent, internationally recognized standards and guidelines for sustainable food packaging materials and practices, as well as the development of a global legal framework to promote sustainable practices and regulations concerning to the reuse and recycling of plastics in the agriculture and food sector. And of course, I think it's not only a matter of establishing the standards, but also finding a way to enforce the implementation of these standards. And in this regard, I believe that fora like the Codex Alimentarius and FAO play a key role in all this, and also as well as events like this where we can put together different regulators and different institutions to discuss ways of establishing those standards and ways of implementing those standards. In this regard, I'd like just to point out that to this end, Brazil has just joined a dialogue, which I think it's the basics of everything, the dialogue, to keep a dialogue in order to find ways to implement those standards. A dialogue from WTO on plastic pollution and environmental sustainable trade in plastics. The decision to join this dialogue corroborates the importance that Brazil attributes to the environmental protection and sustainable development. So I would say that to begin with, we need internationally recognized standards, and we need to find ways to make this happen in a more efficient way.
Yeah, thanks, Angelo, for highlighting latest development. And it's now last question to Dr. Montojo. It's really, we really would like to know what role can international organization plays in facilitating the exchange of knowledge and technology for testing and evaluation of innovative packaging material. Can you please elaborate on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have identified 4 major roles that can an international organization play in facilitating the exchange of knowledge and technology for testing and evaluation of innovative packaging materials. First, increasing accessibility and visibility of research and other technical output. So FAO or WHO can act as global platforms that collect, curate, and disseminate cutting-edge research and technological innovations by tapping into their vast networks of researchers, institutions, and experts from around the world. They make important advances in packaging, such as biodegradable materials, smart packaging, and sustainable alternatives accessible to member countries. This will guarantee the innovations can be scaled across different regions and applied globally. Second, capacity building to training. FAO and WHO also organize training workshops and other capacity building activities to provide technical expertise and create a sustainable knowledge base within countries. These hands-on learning opportunities empower nations to take part in the global movement toward more sustainable packaging solutions, particularly in developing countries that might lack of resources or technical expertise to engage in complex testing processes. By developing local expertise, countries can continuously evaluate and implement these innovations to make packaging safer and more sustainable over time. Third, bridging the gap between developed and developing nations. In addition to capacity building efforts, international organizations facilitate the flow of knowledge, tools, and methods necessary to implement advanced packaging solutions across different regions. This is often achieved through public-private partnerships where governments, industries, and research institutions collaborate to test and evaluate new packaging materials in real-world settings. Sharing best practices in this partnership ensures the countries, regardless of their development status, can adopt innovative packaging technologies effectively. And lastly, setting global standards and promoting real-world applications. Through initiatives like Codex Alimentarius, FAO, WHO can set global standards to certify that packaging materials are safe, sustainable, and fit for international use. In addition, the setting standards, they organize forum and disseminate knowledge, allowing countries to participate in the global movement towards safer, more sustainable packaging. Their work will ensure that innovations in packaging technology are not only tested in laboratories, but also applied in real-world scenarios, benefiting consumers, industries, and environment alike. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Montojo. You have given us that way forward, that how to move forward, and taking this challenging, though it is challenging, but it's having a great opportunity for all of us to setting up the regulatory mechanism as well as cooperation among the countries together to come up, because we all are in the same pace in order to setting up the standards and taking it forward. With this, because of the scarcity of time, now I request to the organizer to take over, please. So thank you very much for my eminent panelists for your insightful deliberations. So I really thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable discussion. We are fortunate that our CEO, sir, Sri Kamalavardhana Rao, is here, and I am request CEO, sir, to honor all the panelists. First, I request Sir CEO, sir, to request Ms. Sara Kahil, Secretary, Codex Alimentarius. Then I request, sir, to honor Dr. Tariq. Then I request, sir, to honor our moderator, Professor Vimal Katiyar. Now I request CSR to felicitate to Mr. Rajsekhar. Now I request sir to felicitate Dr. Ulysses. Now I request sir to felicitate Ms. Satori. I request Sir to honor Mr. Angelo. Your certificate is right. Now I request Sir to honor Professor Rajeshwar Mache. Sir, with this, we will all have a group photo, sir. Now I request Dr. Alkarao and Mr. Dayanidhi, sir, to on the stage for have a group photo, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session. Very warm welcome to you all. I am U.S. Dhyani. I am Executive Director FSSAI. It's my privilege to invite you today all for this insightful panel discussion on sports and nutrition, key to health and well-being. We all know that sports and nutrition are key for good health and healthy life. At GFRS 24, we have identified this requirement and we have organized this session for insightful settings. Today, we are honored to have amidst us distinguished panel of experts and guests who will share their valuable insights on this important topic, which will start shortly. To start off our session, we are honored to have amidst us Sujata Chaturvedi ma'am. She is a Secretary Sports. She is a 1989 cadre IS, 1989 batch officer of Bihar cadre. She has wide experience. Her career includes significant roles in education and public health, showcasing her administrative brilliance. May I now invite Madam Sujata Chaturvedi, Sports, to come on stage and take the seat. Please join me in welcoming ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. Sirimao Nair. Dr. Nair brings over 30 years of transdisciplinary experience in integrating natural sciences, social and public health sciences, and humanities. Her role includes scientist and chair panel member of nutrition and fortification with FSSAI. You are most welcome, madam. And now, without wasting much time, I will invite Dr. Sirimao Nair to set the context for the session. Madam.
Good evening, distinguished delegates, Madam Sujata, Secretary Sports and Youth Affairs. It is an honor to be here at this day, this time. We understand that this is the last session and everybody is looking forward to various aspects of the sports and nutrition, which is everybody's favorite agenda also, because we are, as Indians, quite now into the Olympics and the Paralympics, which is just finished, say 3 weeks back ago. It is a pleasure to be here to state a few facts which are going to be for us as very dear to us, to have all the aspects which can be covered in very few minutes or sessions, which are very much important for us. The WHO states the importance of being recognized, the importance of physical activity, along with the nutritional aspects and diets which we need to consume. Sports is one of the major activities which shapes our mind. It de-stresses us completely, releases a lot of endorphins when we are into sporting activities. All of us do some kind of an activity every day, which is simple walking also, which helps us to release the stress out of our minds, which we are into the modern world and faces various difficulties and situations which we go through life. Proper nutrition is very much important for all the athletes, especially when they are under training, and requires a lot of inputs from various scientists who are working into the context of sports and nutrition. It is an evolving science, and also it helps us to have a lot of knowledge translated to practical actions. And the Olympic Committee states that athletes will benefit the guidance of qualified sports and nutrition professionals who can advise on their individual energy, nutrient and fluid intakes, and help them to have sport-specific nutritional strategies for training and competing the recovery pattern which they need to do. Each athlete has a specific type of body. Their body weight, height, etc. are required for periodized actions which are necessary, and they're controlled as per the need of their sporting activity. Many challenges are being faced by all of us during these periods of time, and aiming to have better knowledge, exchange awareness with policies to overcome the barriers systematically and scientifically is the current scenario which we need to work on. At this outset, I am extremely thankful to FSSAI for organizing this event, inviting us here to have a thoughtful process where all of us can opine and share whatever inputs we would like to give for the sports activities across this. We have Khelo India as a major program, which is also encouraging all the youth to come into the scenarios and actively take part in the sporting activities. We also have parallel movements in other countries where Let's Move in US and Sport in England is also taken into consideration now. Everyone in our own households would see always that young children playing in our own backgrounds with small bats and balls. And it is encouraging to see that they are taking it up in very, very small activities, whether it is swimming, cricket, football, everything. And most of the schools are also now promoting these activities at great length. Good lifestyle, good nutrition goes hand in hand and helps in people's well-being. Therefore, consumption of high-quality diet, which is rich in variety of foods, should be considered, and for a sport activity, nutri-dense products should be taken into consideration. With that, various activities are being performed by the industry, and a lot of food products are also coming into the market. But we should encourage good nutrition which is needed and periodize it very well with the intake as a sports person should take it. With this, I would like to conclude my session here, and I would like to invite over to Mr. Dhyani. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom and explaining the topic in a relatable and simple terms. May I now request Sujata Chaturvedi, madam, Secretary Sports, to deliver the keynote address on the topic.
Namaste, good evening. Distinguished guests, fellow panel members, and my friends in the audience, I am very happy to be part of this very important discussion that is going on here. And I'm especially thankful to my colleague, CEO of FSSAI, Shri Kamal Vardhan Rao, for remembering me at this session and letting me have the opportunity to talk about this very important topic which is central to the world of sports and which touches the lives of sports persons in a very, very intimate and close way. I'm sure this event is bringing together assembly of leaders and experts from the national and international regulatory bodies, research institutions, government ministries, and educational organizations. The theme today is unleashing the potential of sports, nutrition, and food safety as keys to total well-being. This theme is not only timely, but essential as we strive to improve health outcomes and overall well-being in an increasingly fast-paced world. Sports, as most of us here know, are much more than physical activity or entertainment. They are a transformative force in the society, promoting personal development, building character, and fostering social cohesion. Regular participation in sports cultivates discipline, resilience, teamwork, and leadership, skills that are invaluable in every aspect of life. From enhancing cardiovascular health to improving flexibility and coordination, sports provide lifelong physical benefits. For the youth, sports create structured environments where life skills such as goal setting, perseverance, and handling both victory and defeat with grace are learnt. Beyond the individual level, sports serve as a bridge that crosses social, economic, and cultural divides, promoting interaction and mutual understanding within communities. Initiatives like Hello India, which my fellow panelists just mentioned, and Fit India embody the spirit, fostering a culture of fitness and athleticism that aligns with the broader national development goals. As important as nutrition is, equally important is the safety of the food that we consume. Food safety is the foundation upon which nutritional benefits are built. Contaminated food poses significant risks, leading to illnesses and undermining efforts to promote health and well-being, especially in the sports persons. The FSSAI plays a critical role in establishing and enforcing standards that ensure food, particularly for the athletes, meets stringent safety criteria. We work very closely with the FSSAI, and there are many aspects of our work which I would like to mention a few. Guided by the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to make India a global sporting powerhouse, this ministry, the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, is diligently working to transform this vision into reality. Our athletes are increasingly making their mark on the national and international stages, and we continue to prioritize advanced training, world-class infrastructure, accessible facilities, high-quality sports nutrition, and abundant opportunities for athletes. Our ministry has taken proactive steps to tackle the issue of contamination in the nutritional supplements, collaborating with lead research institutions through multiple memoranda of understanding to establish nutritional supplements testing facilities across India. We have designed these MOUs, which are supported by significant financial aid to ensure safe and reliable supplements for athletes and to raise awareness about the risks of unverified products. A tripartite MOU between the Ministry, the FSSAI, and the National Forensic Sciences University was signed in October 2022, leading to the establishment of India's first nutritional supplement testing facility at Gandhinagar in Gujarat. Another MOU was signed with a similar nature of parties with the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPER, Hyderabad, in February 2023, further enhancing the testing capabilities. I am very happy to inform you that both facilities have received the ISO certification and are equipped to test for WADA prohibited substances, ensuring the safety and compliance of supplements used by the athletes. The rates for testing of nutritional supplements at these labs range from 30,000 Indian rupees to 35,000 Indian rupees, depending upon the type of testing as well as on the type of organization. The rates that I mentioned are important because so far the testing of this nature is only possible outside India, which is extremely expensive. So the opening of this facility, 2 laboratories to start with, is truly a step in the direction of Atmanirbhar Bharat. These Indian labs serve a broader mandate, including research, regulatory enforcement in collaboration with FSSAI, and providing technical assistance to domestic manufacturers, ensuring supplements which are free from contaminants. These labs have been accredited by FSSAI, and they provide comprehensive testing services, including screening for WADA-banned substances. Research and development of standards for routine testing, helping to ensure that athlete supplements are free from contaminants, shall be an ongoing process for these labs. Collaboration with the National Anti-Doping Agency enhances the regulatory compliance and promotes awareness among athletes about safe supplement use. These facilities also assist domestic manufacturers in meeting safety standards and contributing to a dope-free sports environment in India. Government of India, through the Sports Authority of India, has made major strides in ensuring that athletes have access to tailored nutrition that meets their unique needs. One of the most innovative developments is the establishment of research kitchens across 13 national centers of excellence of SAI, where nutritionists curate meals specifically designed to enhance performance and recovery. These kitchens provide pre-training, during training, and post-training food tailored to the athlete's schedules and dietary needs. For instance, athletes receive sports drinks, protein bars, and energy bars during training, and recovery meals such as smoothies and high-protein snacks afterwards. These nutrition plans are carefully designed to ensure sustained energy levels, fast recovery, and optimal hydration, contributing to better athletic performance. This approach is not only groundbreaking in India, but sets a global benchmark in sports nutrition. All SAI kitchens strictly adhere to FSSAI compliance, ensuring that our kitchens are registered and food supplies are sourced from certified vendors. Hygiene standards are rigorously maintained through the use of separate cutting boards, approved checklists for cleanliness monitoring, personal hygiene ensured, to name a few. For instance, food testing was successfully conducted during the Khelo India Para Games 2023 at the Delhi centers of the Sports Authority of India. Every year, Nutrition Month is celebrated across all the Sports Authority of India centers, featuring a variety of activities such as quizzes, cooking competitions, food fun events, and awareness sessions that emphasize the importance of healthy eating habits, label reading, and hygiene. All centers are equipped with modern food preparation equipment, including combi ovens, in 80% of our centers. These ovens have significantly reduced oil consumption, contributing to healthier meal preparation of our athletes. Millets, as we know, are not only rich in fiber and essential nutrients, but also offer a substantial alternative to the face of global food security challenges. Their incorporation into the athletes' diets is a prime example of how traditional foods can be modernized and integrated into high-performance nutrition systems. In alignment with the International Year of Millets, Sports Authority of India has incorporated millet-based dishes into athletes' meals, promoting sustainable nutrition through the use of indigenous grains. While initially 74% of the athletes were averse to millets, continuous awareness campaigns and development of innovative recipes have led to a remarkable increase in millet consumption. Today, almost 80% of our athletes regularly include millets in their diets, benefiting from their rich nutrient profile. The synergy between sports, nutrition, and food safety forms the bedrock of national and global health strategies. Through continued collaboration between regulatory bodies such as the FSSAI and institutions such as the Sports Authority of India, we can ensure that athletes receive optimal, safe, and scientifically backed nutrition. Future collaboration should focus on innovations such as accredited certifications for sports kitchens, promotion of indigenous grains like millets, and the development of digital tools to track nutrition and food safety compliance. As we look ahead, our collective efforts will unlock the potential within athletes and the general public alike, promoting a culture of health, well-being, and excellence. Together, we can build a future where sports, nutrition, and food safety are integral to every individual's journey towards a better, healthier life. I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to address you and to tell you a little bit about the efforts that our department, the Government of India, is making for the betterment of athletes who are very important for our nation's self-esteem and a sense of positivity. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Madam, for providing us valuable insights on the issue of sports, nutrition, and safety, and giving us 360-degree profiling on the issue. And I assure you on behalf of FSSAI that the collaboration between your ministry and FSSAI, we will enhance it further, ma'am. We are looking forward to this. With this, may I now request CEO FSSAI, Shri G. Kamalawardhan Rao, sir, to come over and felicitate the distinguished guests. Photograph. May I now request all the dignitaries on the stage to join for the group photograph? May I now request Dr. Alka Rao and Dr. Satyendra Panda to join in for the group photograph?
Good evening, all. Now, let's set the tone for an exciting and insightful panel discussion. Leading us today for this session is none other than dynamic Padamjeet Shehrawat, a cricketer, iconic sports commentator, and a well-known television anchor. Mr. Shehrawat has anchored over 3,000 shows across various news and sports channels. Please join me in welcoming Padamjeet Shehrawat, sir, on the stage. Welcome. Our next panelist is Dr. Sanjay Bharadwaj, an iconic figure in Indian cricket coaching. Sanjay Bharadwaj, sir, is a Dronachar awardee, and this award is given to the highest coach in any recognition to the sports contribution by Government of India. Let's warmly welcome Dr. Sanjay Bharadwaj, sir. We are also privileged to have Ms. Aradhana Sharma. She is Chief Nutritionist of the Indian Olympic Association for Paris 2024. She has 25 years of experience. She has made remarkable strides in fitness and sports wellness. She is Master Trainer in Olympic Value Education. Please welcome Ms. Aradhana Sharma. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Amandeep Jol, National Coach for Indian Golf Union. With an illustrious 49-year golfing career, Mr. Jol has represented India in premier events like the Asian Games and Eisenhower Trophy. He has also been a pillar in golf administration and coaching. A big round of applause for Mr. Amandeep, sir. Former Indian cricketer and a wicket-keeper batsman, played for India in both Test and ODI formats. He has served as chairman of BCCI selection committee. He was instrumental in the rise of young talents like Rishabh Pant and Jasprit Bumrah. He has also developed cricketing infrastructure and nurtured grassroots talent in Andhra Pradesh. Welcome, sir. Our final panelist stage Dr. Jagmeet Madan. She is eminent consulting nutritionist, researcher, and expert in exercise physiology and sports nutrition. She is a president of Indian Dietetic Association. She is also postgraduate director of RICCC Research Innovation and Collaboration Center. Please welcome Jagmeet Madan, ma'am. I now hand over the stage to Mr. Padamjit Sehrawat to lead us through this insightful conversation. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. The deepest principle in human nature is the craving to be appreciated. Can you please give us a round of applause? It is going to be about the power of sports, and it's going to be about the value of good nutrition. Sports. Sujata ma'am highlighted that absolutely to perfection. Sports enables us to change our perspective. When you change the way you look at things, the things that you look at change. Sports tells us a failure is not somebody who falls. A failure is somebody who does not rise after falling. Sports teaches us it's all right to fail, it's all right to stumble, it's all right to slip, it's not all right to skip. Sport teaches us that you might lose your shine and the spark, but when you get back on your feet, you goddamn well be the whole damn fire. Sport teaches us the value of togetherness. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Whenever I'll stumble or fumble, I have such great company, elite company, I'll fall back on them and we'll put up a very, very good show. One more thing that sport teaches us. Whenever you become a captain, you become a leader and not a boss. I see Mr. Rao, I see a leader. I see Mr. Dhyani, I see a leader. I see ma'am, I see a leader. I don't see any boss here. For the last 7 days, FSSAI team, they only have told me one thing. Sir, homework अच्छे से कर लेना. And that is what happens because battles are not won in the battlefield, but in the practice arena. Sport teaches us to not become the boss, become the leader. Leader is the handholder, nerve calmer, problem solver, voice of reason. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be very, very special. And dear audience, I'm so happy to make your acquaintance. Good evening to all. Namaste. We're going to start this session by none other than the man who wears many hats, Mr. M.S.K. Prasad, former batsman, wicket keeper, chairman, National Selection Committee. And when we speak about nutrition, dear audience, the first thing you look into the mirror is yourself. What should be the first thing you should be telling yourself? It should be, why do I need more sugar when I'm so sweet myself? So, nutrition is the first thing you want to start with. And that too from Mr. M.S.K. Prasad. I'll take you down memory lane, sir. The year was 2016. You were traveling with the Indian cricket team. What did you notice, and what were the changes you implemented? Over to you, Mr. M.S.K. Prasad.
Thank you, respected people on the dais, and also all in front of the dais. 1999, I was not an opener for Indian team. I was forced into opening. That's it, that's my last match.
There was a trend with the Indian cricket team.
See, that was the last match, so you have pushed me to opening position right now. I hope that you're not pushing me outside. Just coming back to this point, there are certain lessons that I have learned a lot. You know, in India, we have this role model concept. We treat that these most successful people are successful in every walk of life. Just because they are successful in their particular field, they are successful in every aspect, whether it's money management, personal management, or a health management. So we tend to follow blindly what they do. So when my topic today is that, you know, I've learned certain things personally traveling with Indian cricket team. Especially we all love what Virat Kohli is. You know, I'm 100% sure the moment we say Virat, there's so much of spark in everybody's face. And in 2012, when Virat, he was like a chubby sort of a guy. He's called Chiku for his cheeks, so big cheeks. And he's so fat. His fat percentage is about 30, 33, 35. So he played a jump of a knock in Australia, where he realized that, if he can concentrate, he can be maybe one of the best players. Because in the commentary, somebody told that this is the best ever knock played by an Indian. So he realized that, he need to get himself fitter. So he followed some diet which is full of protein. Nothing else. Like, he was just eating chicken, mutton, all these grilled sort of.
Was that the case with just Virat or the entire team?
No, I'll tell you. So because we become cannibals after looking at our role models. And so suddenly, if you see, I was just seeing everybody with one leg of chicken in their mouth. They're just squeezing like anything. You can see that 15 Indian team are like, sitting like cannibals and eating only chicken, because everybody start that, Virat has gained success. So we better follow him like that. So it's not just about Virat. Whatever Virat does, it becomes a trend in the country. The whole country started following. I don't know how many farm chickens and all those things would have gone in that particular period. So I saw him, and I also started feeling like him. Right, suddenly he's gone down so much, let me also follow him. See, in one of the meetings which I took my wife, fortunately my wife is a doctor. She's my classmate from first standard. She understands me much better than me, actually. So I was delivering a lecture for the students, and in that particular lecture, I was talking about Virat Kohli, his success, the way he changed his body, the way he shaped himself, the kind of diet, that chicken and that protein diet that he eats. So my wife was sitting in front of me, and she was just staring at me. I could still remember that stare. She could have killed me with that stare. The moment we finished the function, we were just going in the car. And she looked at me and she said, "What the hell did you deliver?" I said, "What?" "No, you're talking something about Virat Kohli." "What do you know about Virat Kohli? Are you a doctor to prescribe diet to children? Are you a dietitian? What matters for Virat may not matter for those children. They're all small children." So she said, no, we had a fight. Every wife and husband has got lovely fights every day. So I was fighting like anything in that car. Fortunately, I driven safely home. So, and I asked my wife, so after some time we decided, she challenged me that in 3 or 4 years' time, if Virat doesn't come back with health problems, I will tear off my degree. Exactly in 3 years' time, Virat has to change his diet. His uric acid levels have gone so high that his joints were becoming immobile. He was not even able to bend his knees, his ankles. So this is the crash diets that people just follow, just because, the diet that he is following, his fat percentage have definitely come down, but the other nutrients which are important to the body were missing. So that's why, it's very, very important to understand that life should always be a balanced one, whether it is your diet or life, anything that is, moderate, anything that is balanced is always good. If anything goes excess, then it has to fall back, That's exactly the lesson that I've learned, and I realized that I'm no more a doctor. It's better to listen to a doctor who is in the house itself.
So there are 2 lessons to be learned here. One, that is the reason we call them the better halves. 2, the Almighty has given us 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen more, speak less. So when we are talking about nutrition, I have to go to Ma'am Madan here. Can you please highlight a little more from where MSK Prasad has just left? Can you pick it up from here and throw more light on this subject?
A very good evening to one and all. At the outset, thank you, Dr. Rao sir, for giving me this opportunity and your entire team and making me a part of this conversation. Starting from where Mr. Prasad left, I think the biggest challenge of this country is, one, the number of professionals who are trained in sports nutrition and the access of those professionals to the people who need help. Sometimes I feel that, you know, the Google guru or the WhatsApp guru, you know, overrides the scientific documented data which is available today in the field of nutrition. And today the field of nutrition is so vast, and sports science nutrition, exercise science and sports nutrition is a huge vertical wherein so much of scientific literature is available which is backed up by evidence-based information. So what I'm trying to say is that getting carried away by a nutrient is not the answer. And that's precisely what came out of that conversation, that we only felt that if we have to do well, we need to consume a lot of protein. But what we forgot, that how do I place that protein in perspective in my plate? Unless and until I back that protein with adequate carbohydrates, that protein will not be spared for the purpose of anabolism. He spoke about uric acid. Excess of, see, something which is good in excess may not be very good. So the inflammatory environment which you may create by consuming excess of protein needs to be addressed. And that's where the role of antioxidants come. And that's where, you know, this whole concept of, I'm so happy. I'm really happy today to see that today nutrition is a national priority in this country. And I thank our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and his entire team to have given so much importance to nutrition, fitness, sports. And there is a sense of awareness that there is, you know, a science available, there are professionals available to whom we need to reach, we need to understand what we are doing, and we need to put things in the right perspective. So coming back again to where the conversation stopped, that whenever we do anything, number one, we just cannot pick things on face value. We need to rationalize it with the science. But as a layperson, I may not be in a position to do that. So I must reach the professionals who are trained in this field, who can explain to me that yes, you need protein, but you also need carbohydrates, you need dietary fiber, you need antioxidants, you know, to balance what you are consuming. And it has to be fine-tuned to your sport, the muscle which you are using, the extent to which you are, you know, exercising. So there's a complete customization which has to go in. It just cannot be a casual affair. Yeah. And people, like he said, start emulating people. So this is a strong message that please do not pick things, you know, from social media. Just pick it on face value, start applying to yourself. That's not the answer.
Yeah, and the other thing, ma'am, you touched upon the protein. I'd like to bring in another nutritionist here, a nutritionist Team India, Ms. Aradhana Sharma. My question to you is going to be, because this is just the first round, which is warming up. We talk about protein. Let's talk about protein shake. Throw more light on that. My simple question is, how healthy is it and how dangerous is it? Elaborate.
The answer to that will depend why somebody wants to use it. Just because it is advertised so well by the supplement industry, or if there is a requirement for it, actually. Because medically, there are times you may need to supplement protein. That is generally, you know, many a times happen after like post-surgical cases and all. You do need extra protein. Now, when it comes to healthy population and even the athletic population, most of the time you can get all that protein in your diet. So when I mean, there are cases when we do tell athlete to take it, but not every athlete.
Are you talking about taking protein, or are you talking about protein shake?
Protein
okay.
shakes, yeah. So what happens in terms of, I generally tell people, do you know what protein shakes are made of? Whey protein is made out of milk. Since it's part of a natural product, like it's part of a natural diet, why do you want to take something which has gone to the lab, converted into powder, and then you are taking it? If you have a natural form of it available, why not go for it? Because your body is, see, in general, simplest way to explain it, your body is made to run on natural food. The nature made food for us so that it has given us all the enzymes, like all the digestive system, all the organs and all to digest it. Now the funny part is, most of the time when you say the protein shakes, nowadays it has become the convenience. It's not, because when you want to get all that protein through your diet, versus like protein shake. Now protein shakes, of course, anything taken in excess can, even if water you take a lot in excess, you can get water intoxication. So same is the case with everything, every nutrient that goes into your body.
There's this 17-year-old who goes to the gym every day.
Yes.
And the maximum amount of protein shakes are found in the gyms.
Of course.
And the gym owners, they just thump it on the kids. And the kids think that they're going to develop that fab body just by taking that protein shake. Please now tell us, if he's consuming that half a glass every day, is it dangerous?
See, again, I can't say right away because I need to look into if his diet is providing adequate protein and what amount of like energy or muscles he is using during the training. Again, for a 16, I never ever tell kids below 17, 16 to take protein shakes. Yeah. There is always, they are growing. Their hormones are developing, their body is developing, and they can definitely utilize the natural diet. Only thing is they need to know the proportion, what portion it has, and what time. So when you talk about nutrition, sports nutrition, in all my talks I say it depends on how much, what, and what time you are taking. Yeah. And you can really plan a really good diet when it comes to, see, gym goers, I'll tell you, and this is for the audience, I mean, I would just like to mention, I did run a survey on a lot of athletes and all. I'm not even talking about the gym goers. Athletes, when it comes to who do they trust more, it's the vendor who sells them protein rather than trusting us. So that speaks volume for itself.
Thank you, Ms. Aradhana. And though I had to go to Sanjay sir for the next question, but the way, the intent and the passion with which Mr. Amandeep Joel was nodding, I just cannot go. I have to come in that sequence, sir. You have a lot to say on that topic. The mic is yours.
Thanks. I get so much knowledge from people who are experts in the field. I just feel that our country doesn't have enough of experts. I meet these fantastic people when I come to conferences or even at other teaching conferences that we do. And I just feel that we are not a sporting country in our essence. And which is why, I mean, let's compare ourselves to a sporting country like Australia.
But my question now to you is, are we getting there, especially after Khelo India started? Because since then, a lot of new positives have emerged. We are not there, we agreed. But are we better, say, what we were 12, 13 years ago?
Absolutely.
Because that has really picked up.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
You see, I have great admiration for Prime Minister Modi. He starts a campaign and there's so much of passion in it. Let's take Swachh Bharat. When he came and he started Swachh Bharat, he made such a huge statement that, we need to change the way we live and change the way we think, especially in the villages, in the way, it's looked at. I think with Khelo India, he's brought a new, a similar strategy. He wants to make the country passionate about खेलोगे तो बढ़ोगे.
मैं बताता हूँ आपको, पहले क्या होता था? पहले होता था कि पढ़ोगे, लिखोगे, बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे, कूदोगे, बनोगे खराब. पहले ये था. फिर चेंज हो गया. खेलो इंडिया आया. I am fortunate to have done commentary in the very first race of Khelo India, and I've been a part. I've been an anchor and commentator for all Khelo India versions. So I've been there. I've seen the growth. पहले होता था खेलोगे, कूदोगे, बनोगे नवाब. नहीं, पढ़ोगे, लिखोगे, बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे, कूदोगे, बनोगे खराब. अब बदल गया है. पढ़ोगे, लिखोगे, बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे, कूदोगे, बनोगे लाजवाब.
That's very good.
ये मेरा create हुआ था. ये create भी मैंने किया था. And when we have ma'am right here, right? We're talking about Khelo India, ma'am. The mic is yours.
थैंक यू। एक छोटा सा स्टैटिस्टिक है कि अभी जो पेरिस में ओलंपिक्स हुए उसमें हमारी 117 स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम गई थी। 28 of those are खेलो इंडिया एथलीट्स। खेलो इंडिया is a visionary scheme about which we heard right from the beginning of this session. For those who are from abroad, let me say Khelo India is Play India. So it's a sort of a war cry or invitation to play. And play means play any sport and indulge in any form of physical activity. Fit India is also one of our flagship programs. Under Khelo India, a lot of work has been done, and there are many aspects to Khelo India. Giving stipend and help to individual athletes is one of it. There are many others which I'll quickly mention. So that will explain to you the scale of the program. We build sports infrastructure under Khelo India in collaboration with the state governments. I am happy to inform the audience that on the Gati Shakti platform of Government of India, which is a infrastructure logistics platform, today we have mapped about 20,000 sports infrastructure projects all over the country, which is a first. We never had such a collection of information in one place. So that is a very good thing that we are doing under Khelo India. Inclusion of the less privileged classes of people is also a part of Khelo India. I am happy to inform you that last year we did the first Khelo India Para Games in New Delhi. Such national level games were never held for the para athletes. And as you know, we still are celebrating the sweet success of our Paralympians, who came back with 29 medals in the Paris Paralympics, which is a record. There are so many firsts in that, it will take a lot of time to tell about it. But that is the beauty of Khelo India. I am happy to inform you once again that we have organized the Asmita Women's Leagues. These are matches for women of all ages and from all corners of the country where they play various kinds of sports. This is just to encourage women to come out and play sports. So that is another aspect of Khelo India that we do. We promote indigenous games under Khelo India. We promote the local games of Malkham, Kariyapattu, and Thangta, and other many other varieties of indigenous sports under Khelo India. We do events under Khelo India, the Khelo India games, youth games, university games, and winter games. I am happy to inform the audience that last year we diversified the Khelo India winter games. We did the ice games in Leh, in Ladakh, and the snow events in Gulmarg. So it has become a festival of tourists, and I also invite you all to go to these places in February next year. Last year it was a bit of a thing because there was no snow first. So we waited for the snow to fall, and then when the snow fell, we had the snow games and the winter games. So there's so much work being done in Khelo India that I can't even sit and start telling you about it, but it has become a transformational movement. And one more thing I must tell you, that because of the Khelo India national program, state governments have also woken up to the power of sports. So they're also doing a lot of local games, local events, and local celebration of sport, which has exploded on the scenario. All of this is going to make India a great sporting nation in a very near future that we see already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am just spoke about a number of athletes that were discovered from Khelo India and the current Olympic contingent. And let me say this with pride. Manu Bhaker was discovered at Khelo India Games. Yeah, and I still remember 5 gold medals in the first edition, Manu Bhaker, straight away, clean sweep whatsoever. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Now we come, do you know who the captain of the Indian cricket team is? Who's the coach of the Indian cricket team? गौतम गंभीर हैं इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम के कोच. इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम के कोच हमारे साथ. Thank you, ma'am. Please, can we have a round of applause for the wonderful ladies? Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Dronacharya Sanjay Bharadwaj is with us. Sir, मेरा पहला सवाल ये है, India wants to know, sir. ये माइक ले लीजिए, sir. India wants to know, गौतम गंभीर को गुस्सा क्यों आता, सर?
गौतम गंभीर को गुस्सा वो तुम्हें भी पता है, क्योंकि तुम उसके साथ पढ़े हो, सीनियर रहे हो, और
कमेंट्री बहुत की है सर।
कमेंट्री भी बहुत की है। दूसरा क्या है कि गौतम गंभीर को गुस्सा तब आता है जब उसके जो सोचता है वो नहीं होता है, और अब गुस्सा आना बंद हो गया है।
सर, गौतम गंभीर ने कभी प्रोटीन शेक लिए?
गौतम गंभीर जब पहला बैट लिया था तो गौतम गंभीर को मैंने दिया था। अमित मिश्रा है, जोगिंदर शर्मा है। सबसे पहले तो मैं ध्यानी जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इतनी बड़ी ऑडियंस में और ऐसी जगह पे मुझे बैठाया है।
सर, ये इस सभा का सौभाग्य है कि आप यहाँ बैठे हैं,
क्योंकि हम 35 साल से, यानी जब गौतम गंभीर 10 साल का था, अमित मिश्रा 10 साल का था, जोगिंदर शर्मा, नीतीश राणा, उन्मुक्त चंद, सब ये 10-10 साल
आप
के
सर,
बच्चे
आप ना एक विराम लीजिए। देखिए, मैं आप ऑडियंस की तरफ से सर के लिए 2-4 लाइनें पढ़ देता हूँ। गुरुर ब्रह्मा गुरुर विष्णु गुरुर देवो महेश्वरा गुरुर साक्षात पर ब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। आप गुरु हैं सर?
नहीं, वो तो तुम्हारे भी हैं। तो मैं ये कह रहा कि 35 साल मैं दिल्ली में कोचिंग करता रहा। जब मुझे 2019 में द्रोणाचार्य मिला तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि बच्चों को अब फिजिकल हेल्थ और मेंटल हेल्थ दोनों ही खराब हो रही है। उसके चक्कर में मैं भोपाल से 20 किलोमीटर दूर जंगल में गया, अपना एक गुरुकुल बनाया। वहाँ मैंने उनका मेंटल हेल्थ भी अपने पास रखी, उनकी फिजिकल हेल्थ भी। मेंटल हेल्थ क्या है कि 23 घंटे फोन मेरे पास रहता है, मेंटल हेल्थ तो वो खत्म होगी।
ओए ओए ओए।
1 घंटा फोन देता हूँ, वो अपनी मम्मी से बात करो, पापा से बात करो, या अपनी किसी और फ्रेंड से बात, किसी से करो, वो 1 घंटा है। उसके बाद खाना है, वहां से 25 किलोमीटर दूर तक पिज्जा वीजा पेप्सी ये कुछ मिलती नहीं, वो जंगल है पूरा। और कोई कुकर यूज नहीं करता, मैं पीतल के बर्तनों पे खाना खिलाता हूँ।
न्यूट्रिशन।
और क्योंकि जो कोच होता है ना, जब 10 साल का 12 साल का बच्चा जब मेरे पास आता है, उसका न्यूट्रिशन भी मैं हूं, उसका फिजिकल ट्रेनर भी मैं हूं, उसका मेंटल ट्रेनर भी मैं हूं, उसको जब सारी चीजों से कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम है तो उसका मैं हूं। फिर उसको जब वो प्लेयर बन जाता है, जब यानी सेलेक्टरों के पास भी मैं ही जाता हूं कि यार अब इस बच्चे, क्योंकि अमित मिश्रा दिल्ली से नहीं खेला तो हरियाणा से खेला, कोई कहीं से खेला, इस तरह की पैरवी भी कोच करता है। तो मेन
सर दो चीजों के, क्योंकि मैं आप जो बोल रहे हैं ना उससे हमें इतना ज्ञान मिल रहा है। आपने व्हाट इज द मॉडल ऑफ द स्टोरी सो फार, सर ने जो बोला है, सर की कहानी जारी रहेगी। 2 things that he has highlighted. Sports gives us not just the physical health, it is also the mental health, right? Sports खेलने के बहुत फायदे हैं। It gets rid of so many diseases, so many types of cancers, osteoporosis, blood pressure, huh? And the best thing, BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, is a protein in the brain which multiplies only on the condition that you sweat. I have suffered depression in life for 4 years. And the best and the only fodder for your brain is exercise, is sweat. Sweat releases stress. Sweat releases endorphins that produce happy vibes. You suddenly decide that you're going to run for 3 kilometers, right? The moment you finish 2.5, 2.6 kilometers, suddenly, when you're approaching your destination, suddenly you start to feel happy. Why? Because the happy hormones are back. It is always a little bit of sense of accomplishment that'll cheer you up. When you are depressed, when you are low, Don't sit in a corner. Don't brood, you are a dude. Things will go wrong. Yes, they will. Did the Almighty give us a certificate and say, okay, everything's going to be hunky-dory in your life? No. What is the first lesson that sport teaches us? And Sava was highlighting on that. Focus. It teaches you the focus. Sir, आपने टेलीफोन की बात की. मैंने एक छोटी सी कविता लिखी. Sorry for my international friends. This is in Hindi. And I must read this out for this audience. And it happened because I was sending one of my songs to one of my producers. And I just slept. I dozed off. When I returned back to consciousness, I realized that my phone was resting on my chest. And I talked to myself, when was the last time when I slept reading a book and a book was resting on my chest? So I realized that this telephone has taken the place of books. Books are your best friends. मैंने लिखा बीत गया एक अरसा छाती पे रख किताब सोए तैरती हैं ये मेरी उंगलियां इस फोन पर खुद से कब जुदा हुआ ना इल्म है ना शक हुआ करवटें भी अब मेरी भारी हैं मेरी नींद पर मुस्कुराती हैं मेरी स्माइलीज किसी और पर मुस्कुराए हुए अब मुझे अरसा हुआ फालतू में ढूंढते हैं सोचते हैं कोसते हैं काश मेरा भी कोई अच्छा सा एक दोस्त हो छोटी सी जिंदगी का छोटा सा एक सार है घर किताबें हैं करीब तो क्यों करीब कोई और हो जा जरा आजाद कर खुद को अपने जाल से दे बदल हर शाम अपनी फोन को किताब से गेट रिड ऑफ दैट फोन ओवर टू यू सर
बिल्कुल पदमजीत ने बिल्कुल जो बात कही है परफेक्ट कही है मैं भी वही काम कर रहा हूं मैं क्या कर रहा हूं 4 एस्पेक्ट पे बात कर रहा हूं मेंटल फिटनेस फिजिकल फिटनेस इमोशनल फिटनेस और स्पिरिचुअलिटी आप ये देखो सुबह हर बच्चा वहां मेडिटेशन करता है हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम होगी हम कोचेज के लिए प्रॉब्लम होगी जब वो प्लेयर बन जाएंगे जैसे ही अगर आपका बच्चा बड़ा प्लेयर बनता है तो उसको सारी चीज मिल जाएगी न्यूट्रिशन भी मिल जाएगा उसको फिटनेस ट्रेनर पर्सनल वाला ही मिल जाएगा हर चीज उसके पास अवेलेबल होगी पर जब वो बच्चा वहां तक नहीं जाता हम कोचेज को काम करना पड़ता है हर चीज हमें देखनी पड़ती है हर चीज हमें करना पड़ता है तो जो सिस्टम जैसे का ओम का उच्चारण अगर आप 15 से 20 मिनट करते हो तो आपको कैंसर भी आपका खत्म हो जाता है और हमारे यहाँ जो क्रिकेट है अबाउ द नेक है 90% क्योंकि एक दिन एमएस के प्रसाद 200 रन बनाएगा अगली बार 201 से नहीं बनेगा दोबारा से जीरो से शुरू करनी है यानी स्किल एबिलिटी आपकी एक सर्टेन लेवल तक है उसके बाद आपका जो मेंटल लेवल है अगर आपका वो मेंटल लेवल अच्छा रहेगा और जितना आप कूल और काम रहेंगे उतना ही आपकी परफॉर्मेंस बढ़ती चली जाएगी क्योंकि आपका कई चीज ऐसी आएगी कि 5 मैच हुए रन नहीं बने तो उसके बाद मीडिया भी बोलेगा दूसरे भी बोलेंगे उससे आपने कमबैक कैसे करेंगे जब तक आपका मेंटल हेल्थ अच्छा नहीं होगा तो आप वापस नहीं आ सकते
सर मैं 2 सवाल मेरे थे आपसे पहला ये था कि गौतम गंभीर ने कभी प्रोटीन शेक लिया
गौतम गंभीर ने मैं एक फोटो दिखाई
हाँ वो फोटो सर आप मिल्क शेक दिया या मिर्ची शेक दिया सर उनको कभी भी इतना गुस्से में रहते हैं
मैं बता
सर वो फोटो ना हम दिखा नहीं सकते अच्छा फोटो में जो हमने देखा मैं आपको बताता हूँ गौतम गंभीर सर के साथ बैठ के छोटा सा गौतम गंभीर 10 साल का छोले भटूरे खा रहे थे
यानी डेली छोले भटूरे मैं और वो मिलके खाते थे करोल बाग के सिंधी टिक्की पे जाके हमारी पार्टी अभी भी वही है जब भी मैं गौतम से मिलने जाऊंगा वो ये कहता था कि ओम के भटूरे लिया ना आप आते हुए तो वो यानी क्रिकेट में एक ऐसा है कि हमारा 6 घंटे का गेम है तो हमें थोड़ा अच्छा खाना है
हाँ देखिए क्रूशियल बात यहाँ पे क्या है थोड़ा खाना मैम माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन टू यू सर मैं आप पे आऊंगा माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन टू मदान मैम इज गोइंग टू बी ईट राइट डज दैट मीन ईट लेस
No. Eat right does not mean eat less.
Very good, ma'am. Another part of the question. When I look at my favorite dishes, as sir rightly said, not just Gautam's, I look at chole bhature and I say, wow. I look at kheer and I say, wow. Then I look at the Almighty, I say, this is travesty of justice. Everything that is tasty is either fried or sweet. So my question to you, ma'am, is it possible with a little bit of moderation and balance that I can enjoy my kind of food?
Yes, I think you've asked a brilliant question. See, the message as a nutritionist, what I want to convey is that there are two terms which I use. One is everyday food and one is sometime foods. All of us have sometime foods. We have weaknesses for certain kind of foods which we relish, we enjoy. But if as a nutritionist, because I said that the science of nutrition has advanced so much, that based on the physiologically active components in food, today's nutritionist can draw a checklist of food with specific component, quantify it and give you the frequency. That's how you take medication. And that's how your food works as a medication, and this prescription is for everyday food. So if I can differentiate between my everyday food and sometime food, and I make sure that my sometime foods remain sometime foods and does not become everyday food, that's the balance, that's the discretion which I have to empower myself. I cannot tell somebody that, you know, you will not be able to eat this something which you really relish and enjoy. You should be allowed to eat that, but not at the cost of your everyday food. And this empowerment has to be given to every citizen of this country, that what are my everyday foods? Number one, and even when you talk of sports nutrition, the story begins by a sports person understanding what is the definition of everyday food. And he will have sometime foods, right? So,
and that diet, ma'am, is going to differ, say, a diet of a sprinter will be very different from the diet of a wrestler?
Correct. So here, sir, what I want to say is that the quality of my everyday food, that template remains the same. What differs is the quantity of each compartment, right? So like I just gave you the example, that if I have to strike a balance, I need to ask 3 questions to myself every time I sit down to eat. First, where is the dietary fiber in my plate? Okay. So where is the dietary fiber coming from? It's coming from my vegetables, my fruits,
very good,
my, you know, my nuts, my whole grain cereals, my pulses. So I need to look for dietary fiber in my plate whenever I sit down to eat any meal. Second question, especially for Indians, where is the protein in my diet? So I need to know which are the foods which give me protein. So I need to know my pulses give me protein, my egg gives me protein, my milk gives me protein, egg gives me protein, curd gives me protein, my nuts give me protein. I need to know this. I need to see that on my plate. The third part is that I need to have antioxidants in my plate, and that is where your seasonal, colored vegetables, fruits have to be emphasized, right? And my carbohydrate, my cereal has to be rationed in line with what is my requirement. So if I'm into strenuous exercises, I'm going to need more of that, okay? But I still have to strike a balance between my carbohydrate to protein ratio. I need to still get my antioxidants and my dietary fiber, because at the end of it, it has to be utilized in my body and it has to create a good environment in the body.
Thank you, ma'am. From one nutritionist to the other, before I come to Mr. Joel.
You know, I'm going to have a question for
please.
Dr. Madan. Dr. Madan, I think fantastic what you're saying about food and being an athlete and a past athlete. I feel that food plays such a huge role in a player's mind. Because I remember P.T. Usha, I mean, I played the Asian Games of 1990, and we went to the Asian Games village, and P.T. Usha just said, sorry, I ain't eating here. So the embassy, Indian embassy, actually made sure that there was a bus that would come take us from the Asian Games village. We would go to the High Commissioner's residence, and she needed that food, which was, the taste was right. Obviously, she needed her rice and other things. And she also made a statement that she lost the bronze in the LA Olympics because she got terrible porridge. So I feel that food has such a strong impact on a player's mind. And like coach said, Dronacharya said that most of the sports are played within the years. So I think mind is such an important aspect where nutritionists like yourself and her need to ensure that the taste is right, and the feel-good factor is very important.
So let me just respond quickly to what you said. The first statement I want to make is that nutritious food can be very tasty. That is point number one. Okay, so people say, if you add nutrition, that means you take away the taste. No, that's myth number one. Number two, we must respect our proximity to our ethnicity, and that is possible, to bring it together with what we need as nutrients, both macro and micro. It's possible. Yeah.
I love my paratha.
I would like to add a little bit to what Mr. Joel asked is, yes, athletes do connect a lot. We in India, I just want to tell everybody, we are emotional eaters. We eat when somebody is born, like, when we get a baby, we call everyone. When there is a marriage, we call the whole community. Even when someone dies, we have that Chautha and Teravi, and we call the whole community. So food is emotion for us. So when it comes to athlete, at times, and I accept it, I do break the scientific rules. Because if the athlete isn't happy that what he is eating, he may not be able to perform good. So at times, they are humans. I treat them every time as human. And if they want to have, we call it comfort food. If somebody is craving for that comfort food, and if it is available, yes, portion matters a lot. So we tell them, okay, just to have that comfort, you can have a little bit of it, because I know it affects his mood, his or her mood, or it can make them more comfortable to perform better. So at times we just, break little bit rule here and there.
Ms. Sharma, I have another question for you. Elite athletes benefit from personalized nutritional plans. What about amateur athletes? If they have to go for those plans, how costly are those plans?
I don't have a straight answer to that, but yes.
You can be half the answer, for the other half I can go here.
No. So I have to be very, very, very honest on that. In India, we still don't have those, nutritionists or the experts available for grassroots. At the grassroots, where we need it more. At every platform, I talk a lot about it. Our athletes get access to the sports nutritionists when they are performing at a state level or above. But we need to implement this at the grassroots level, because you have a growing child. And if you can't fix the nutrition there, it's going to impact here or there, So it is very important, but yes, it's not very easy to access those, because it's not cheap. So
I think FSSAI's app has fixed that. I think your Eat Right, I was going through the app, I think that's a fantastic thing that you've done. They brought all the nutritionists' knowledge together and put it on the app. I think that's a fantastic job. Big round of applause for that.
Mr. Joel, what is your take on eating right? When we say eat right, what do you see there? What makes sense to you there?
For me, the eat right would be, mostly it's not always, about eating less, but I generally tell people you need to portion control. It's not like, so I'll just tell you an example, is every day, if there is a rice eater who eats steam right every day, but when there is biryani, they can add 3 times. So this is not, just like one day you just can't, or 2 days you just can't go overboard. So portion control is more important, and there is always, always, always room for your favorite food. You just need to know. So, I want to confess that I have a sweet tooth. Being a nutritionist, I ate a gulab jamun at lunch. So, but I have that calculator in my brain where I know where to compensate, right? So I did not have the bread or chapati or what you say. I did not have much of the rice. So I know where to compensate my carbs and, sugar and all that. So by all means, unless you have any health issue, please enjoy your food. It is there to be. If you are stressed about food, that's not right. That's just not right.
I think that's exactly, you know, I'm coming to that as an athlete or a sports person. I think most sports people, the coach's job is to make them aware. Because I think an athlete is very aware of his body. And whatever he or she eats has some effect, whether it's on your digestion system, your energy levels, your feel-good factor, how you're performing on the field, your energy, all of that has an effect. So I feel that if I can train my young students and tell them to start becoming aware, and yoga plays a huge role in making an athlete aware. So, you know, as in the Indian culture, we are so, you know, fortunate that we have all of these sciences at home, be it nutrition, be it yoga, be it awareness, meditation. So I feel if we can inculcate all of these in our students and make them more aware, they will understand what to eat and when. So feel-good food, you can have your halwa and you can have your paratha and all of that, but your body will tell you when to eat and how much.
Yeah. And what sport teaches us always is discipline, time. We've just been told how much time we've got left. 10 more minutes. So I'll request every panelist when I ask you a question, not more than 90 seconds, please. MSK Prasad, the next question's to you. We've always emphasized and we've highlighted the nutrition part of it. Playing sport, what it does to our body, so many advantages and benefits. Let's talk about the benefits of watching sports. Nothing can rival the mystery of live sport. So whenever kids are playing games on television, isn't it a better option to watch live sport? It makes you a better human being. You are involved. You're watching something nice, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel that sports is the only practical platform that teaches you, how to lose today and still fight and get up and win tomorrow. So that's exactly what we see. And the beauty about it is, we are very fortunate to play this sport, especially cricket, Like what Dronacharya sir, Sanjay said that, if you score a double century today, tomorrow we are playing a next inning, second innings will start again with 0. So I think this is one beautiful platform. I think, if you see, I still feel that, if you go to England or UK or any other places, the whole family wears a Manchester United t-shirt in the house and they watch matches. So that's the kind of, support that...
it gives you a sense of unity as well.
Exactly, exactly. That's very, very important that, I always feel that academics definitely will take you to certain levels, but it is the sport within the man that will help man or woman, that will help
and you know what?
Sustain life for a long
When you're playing sport and watching sport, talk about the cognitive values there, right? When you're doing exactly what he's saying you're doing, as children, it helps you focus, it helps you concentrate, your academic growth is right there. So while the elite panel was talking about it, I was writing all the bullet points right here. What have we discussed right here? The benefits of playing sport, right? Physical health, mental health, confidence booster, cognitive functions, focus, concentration, better academic performance, life skills, time management. You stay disciplined.
Communication.
Leadership qualities. As a leader, a good leader will always be a handholder, nerve calmer, problem solver, voice of reason. A good leader will always be slow to punish and swift to reward. A good leader will not say, you go do it. He'll say, come. Let's do it. Talking about leadership and the other factors, I've written it down here. Life skills, social skills, teamwork. संजय सर, आपके पास ना है, बिल्कुल हो नहीं सकता. खेल के आपकी जिंदगी में तो बहुत मायने हैं. खेल की और क्या-क्या उपयोगिताएं हैं?
जो उपयोग आपने बताई हैं, इनसे बढ़ के एक है, जो स्पोर्ट्स समरसता लाता है, यानी आप इसमें भाईचारा लेके आता है. कास्ट, कोई किसी भी कास्ट का है, किसी भी रिलीजन का है, वो मिलकर ऐसे खेलते हैं जैसे वो एक है. यानी वो चीज लेके आता स्पोर्ट्स.
और सर ये तो अब आ गई है, ये बॉटल वाटर, ये वो एक जमाना हुआ करता था, एक बाल्टी थी, एक ही मग्गा था, सब उसी में पीते थे.
और स्पोर्ट्स इसलिए है कि ध्यानी जी मेरे स्टूडेंट खुद क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, तो फिर वो भी इतने बड़े बड़े अफसर, यानी इतना, जब ये IAS अफसरों की टीम खेलती थी ना, तो वो कहते थे यार इतना मजा आता आपस में खेल के, ये यही सारी मीटिंग हो जाए, यही खेल खेल के ग्राउंड में हो जाए तो हम पता नहीं क्या कर दें, ऑफिस में जाने की जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ेगी। तो स्पोर्ट्स एक ऐसा है, यानी मैं किसी RSS के उसमें चाय की चर्चा पे थी तो गौतम गंभीर को बुलाया महाराष्ट्र सदन में। गौतम ने कहा यार सर मैं तो जाऊंगा नहीं, आप चले जाओ। तो मैंने कहा चल मैं, तो बड़े बड़े 30 लोग थे केवल, भैया जोशी थे, तो उन्होंने कहा स्पोर्ट्स में क्या हो सकता, वो कहने लगे भाईचारा बढ़ाना है। मैं भाईचारा तुम्हारा और किसी चीज से नहीं बढ़ेगा, आप स्पोर्ट्स पे पैसा खर्च करो, स्पोर्ट्स ही सब कुछ बनाएगा, यही स्पोर्ट्स है, आपका सब कुछ हो जाएगा। और एक छोटी सी बात और कह रहा हूं, हम यानी FSSI की जिम्मेवारी नहीं है ये कि वो करें, हम सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमें दिखानी पड़ेगी। अब आप इतने बड़े सेलिब्रिटी आके तम्बाकू बेच रहे हैं, ये बेच रहे हैं, तो कम से कम उनको जो हैं उनको सेलिब्रिटी मत मानो, जब वो कितने भी बड़े सेलिब्रिटी हैं। जो आपके बच्चों को तम्बाकू खिलाना सिखा रहे हैं या शराब पिलाना सिखा रहे हैं, ये वो सेलिब्रिटी नहीं है। ठीक है वो 5 करोड़ रुपए ले रहे हैं, 10 करोड़ रुपए ले रहे हैं, और वो पैसे तब ले रहे हैं जब उनके पास हजारों करोड़ रुपए हैं। अगर कोई ऐसे बेचारा है उसके पास नहीं है तो वो तो चलो कर ले। तो आप लोग आज से ही उनको सेलिब्रिटी मानना बंद कर दो। जो ये वो केसरी जर्दा फेंकते हैं, कोई ऐसे खाते हैं, तो आज से ही उनको बंद कर दो, अपने बच्चों को भी बताना बंद कर दो, दे आर नॉट सेलिब्रिटीज।
You know what? The beauty is the time's just run away. It seems we just started. And that is the beauty when you've got elite panelists on the show. Ma'am, I'll give you 30 seconds for the final comments.
Yeah, through this forum, sir, CEO sir, I want to make one earnest appeal and recommendation that we come together as professional association, as academic institution, we increase the manpower of nutritionists and dietitians for this sector. Whether, you know, we work with you, we work with the ministry, but we create this brigade of professionally qualified sports nutritionists, so that what Aradhana said, that help should be available at the ground level. It should not start when the person comes at the state level, and that hand-holding has to start from there. And we are with you, sir, for this mandate. You just tell us, we will be taking this forward.
Ms. Madan, thank you. Sanjay sir, thank you. Ms. Sharma, thank you. Mr. Joel, thank you. MSK, thanks a lot. We spent a lot of time in the commentary box together. Ma'am, but the final comments have to come from you. The mic is yours, ma'am.
We have heard all the elite speakers. They have shared their experiences. I would like to say one word. Let's put first a round of applause for all of them. It was an intriguing and fun having discussion than more of a scientific, but it had scientific bends. They discussed everything at length. So I would like to make a statement. Nutrition is key to performance. Khelo India and Geo India. That should be the spirit. Thank you so much.
And if I can just wrap it up, health is not about the weight you lose, but about the life you gain. We've gained a lot of wisdom here, but just by listening to these, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and we'll just bow in gratitude. Thank you for having us. Over to you, ma'am.
It has been truly an amazing session, understanding the crucial intersection of sports and nutrition for health and well-being. A heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insights. Now I may kindly request CEO FSSAI to felicitate the distinguished guests of the session, moderator and esteemed panelists for their significant contribution to today's discussion. I request CEO sir to give token of love and respect to Ms. Jagmeet Madan madam. Now I request CEO sir to give token of love and respect to Dr. Sanjay Bharat sir. Now I request CEO sir to give token of love and respect to Mr. Padamjit Sehrawat, sir. Now I request CEO sir to give token of love and respect to Shri MSK Prasad sir. Now I request CEO sir to give token of love and respect to Mr. Amandeep Jol sir. Now I request CEO sir to give token of love and respect to Ms. Aradhna Sharma ma'am. Now I request CEO sir, Executive Director Sri U.S. Dhyani sir, and all other panelists to join us for a group photograph.
Thank you, everyone. So it may have been said कि खेलोगे कूदोगे तो होगे खराब, but no one ever said कि नाचोगे गाओगे तो होगे खराब. And that is what we are precisely going to do in another 20 minutes, not even 21, 20 minutes we'll assemble here for a beautiful cultural program. So I request all of you to not waste any time. In exact 20 minutes we'll be starting off with the cultural program. Hope to see you there.
सेंटर 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 इधर 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 खींचो खींचो आपको लंबे में बैठे हैं या गोलाई में बैठोगे? लंबे में बैठोगे।
जलंधर जलंधर खोल खोल खोल
बी में नहीं सी में
जानने कितनी बड़ी है?
हेलो ठीक हेलो दिस he हेलो he जी हेलो he ठीक हेलो दिस हेलो he हेलो he ठीक ठीक हेलो 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 मियाँ माइक आ गए तेरे पास? हाँ माइक आ गए? हाँ लगा एक एक करके नॉक करना चालू करो।
बेस बेस और विंग इधर खड़ी करो। दादा मेरी बात सुनो, आप सुनो मेरी बात।
ठीक
फटाफट लगा देंगे आप बैठोगे आप साथ बोलो। बेस का है बेस का है बेस और विंग
जिसमें फैंटम डालनी हूँ बता दियो मेरे को।
ये इस पैक का हो गया।
बेस काट दीजिए बाएं में।
Please come and fill the previous seats before we go
और चाटी वाला माइक पड़ेगा।
dividers.
हाँ ठीक है, बेटर है। एक बार तबला देखते हैं, तबला मॉनिटर में बढ़ा दीजिए और तबले में थोड़ा बेस चाहिए। ठीक है, सरोज देखिए।
People here backstage are missing you.
सितार देखो, भरत सितार देख लो।
मॉनिटर में चाहिए भैया सितार भी।
बजाइए बजाइए, आ गया।
ठीक है भैया, थैंक यू।
सेंटर फिल्म में डाल दिया।
I'm requesting all of us to please settle down quickly so that we can start off with the cultural program.
दूसरा माइक भी ऑन कर दे मैडम का, दोनों इकट्ठे कर दे।
फुट माइक हो गया चेक? फुट माइक
सिग्नल आ रहे हैं मेरे पास, तू
है?
सिग्नल आ रहे हैं मेरे पास। मार, ठीक है, दोनों ठीक है। ठीक है, डांस में चाहिए फुट माइक।
All those who are standing outside the hall, if they can listen to me, please, I'd request you come inside and settle down. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just wait a few more minutes. The stage is all set and all our maestros are also ready. We are going to have a spectacular evening in just a few moments. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to this vibrant cultural eve of the Global Food Regulators Summit 2024. After a long, tiring day of technical discussions, it's time to unwind. And what better way than to delve in the rhythmic treasures of Indian classical music. Tonight, we have something truly special in store for you, an exciting jugalbandi that will bring together the sounds of some of the most iconic Indian instruments, the dholak, the sitar, the mridangam, the sarod, and the tabla. This is where tradition meets creativity, and where rhythm and melody creates magic. While our stage is all set, let's take a small sneak peek into the mesmerizing instruments and the maestros playing them to bring out a unique fusion today. We have Sri Mahavirji on dholak. Dholak, which is known for its vibrant, yes please, clapping is supposed to be very good for immunity boosting and also clears our energy chakras. So please feel free to clap. No, that's a scientific fact, ma'am. Dholak is known for its vibrant beats, and the dholak is a versatile drum widely used in the Indian folk music and Bollywood classics. On sitar, we have Sri Somendra Goswami ji. Sitar is one of the most recognized string instruments. With its soothing tones, it has been enchanting listeners for centuries. We have Sri G. Swaminathan on mridangam, which is a pillar of South Indian classical music. It brings rhythmic depth to any performance. On sarod, we have Sri Rohan Prasanna. Sarod, with its deep, resonant sound, adds soul to Indian classical music. It's an instrument that speaks directly to the heart. Last but certainly not the least, we have Shri Zargam, who will be on tabla. This iconic pair of drums can both sing and speak at the same time, leading any musical conversation with grace. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready to lose yourself in this musical journey. This performance promises to be a spectacular exchange of emotions, moving from playful banter between the instruments to moments of sheer music. Please put your hands together for the maestros of tonight's Jugalbandi. absolutely soulful performance. Don't we all feel that our energies are a little more balanced after listening to this? All the Brownian motion of the emotions have pretty much aligned. And probably that's why it is said that music is a gateway to spirituality. Indeed, the Jugalbandi was a perfect example of how diverse instruments can come together to create something magical, a true celebration of Indian classical music. Thank you to all the maestros. And since we can never have enough of these sensory splendors, we will move on to the next performance of the day, which is a dance form called Sangam. I'll just take you through what it is all about. So Sangam encapsulates, for more so a new audience, or maybe a seasoned audience as well, the experience of Indian dance as it has evolved in various parts of the country. In doing so, it offers a glimpse of the great mosaic of cultures that constitutes the Indian nation and demonstrates their dynamics in a creative and kinetic form. One seamless presentation of 9 dance forms such as Bharatnatyam, Kathak, Kathakali, Kuchipudi, Odissi, Chhau, Manipuri, Satriya, and Mohiniyattam. They've all been chosen, curated, and have been visualized, leading to a jubilant crescendo. It starts with the Sangam of dance forms, which are then demonstrated individually. And finally, at the climax, all the dancers perform together to a uniform rhythm, and the soaring melody of each part uniting with the other. This could be said to be characteristic of the Indian nation, which always rejoices in unison despite the cultural and social diversity. Sangam has been crafted under the artistic direction of Sangeet Natak Academy, India's National Academy of Music, Dance and Drama. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and allow your senses to get completely drenched in the essence of this visual delight coming your way. Sangam coming your way.
पाइरबी निंथिरबलै मयाम साले बसन्तरी मतमद मुसिना पाइरबी निंथिरब श्री वृन्दावन निंथिरजरी श्री गोविंद बसन्तरी मतमद मुसिना पाइरबी निंथिरबे मुक्ति कासिना निंथिरमरा सब सकमा निंथिरमचन्द्र होयरबे निंथिरबिन नाम हरि बसन्तरी मतमद मुसिना पाइरबी निंथिर जगोय सारे थिन निंथिर
tati 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 tarirana adreda
ding tanana tillada tillana natredi 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 tanana tillada tillana natredi 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 natredi
ತತ್ತಿಂದ ಕಿಡದಗಿ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ 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 ಕಿಡದಗಿ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ 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 ಕಿಡದಗಿ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ 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 ಕಿಡದಗಿ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ ತೋಂ ತೋಂ ತತ್ತಿಂದ 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 ಕಿಡದಗಿ
Well, the applauses are an indication that we are going to bask in the glory of this divinity for a long time. Thank you, everyone. And now, as we conclude this evening's cultural program, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the incredible musicians, performers, and to all of you for being such a wonderful audience. We hope this performance has left you with a deeper appreciation of India's rich musical heritage. Have a great evening. And I now request all the liaison officers to please guide and escort the guests to L3 for dinner, please. Thank you. Good night. Namaskar.